Alright guys, good morning. Sorry for being a little bit behind. I was a little bit more than a little bit behind, but good morning to all my beautiful people. How's everybody doing today? I want to apologize for not putting a watch list out last night. I kind of had some issues. I don't really want to get into it. I just wasn't feeling good. I wasn't feeling good. At least I started to. I started to stream. I was going about the stream, and then I had some issues. So, but I'm all good. I'm all good. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody had a great morning. I'm just gonna let you know. If you don't already know, welcome. If you're new here, today I'm going to be focused on some of the top gainers and some of the stocks that are trending. See kind of what's going on in the markets as far as the volume and all that fun stuff. Secondly, I'm going to use today as a day to really get together a game plan, maybe make a few trades today. I've got a few that we have been watching from last week that I'm going to keep an eye on, which I'm going to get into with these airlines and Delta Airlines. I'm still watching this up here. Which I'll get into this. This is going to get good because this is going to kind of coincide with another airline. You're going to have more airlines that open up. And this may be, depending on how they report, I'm deciding which again, this is what I'm going to do today is looking at the options chain versus United Airlines, right? They report tomorrow after the bell. I think they report tomorrow after the bell. I think. Let me double check. Or it's because usually it's before. Yeah, it's tomorrow after the close for United Airlines. Tomorrow after the close. All right, we have a lot of earnings. You have a broad base set of earnings from semiconductors to healthcare to banks to regional banks. So you have some commodities in there mixed with Alcoa. So it'll be interesting. All right, it's going to be a fun week. Today may or may not start off a bit slow. The bond market is closed. Secondly, if this stream helps you out in any way, if you guys make any money, we urge you. You guys can give back and donate to the stream. It's greatly appreciated. That money goes to the stream and to be able to help us, get to where we would like to ultimately take this. We are free. We answer questions. We pretty much go over whatever charts you guys want to go over. We talk about news. And, we also don't, steal your data. You have a bit of privacy. Now with YouTube, that's a different story. But that's all we ask, right? Hit the like button. And on that note, as soon as we get to 1,000 subscribers and you are subscribed and you have liked the videos, you're going to be in for a cash prize. I'm going to do a giveaway to you guys just as a thank you. So if you would like a one-on-one, if you would like to donate, and maybe have a one-on-one, you guys can reach out. You guys can follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. And if you have any questions or if you want to reach out to, for a sponsorship or a promotion, you guys can get a hold of me. The link's in the description. So thank you for that. My goal today is to be able to get 10 likes. I don't think that's too much to ask. So let's dive into it. We're going to start with the overall markets. All right, let's start with the overall markets to see what's trending. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a good weekend. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. So the markets are bouncing. We opened up a bit flat yesterday on futures. All right. So with this Delta airline really quickly, because I know I started touching on that. The way I'm looking at that is volatility, right? But I'm fighting two sides of the sword, right? Because if United Airlines, if and when they report, depending on how they report, that move can be a lot bigger. I may just go after United Airlines, which I'll talk about later on in the stream. I'm not too worried about it right now. All right, so Bitcoin is climbing. I saw this last night, you know. Any Dodgers fans out there? Congrats. You guys just... I'm surprised the Mets are even there, to be honest with you. But all right, so if you don't know, this morning, Bitcoin had a nice level that it's been bouncing off of. All right, I will say this. Bitcoin, let's not use this chart. Let's not use that chart. Let's go here. All right, let's go here. All right, Bitcoin started to make some progress. There's your higher low. That was your first higher low. But we started to switch the setup here. All right, yesterday, coming into Sunday and yesterday, Bitcoin put in a lower high, right, with a lower low here. But it looks like that is, you know, being negated, and we're going to make a run. Looks like we're going to make a run back to 66,000. So, with that said, what's trending? Oh, how funny. MSTR, Coin, Mara, Riot. All right, TSM, SoFi, RANI. I don't know what's going on with RANI, but this was trending over the weekend. So let's go into some of these names. I want to be quick. We only have a few minutes going into the bell. I just want to see where... Let me put my coffee down. Let's go see where the overall markets are real quick in conjunction with one another. Let's pull up a 15-minute chart. All right, so the S&Ps were sitting right at Friday's high. Should be below. The Qs, okay, so the Qs have sped up a little bit. So if you haven't noticed, you know, through the past couple of weeks, the dollar, which we were long about 3 to 4 weeks ago, we started to get long that. And it was funny, the, you know, TLT was really giving you some downside momentum while the overall markets were flat, right? The Q SPY wasn't doing anything. So use that, guys. If you're looking at something, remember, make sure you're covering the markets from gold, TLT, you know, any type of bonds, 10-year, you know, obviously the Qs, the SPY, IWM, Bitcoin, right? Where is money going? The dollar, okay? So here we are. So we're starting to break out. Looks like we want to start making an attempt for a run here. I'm actually going to do this. I'm not even going to play around. I'm not even playing around today because we don't have much time. This morning I ended up spilling some coffee and had to remake my coffee because the coffee beans, I don't know, went over top the filter, so I had to restart the coffee. That's why the stream was a bit behind. And if the clicking or if there's any noise, let me know. If there's any issues with the sound, let me know. Hope everybody, again, is doing well this morning. This stream is going to be a little bit different than normal. We will take questions and stuff like that. Oh my god. I thought that I got rid of all these levels. I could have swore I got rid of all these levels. Alright, so we have a gap that we're coming up to at 496. How ironic. You're starting to run into some selling pressure up here at 496. Alright, so we're good. Alright. So let's go here. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. I'm just going to keep it at that, guys. I would continue to watch the 64.5 on Bitcoin, you know, in replace for like Mara, Riot, MSTR, Coinbase. Hold on 1 second. We have been trading. It's funny. Nobody's really been talking about it. They have, but they haven't. DJT, it's been at the top of our list. Yeah, now so let's see if crypto has a week. Let's see if crypto can get above this area, because now you can see the sentiment is shifting this morning. CNBC, it's all the names are trending. So are, you know, is some of the money that was just in the NVIDIA, right? AMD. I don't know if SMCI rallied. No, it hasn't. Actually, SMCI looks like a decent short again, back down to $40, which we'll talk about.
Shares of Verb Technology, ticker VERB, continuing higher, trading up about 20%.
This looks like a nice opportunity where does some of that money from wherever it was made, right? Does it start to go into crypto? Kind of feels like we're starting off that way. All right, let's go to MSTR here. Let's start with the daily chart. What a move Friday. Holy shit. Holy cow. Bro.
First Watch Restaurant Group, ticker
Bro.
FWRG.
Are you guys seeing this? Look at this base up here. Flat top resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4 up and out. 1, 2, 3, 4 up and out. Usually it's more times than not you get, 4 up and out. Wow. And it came in with a gap up? Are you serious? Holy shit. Excuse my language. Holy cow. Alright, well, this is going to be on watch. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. Says here MicroStrategy was up over 6%. Pre-market extending gains after closed Friday have increased, blah, 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 blah. So what was the news? The end game for Bitcoin Bank. All right, good for him. All right, so this does have a bit of a news behind it. All right, so we're going to keep on this. I mean, we're up at all-time highs. All right, on MSTR. So what I'm going to do is just kind of we'll use our Fibonacci to kind of give us an idea of some profit areas. Again, I gotta remind you guys, today is going to be a bit of it's going to be a little bit different. Not too different, but today's going to be a little bit different. We're going to take our time. We have a lot of earnings coming up this week. All right. So we can already see. So we can already see 224.87, call it 225. We got some resistance up in front of that zone. Let's pull up. Let me make sure I do this correctly. So this has been our run. So we're going to start here. If you guys do, it's funny when I see some people do like wedges or anchored VWAP. I always ask myself, if I see them put it at like a random spot, I always ask myself, they just put it there because they wanted to put it there, and they put it there for no significant reason. Because it's funny, like if I go on Twitter, I'll see a chart and you'll see like some of these people that put on like different they draw trend lines and stuff, and I'm like, they're completely missing really what's going on. Because you can see what the real pattern, whether like the wedge that is there, but they're doing it wrong. And there really isn't a relevance from where they started to where they finished. So keep that in mind if you are doing, trend lines and wedges and stuff. You don't want to just start from a random place that, I think this is obviously clear, right? Like if you were to say this is in a wedge, sure, you would be correct. I would start from the high. You'd probably start from where it took off from, which would be here and or here. But that was your first pullback. Massive volume here. I would start right there, etc., etc. That's just an example. Or you know, your anchor VWAP. Why are you anchoring your VWAP where you're anchoring it at? Is it because of earnings? Was it because it was the all-time high? Was it a news catalyst? But anyway, all right, I digress. So 23 fib does take us back to this previous high here at 175 to 180. All right, so what we could do is we'll do this. If this takes place, all right, if we get that pullback, which I'll go right there, this would be some of our profit targets. Okay, this would be some of our profit targets. We'll see though. We'll see what happens because this thing's already been on a run. I should throw. I'm not much of a fib guy, but I will say from this move from Thursday into Friday, because you had that consolidation, I would look for this Thursday double top here at 207. But, you know, you came in with a nice gap up, so we'll see. If we could look for a long down there at 207, what else is that? That's also our 23.6 fib for the run that it's already been on. So I'm going to keep that on watch. And I think that's pretty clear there. $200. We got to get through this zone first. All right, so 207. This double top high. It's kind of tough. I want to hurry up because we don't have much time. I'm not going to spend my whole time talking about MSTR when it's. Well, I'm going to look for a pullback. I'm going to tell you guys that now. If we can get it. This thing may just gap and go. All right, this thing is going to more than likely gap and go. It's trying to break back out now. It's a cheap stock. People are able to buy it. So, you know, if it gives you a pullback, I think you're, as long as you're above, you know, 200, look to get long the pullbacks. You know, honestly, I can't say where that's going to be. It's 200. Here's what we can do. We can use Friday's trade line and VWAP. We'll use Friday's close. And we'll use 210. I'm going to put down 210 here as an area on MSTR if we get the pullback. You may not get the pullback.
Ticker STLA. CEO Tavares says Chinese car makers will not go to Germany, France, or Italy to produce cars as they would have cost.
So we have that.
Starting from
let's go look at Coinbase really quickly. These weren't on my list, but we did have them on watch. Look at this beautiful pattern. Like, this is better. This in my opinion, depending on the volume, if MSTR has volume today, because of you know, the holiday and everything. You know, there's gonna be more people home, but we'll see what happens. You know, I don't know if some institutions are closed or what. 178. Coinbase has been lagging. That's our only down. That's the only problem, is that this has been lagging. So let's use the 50-day, which it's already pulled back into it. It's pulled back. Your 50 days right there. Let's use that 50-day. Any pullbacks in the Friday's close, and we'll look for a run. You got a nice gap here up to the 200 and 100-day moving average. I think that'd be a nice opportunity there. Look at this whole, you know, to this previous high up here at 190 to 200. And I want to check out Tesla after what took place this weekend. It's just, holy shit. Yep, and that's support level. So let's see if we can run a test, because we're above the 50-day now. We're gapping above it. You had some nice volume Friday on Coinbase. Let's see if that can continue. And that's what I'm going to look for, guys. All right. Let me make sure here. Let's look. Pullbacks into the 50-day, which would be 180. 180 pullbacks in the 180. Actually, you know what? This just might be a little bit extended. I might just take a short on this. We'll see. This is why it's important to look at every time frame. Yeah, so if we get pops, see, look, we've already broken below that opening price. MSTR is above the opening gap up. If you don't know what I'm referring to, take heave. All right, right here. Let's pull up a 5-minute chart. 3-minute chart's fine too. All right, you see how we come in with this gap up, and we opened up here at 182, and what are we doing? We're turning 182 into resistance now. Now you're starting to attempt, and you have VWAP, and you have the price where we opened up today. So chances are we're going to get a pullback. Whether that pullback happens at 183 or 184 or 182, 2, 3, 4, you're a bit overextended on your longer time frame. You know, you're a little extended here. So I want to see if I'm just gonna wait and see what happens here. Let's look at the volume real quick. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this yet. We have massive volume. Look, that pre-market volume is damn near your average volume, and it's pre-market. So that's probably the plan here for Coinbase. Let's go here. I just want to get everything ready. I know it's late, guys, and I do apologize. I got myself a little sleep yesterday. I think I went to bed at like 11, 11:30. And I got up at 5, and then I fell back asleep, you know. But it's all good. I'm not going to attempt to be a hero unless I actually see something, you know. Capital preservation, we have a lot of stuff coming up. So today, I'm going to be using today as a day to get ready for this upcoming week. We're going to go over earnings. I'm going to be looking at possible earnings plays, possibly. You guys know me, I don't usually do anything before earnings, but if the price is right, and if we've earned the right to take that risk, all right, we could put a little bit of money on, and you know, maybe both ways and see what happens. But I'm the type of person who waits till the day after. I mean, that's why you wait till the day after is, you know, just using our first earnings play that we've already played was Delta Airlines. That was over a 300, you know, that was a 20, we'll say 30 cents into over $1 in 3 minutes, all right, off of Delta Airlines. What I did want to say, we'll talk about it later on. We'll get into it later on. I'll talk about it later on. All right, so if we end up breaking, if Coinbase breaks or cannot get above 185, if we cannot get above 185 here, I think I'm going to look for a pullback down into this zone here at 175. I think that's the best bet. I think that's our best bet, or my best bet, not yours. I can't give you guys advice. I don't want to give you guys advice. You have a gap here, or no, it's not a gap. 175, yeah. So I'm going to look at this, guys. I'm going to look for a pullback down into 175. All right, that's what I'm going to be looking for. See if we can't pull back into Friday's close down there at 170. It's like 176 to 174. All right. You have some nice volume today. And you have some pretty solid resistance here that you're above. And I just think there's really hardly nothing here at 180 to hold you up. I just think we're extended. So we'll see, right? If it looks like we can't make any progress to the upside, I got my trade idea in mind. That's going to be a pullback in the Friday's close, in the Friday's, you know, down into Friday's high, Friday's close at 175. 176, 175. let me move this over, actually. Let's move this. Let's move this up. Call it 176. All right. If anybody has any questions, you guys can throw them in the... All right. So you guys can see here this... Oh my god, people are so stupid when they connect their opinion versus their company. So 180. Good. He does care though, that's the thing. This is why I hate CNBC at times. That's why I can't wait for this presidency to end. Alright, so that's Coinbase. Let's keep going. I'm already running out of time here. I feel like I'm wasting time because I just woke up. I'm not good as soon as I wake up. I have ADHD horribly. Alright, let's go to SMCI and some of these semiconductors. Alright, we talked about Coinbase. We're looking for a possible no hold. Alright, looking for a small pullback down in these previous highs down at 176. 175 zone. It's so funny because like this guy is pretty much saying, oh, because he doesn't trust Kamala to be as president, which they've given us all the reason to not trust them because they blatantly lied to your guys' face and are okay with that, telling you that this man has been fine for years. Oh, now all of a sudden that's why his car sales are struggling. I don't think that's the case. This administration, especially Joe, hasn't done anything, and he is such a two-faced motherfucker. It's so funny. So union from a state that doesn't give their workers the right to an insurance if they lose their job due to really the company laying them off. Now, if you fail a drug test or you don't show up to work, sure, that negates it. But you have to pretty much get a lawyer, pro-union, when Delaware is not a union state. Sure, structurally, electrical, gas, structural, right? Anything that's like could kill someone, sure, there's a union for that. It's a lot easier to go through a union in a school, but you want to go to a union state, go to Jersey or New York. That's the last thing I'm going to say about that. So there's the two-faced swindling liar that he is, and he hasn't been okay in before he was president, but they've lied to you guys for a long time. Because anybody that's been around him and seen him in the flesh, they know. I say it all the time, and I just think it's disrespectful. And what it does is it reminds me of Obama. It reminds me of Obama. Thinking that they are above everyone, that they can give or take your right to be married if you're gay. Like, what? They think that. They think they can hold that power over people. I do not trust them at all whatsoever. I would suggest anybody... See, the thing is, people may not know him. There's a reason why he has not picked up the phone in his personal vendetta versus Putin. And it's costing you taxpayers' money. It's costing you fuel prices. It's costing your savings account. It's just not okay. Lives are being killed. Do your job as a president. Pick up the phone. Get on a plane. Do whatever the fuck you got to do. But he won't. Because he doesn't personally... He has a personal vendetta with that man. Bill Clinton didn't do that. Bill Clinton went over there and talked to him. George Bush did the same. Donald Trump did the same. The only two people, Obama, and listen, it's so funny to hear about this women, like we need the first women. We were so close to having a dirtbag politician in office, Hillary Clinton. How about Tulsi Gabbard? Kamala has lost all trust. What about Tulsi Gabbard? Why can't we have Tulsi Gabbard? You guys didn't even get to pick which woman you wanted in office. It's so funny. Joe doesn't even like Kamala, and Joe's pretty. You know, he can be even kill, but he will go that politic route. He had such a best chance to not screw it up, but he couldn't not be a politician. He couldn't go back to his old ways. He just had to go back to his old ways. Anyway, all right, that's Coinbase. I digress. All right, so DJT. And I don't think we'd be in that predicament. I think he'd be up. I think he would be the running candidate. But nope. Menthol cigarettes. I got to take them away. Never mind. Open borders. Oh, let me fix it. 6 months later. Everything is fine, but we got to help the kids out with their student loans. We got to have the government cradle them from birth to death. They're not responsible. They can't take care of themselves, so we're here to take care of them. But it's such a great economy. Fucking loser. I fucking hate him. He's such a dirtbag. And they fucking demonize the man who put together a team to just do exactly what they did this weekend. And that's who they demonize. That's why men like Elon and the team at SpaceX is why we have the military we have. But no, we want to raise taxes. We want to overregulate. We just want to make things harder because we're the government and we think we can do whatever the hell we want to do. But you can't. You want to start a business? You can't get too big. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking losers. They've lost trust. They lost my trust a long time ago. Obama's second term. That's when it really comes out. Alright, DJT, where are we at? So we're coming in with not necessarily a gap down, but we were watching this level. Alright, so Friday we mentioned we were looking for a pop into that 47, 48 zone. And we wanted to see if we could reject it. And we did. And we kind of just stayed down here. So, as of now, we're hanging out at 24. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I tried to shut the camera off. Or not the camera, but the microphone. Alright. So, we just pulled into Friday's, Thursday's high on DJT. You can see down here at 24. You can see we've pulled into it and held it. Right here on a 5-minute. I got to be honest with you guys. I want to watch here on this daily chart. There's a couple areas that I'm looking for. So we are above. Let me actually just go here. It's going to make it a lot easier so everybody can see it. This is a stock that I'm going to be watching this week, in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be watching this heavy. I could have swore I did not have as many levels on here as I did. All right, you guys see this level up here at $30? Or let me pull it back just a little bit. You see this zone here at 25? We gapped up above it. We had some volume yesterday or Friday. We topped out the buying side. You have noticed each time we have pushed up here, this area, we're starting to get more and more and more selling pressure that is stepping up. That selling pressure is stepping up. So what I'm watching for now is this 25 area to either hold and we look for a run back up to $30, which we have the 100-day moving average in our way. So we're going to have to get above that. And secondly, I was surprised today that this didn't come in with a huge gap up. I think the only reason it didn't is because it was a holiday. Just for the simple fact that we held here. If we're above 25, and as long as we're above it, I'm going to keep my eye on the volume. And I'm going to be watching this $30 zone. Okay? $30 will be the upside target. Anything above that, then you're looking for that 35 and the 200-day moving average. All right, this would be your next zone up above 35. Be like right there, and right now we're going to be, I think, trading in this zone right there. Again, remember this 100-day moving average is right in your face. Okay. All right, that 100-day is right in your face. So you guys can see here also. You drew in a little bit of support at $26, rejected at 28, pulled back 26, 25, yeah, $25, and you broke, turned it into resistance. So let's see if we just kind of consolidate here. I'm not sure what the volume's looking like, but we are getting a little bit extended, but I want to wait for a pop. I think we can still get ourselves a nice little pop and look to get up here to this, back to like 27.75 to 28. I want to look to get back up into that area, $28. So we broke it this morning. It's kind of funny how we broke it Friday and today, and we've maintained Friday's close at 24. Honestly, guys, I think that's the case. It's the case that they gave me. I don't know why my charts are doing this. They should be saved. They should just show up just like that. It sounds like there's an F6, or not F6, like an F. It sounds like there's a fighter jet up above, coming after me. Alright, so as we extend up here, I would like to look for a pullback off of 26, potentially, if this happens. Right, bounce, maybe find a little bit of resistance up here at 26. You get the pullback, turn that 25 back into support, and see if we can really try to extend. I want to wait for, I need a pullback, or if we pull back off the bell. But again, I would like to be up here. Right, I would like to be up at $26 for the pullback. All right, and then put in like our first higher low, because we're putting in lower lows and higher lows, a lower high, I mean. But this area right here is what I'm watching too, right there. Right, that's the low. We had support this morning. We broke. You retested it. Break, retest right there, and now we're bouncing and we're back up above 25. So off the bell, I want to be above 25, and I would like, I mean, this is just my opinion. I would like to be up in this zone here, right? I'd like to be up in that zone there for when we open up, and then we look for that pullback. Look to see if we can get a dip buy. Look, notice the volume though this morning. It's pretty heavy. It's not crazy, but it is. You can see what side of the trade that they're on. You can see what they're doing, right? As versus, you know, just under $500,000 to the buy side pre-market on Friday. Now you have it, you know, consistently to the downside, to the sell side. That's what I mean. So we're seeing as we get up here, you're seeing more and more selling pressure start to step in with DJT. So just, you know, just recognize what's going on. And any pops up into 26, we'll look for pullback and holds of 25. And again, I'm just looking for like 25 to 28, 25 to 30, whatever it gives me. Just looking for a bounce back into that 100-day and see if we can hold 25. But my trade on this is going to be to the short. I'm just waiting for it. As of right now, it's still coming in with small little gap ups, and it's still holding above $25. We have not broke 25. So you got to respect it. All right. So that is DJT. It's DJT. SMCI. All right, SMCI. So we have support down here at $40. I'm actually just going to get rid of all of this. So you have some resistance here at it's a small little area here at $50, $49.88, $49.85 to $50. See where we're at this morning. We are technically about to make our first close above this pivot low down here at 47.95, 47.95. So if you start to hold this area and you get a break above that 50-day, watch out, we got a gap fill coming. All right, that takes you up to $51, $51.85. All right, so that would be a zone. If we start to hold this zone here at 48, all right, then we're looking for, let me make sure this is all the way down. There we go, right there. That's where she needs to be, right there. All right, so we're starting to hold this as support, at least right now pre-market, and see if we can get above that. We're holding the trade line. The shorter term time frames are starting to tilt themselves up. 50 days starting to flatten out. Bounces will help bring that 200-day down. It's going to take a little while though. I'm going to look for a reversal here. But you got to get above the 50-day. All right, you got to get above the 50-day, and you need some volume to extend off of 48. I'm going to look for a pullback in the Friday's highs. Yeah, let's look for a pullback. I'm going to look for a pullback and see where this pullback takes us. That's what I'm going to do. You hear them? They just said it. The job market remains strong. So why do you have to give away free tuition and pay for people's tuition, which is okay. I don't despise that, but these are things you do in a time of a crisis when people need help. People don't need help right now. They're able to get jobs. There's not a pandemic looming. They're just running this deficit and they're just running this shit into the ground. All right, so I'm going to be patient with SMCI. Let's make sure there's no upgrade, downgrade, something I don't know about. We'll talk about Boeing also. Look, this thing ain't even, there ain't even no news on it this morning. What was going on with Nike there? We gotta look at Tesla. PayPal was trending.
Kashkari says recent jobs data shows labor market isn't weakening quickly. Says further modest rate cuts appear appropriate. Further path of monetary policy to be driven by data and economy's performance.
If SMCI can get going, you guys, man, that could be a nice run back to 55 if this thing can get going. But we'll see. I mean, really, that level is up there. It's $59 to $60. So we'll see what happens. When do they have earnings? A couple weeks from now. All right. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to brighten. No. Last week was a lot of fun. There was so much opportunity last week. Like, there was news. Anything you could have thought of, we had last week. I think last week I took maybe 2 trades. I think. Roughly. Alright, so we held that already. 46 or above it. Boom. Alright. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get all my stuff straight before this market opens. Take your time today. Don't be in a hurry to lose your money, especially if you don't see anything. Just talking about some small caps here. This thing has been trending. I don't trust it. I don't know the float on this. RANI. It's been trending all weekend. Like, be careful if you guys trade this. I mean, look at this selling pressure. Look at all that buying, and they took it right back with that low of volume to the sell side. I think you guys already know. $250. I mean, I can see this thing at $250. $250, $275, maybe $3, but I'm not trading this. I would recommend you guys also, you guys do what you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do at all whatsoever, but I will say I don't want to see anybody I don't want to see anyone losing their money over something stupid as this. Just look at the pre-market vote. Look at this. Right? Look at all this volume, and then you come in with like just over half that selling pressure, and it takes it all the way back. All right. What was I doing here? I'm trying to think of what I was doing. I hope I'm not getting sick. I slept late this morning. I feel like I'm starting to cough this morning, just a little bit.
Aero Environment, ticker AV, Alpha Victor, secures $743 million. Ceiling for Switchblade.
Crypto stocks, we talked about that. So Flutter, that's another one. This market cap, damn. It might be the same. Let's go look at Flutter really quickly. So this had news. Wait. Did we finish SMCI? You guys have to forgive me. Yes, we were waiting for a pullback to see if we could hold. It's 917. So DJT, SMCI, these are some of the names I'm going to be watching today. AMD. Again, I would give you guys a full lowdown on the trade ideas. I just, like AMD, I'm waiting for a pullback, but it's sold off Thursday. So I would not expect a major sell-off again. Maybe you could, you could look for a trade back down into 166 if it's going to give it to you. I haven't done my work on it. This thing could, AMD could just continue to climb a little bit. I don't think it's, so overdone that it can't, continue higher. That's a nice little support level right down here at 220-day moving average. And this little area here at 160. That was a really nice reversal. All right. Pretty much taking back the majority of that downside move. You have a little bit of resistance up here at 170. So let's see, where are we? So watch 170. Pullbacks off of 170 would take you down, in my opinion, to like 166. I have to log in real quick. Just give me uno momento. Amazon still going. That was a big trade from last week. All right, that was a 180 long to 190 last week, coming in Monday. This was a really nice setup last week. Right? You got your pullback. You pulled right back into that 190 or 180. It held 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 4-day climb. It's a nice trade idea off this pivot high here. It's a really nice trade. All right. Right there, 180. It was 180 to 182. That was the zone we were watching. So I have a few more tricks under my sleeve here. I'm going to wait and see where we are. Again, today, if you guys have questions, hit that like button for me again before we get started. Let's get to 10 likes. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you guys look at the Qs going. Qs are going. If you guys make any money or benefit from the stream, you guys can give a donation contribution. That link is in the description. Or if you would like to donate to the stream, maybe get a one-on-one, have a lesson, or if you want to sponsor the stream, get a hold of me. That link's in the description. You guys can follow me at Twitter at Ivy League Trades. All right. So, DJT, MSTR, or not MSTR. Yes, MSTR. I gotta log in real quick. We have 10 minutes. This always happens to me. I always come down right down to the last minute. Again, if I didn't already say this and you're just joining, today's gonna be a little different. We're gonna see what happens the first couple minutes of the market. The early morning session, and then we're going to go, I'm going to take the rest of the day, the majority of the day, not all day, but the rest of my time after the morning trading session, and I'm gonna look for, you know, some setups as far as earnings and some of the trade ideas, and see what, you know, see what sets up best. It looks like it's going to be a crypto type of week. I had 2 green trades last week, 2-0 last week. A couple of the other ones. We missed a couple because of just timing. I don't understand. They just keep robbing the shit out of me, bro. I fucking can't stand this broker. Every time they just, oh, we gotta take more. Take more. Take more. Like, I want to know where. I'm gonna start writing this shit down, because it just feels like they just randomly just continue to just steal money from me. It's so funny that it's not funny. Let's see. Yeah, that's wild. Oh, nice. They have actually some cool stuff here. Yo, did we... Hold on one second, guys. Let me see here. Did I... Okay, look, Tesla's up above 220. I want to go back to that. Oh, we did. We did take a short off of 190. I didn't even remember that we did that. We were in calls, and then we took some puts Friday. That was the 11th, right? 13, 12, 11. Yep, that was Friday. So we also got short here on this move off of 190 for that pullback. Small trade. Delta Airlines, DJT. There's a firm. Damn, we traded a firm. Nice. Nice. Oh, that's why it took off. That's why. So I was just going back through some of my orders. I put in limit orders for a firm, and it took off. I never got filled. That got canceled. All right. Traded Delta Airlines. All right. Let's get into it. All right. Let's see here. Flutter. Let's go look at Tesla really quickly.
Makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com. Every day,
see where this goes. Wait. 220. $225. I cannot stand these commercials. They're such liars. Billionaires don't pay any tax. I was a Trump voter. I'm not a Trump voter. And they put up the weirdest looking people. What's up, Ty? SoFi's running. Yeah, I seen that was trending this morning. I seen that was trending. Let's get it. It's our relative strength today. Nice job. Thank you for pointing that out. There was a commercial Kamala put out with this guy, right? He's got a bald hair. He's white, mind you. He's white. He's probably like 50. He's got this long-ass ponytail, but it's like he's all bald, but it's just like this little like circled ponytail in the back. And he's got this most creep-looking face. I voted for Trump. And you know damn well this dude is lying. You know damn well this dude is lying. Billionaires don't pay tax. I pay more in taxes than billionaires, and I'm not rich. Well, motherfucker, cry me a river. Did you ever try to become rich, you fucking weirdo, motherfucker? Sorry. I don't mean to go to be cussing and all that stuff. I'm sorry. I apologize. But, bro, this dude was a creep. A creep. He had some shit going on with his teeth. This little circle ponytail with a bald head. I'm like, what type of what are you trying to... I've used to vote for Trump, but I'm not voting for him no more. Because I like to suck big government shalom. I like to be lied to and told my president is not going through Alzheimer's and he's okay. My president's in there calling the shots. I'm okay with my government lying to me. I'm like, yo, Kamala's really doing it. Like she's targeting. You could just see it with the image. All right, I'm gonna find it later on, and you guys are gonna be like, what a creep. What a creep. All right, SoFi. Sorry, but I just got another one. They're plastering them on all two. Like, it's so funny they're so worried about Donald Trump. It's so funny. I used to vote for Donald Trump, but I'm not voting for him. Wait, what? For what reason? And they never give you the reason. They never give you the reason. It's not like that man wasn't saving no money. And this idea that billionaires pay less in taxes. Wait, what? So they're okay with the government? Like, it's so ass backwards. So it's okay for the government to commit fraud, but if a business leader does it, it's a problem. But it's okay for the government to commit fraud and steal. It's okay for them to do it. Get the fuck out of here. All right, pull back, SoFi. Let's have a good day, guys. Again, today I'm going to be taking it as it comes. I am more so focused on SoFi. Watch 907. Watch 907. Pullbacks into under the low nines. Hearing shit. I am hearing shit. I'm going crazy. I thought I heard my cat. We want men in there like Gary Gensler. Alright. Low nines, 940. Let me see here. Do you guys know why this is trending? Like, is there a reason why? Did the oh my gosh, did the student loan forgiveness get shot down again? I mean, listen, again, I'm all for helping people, guys. You know, I really don't care about that so much, but I know what they're doing. They're trying to target kids for them to vote, and I just know what these politicians do. This is a government that I sat through my whole life, and it was just a shit show. And we got to a place that I never thought we would get to in 2016 to 2020. And it only took a couple years. I was like, holy shit, we can actually be here. I didn't think this was possible. Gas can be $2.30 a gallon, low $2. Are you serious? The government isn't hanging over my head in every which way. They're not trying to just target regulation and regulation and regulation and big government, raise taxes. You can't do this, but we can do whatever we want. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Don't think it's okay. And I'm sorry that I talk about it, guys, all the time, but I'm just not okay with what Obama and Joe have done, with just the lies that they do in front of everyone, and they don't give a shit. Like, don't bring it up. Why bring it up if you're going to lie? You got weirdos from Hollywood. We want to elect a girl for a president. Like, give us Tulsi Gabbard. Give us Tulsi Gabbard. Not a dick-sucking Kamala. Alright? I don't trust her. Saying one thing and doing another is a politic, and that's what they've done. Where's the weed legalization they swore up and down that they were going to do? I don't even think they downgraded it. Alright, this might be a little bit overextended, guys. This thing might start to be a little bit overextended up into this zone. So you guys can see here, you're coming up into a major zone of resistance up there. Watch that high up at 980. It's a nice reversal. So you held that gap. Dude, come on. I don't know what's going on with my charts.
S&P futures continuing higher, trading up about 0.38%, hitting a high of 58.8275.
Let's go over here. I'm going to keep SoFi up. Keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla did not hold. Tesla did not hold.
Shares of Verb Technology, ticker VERB, also at the highs, hitting a high of 16.13.
All right, Tesla's pulling back. Watch 217.50 on Tesla. The Qs are still going. Qs and the SPY are still bouncing, guys. What a day. I guess that's because the bond market's closed. They're funneling into this. Oh, shoot. I'm going to keep SoFi up, but watch. I knew it. Look, as soon as I turn away from SoFi, what happens? Look, 980. That 980 rejection up there. It's a pretty mean tail, but Baba. Okay, so Baba is not bouncing back. What else do we have? MSTR. Coin. I liked Coin a little bit better. Look, Coinbase broke down, guys. Watch 176. See if you get a bounce back rejection. Look for 176 from 180. I missed it. Fuck. I should have never turned away from SoFi. I was going to get short up there Told you guys, $9.80. Fuck. That sucks, man. That's a low volume pullback. You'd have still been able to get some profit off on it. Chances are it might hold. Like, you need to start seeing this volume pick up. I mean, it is drilling with no volume. So, let's see. See if it holds here. More than likely will. You have this gap here. I'm trying to target $9 is what I would target if I was, for anybody out there. Let's see what's going on here. So the shares are trading higher after the company announced a $2 billion loan agreement with Fortress Investment Group. So a $2 billion loan platform business agreement for personal loans with funds managed by affiliates of Fortress. So I don't understand why this would go up on that. I would have to do some more work on that. I don't understand. Like, is the other company paying them $2 billion to work with them, or is SoFi paying $2 billion to work with them? SoFi might try to go up here to 990. This is what it comes down to: a double top, or we're going to break out. I got to be honest with you. I still think we have a little bit of room for a pop higher, up there to 980, 990, up into this area. I still think we can get up there. Maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, so we're good there. Just giving this thing a minute. That's the second, third time it's tried to hold VWAP. I mean, technically it held all through here. That's just a wick below it. So that 38.2 is at 947, call it 950. I gotta remove that because I want to see what happens here. That's a low volume pullback, guys. There's not much sell side volume here, which is a good thing. If you're bullish, that's what you want to see. There's not much volume there. Where are we at? Let's see. Where are we at? Can we get up to 10 likes? Do we even have enough viewers for 10 likes?
Just off the highs, trading at 1424.
Come on.
About 80%.
Come on, we can get to 10 likes. Let's go, guys. Hit that like button.
Breaker to the downside. Ticker VERB.
Coinbase. There's that pullback. Look at DJT. DJT's going. I knew it. Should have just stuck with my watch list. DJT, guys. Here we go. What did I say? What did I say? We wanted to watch for a push back up to 28 in that 100-day moving average. That's all it's all up a gazy. SoFi's coming out just to keep people away from. You know, I had a nice move pre-market, but then it just. There, watch SoFi there. I'm still watching Boeing to get down to that low 140s. So for anybody that's been here for a while, you guys know we've been talking about Boeing. What the hell is going on with my charts? Like, all right, Boeing, we would like to target this low 140 zone. But if you want me to be honest with you guys, I think there are times for anybody that's been in the markets for a while, you know there's just certain prices that the market, like if it gives you the opportunity and you don't take it, it's just not going to give it to you again. And I feel like Boeing's doing that with 140. It could happen, but chances are, and just in my opinion, the way it's been acting versus everything that's happened over the course of almost a year now, it's still not giving you 140. Still not giving you 140. So, all right, here's DJT. This is a nice runner. Nice runner on DJT. So this was at the top of the list today. A move back into that 28, 100-day moving average. I got sucked into SoFi. It's all good. I just had to grab my charger. All right, let's see. So Delta Airlines, they had actually came out giving them a price an upgrade. I just don't know how much I trust in that. I don't know what I feel about that. All right, so there we go. SoFi, you did get your test up here to 980. So right now, DJT, yeah, this thing's gonna go. Seems like it wants to climb higher. Let's see if Delta Airlines can get through 51. 52. I'm sorry, $52. 52 flat. I would expect. Look at this trend. Look at that 15-minute chart. That's a beaut of a chart. I tell you what.
Watching shares of Chinese listed companies, seeing an exclusive from Taxing Global says China may issue 6 trillion yuan in treasury bonds to buttress.
Oh my gosh, Baba, guys. Baba.
Shares of
Holy
XFXY
Baba.
and ticker KWEV getting a pop on volume.
Pullbacks into 108.50, which we just did.
Technology ticker
Shit.
shares resume trade.
Let me see here. Let me see. 112. 112. I'm gonna just give me 1 second, guys. So I want to see here what happens if, as far as Baba here on the 15-minute time frame. It's got room. I just think you're coming up into a little bit of overhead resistance, and I kind of want to just see how this reacts. So I'm not just gonna put my foot on the pedal just right away because I see a straightaway with no one on it, if you know what I mean. Because I think there could be a small little pullback again off of 110 possibly. But this is pretty big news. This is pretty big news. This could start to wake it back up. 112, 112, 112, 112. So we have some room. I just don't understand why China didn't take it up themselves yesterday. All right, I'm watching SMCI. There we go. We are above that 50-day moving average. We are above the 50-day moving average. The overall markets are screaming to the upside. Fuck, man. I should have got that pullback off the open, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So if we can get some type of pullback entry here, I would really like that. That's a beautiful break. So any pullbacks into the 50-day, I'm gonna look to attempt a long here. All right. So I'm just letting you guys know that now. $52 would be the target. 52 is going to be the target. 50, 39. Where are we at right now? 40, 39. So $50. I'm going to look at the... Fuck. I'm trying to hurry up here. Going to be looking at the $50 puts. I'm just putting them up right now. I'm going to see roundabout where they're at, okay? I'm not going to be able to get this. This thing's going to go. They were just at 150, 145, 150. Now they're up to 170. So.
Trees files patent infringement and unfair competition lawsuit against Stryker over lapiplasty, onion correction technology. Seeks injunctive relief and damages.
All right, 155, 160. There we go. We got the pullback. That's what we're looking for. Why are my charts like this? Oh my gosh. Percent 135 1.30. I'm not gonna get it, guys. 130. Oh damn, son. Damn, son. These limit orders are wild. Oh my gosh, come on. Come on. Good for... Oh my gosh, what's going on? They're not going to give me 130, so I can't do that? Oh my gosh, so they're not letting me put in like 132? Hold on. Good thing they didn't. What's the overall market doing here? Market's probably going to pull back. That's going to have SMCI pull back. Dude, look at that. 115. Well, we broke the 50-day. So we're not holding the 50-day, or are we holding it? No, we're not holding it. Wow. What a shake and bake. But that's your support zone right there. Look at that. I got in at 115. Let me see here, guys. I got it filled. Are they going to give it to me? Nope. I knew it. Fucking assholes. Fuck. Come on. As soon as I enter, hold up. Baby, what's going on? I got filled, guys. I got filled. I knew it. As soon as I got filled. God damn it, my cat came in. I swear to fucking God, bro. I know, sweetie. I'm sorry. You're going to the vet today. I don't know. I gotta try to get out of this. I did get filled, guys. I did get filled on this. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna throw out some limit orders if we get bounce backs, because I know the market's gonna be bouncing back here. Okay, sweetie. Okay, sweetie. I know, sweetie. Baby, baby. Okay, okay. I'm coming. Like, I don't know what it is about my life, but there's just madness. Like, I can't even get in. Look, this thing's just going to drop. This thing's about to go red. I got to get out of this. I'm going to try to give it a minute, but the market's pulling back. We failed to hold there. I'm going to leave this on for just a little bit. Let me see here. Hold on. I just had a lot happen at once. I knew as soon as I set that order, I came back. I saw 120, 125. I saw 120, 125 on the level 2. And she's just freaking out. The thing is, I don't want this. I just don't have a good feeling with this. I don't have a good feeling. And I wasn't able to manage my position there. With her, look at this. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. They're going to sink this thing down. 47.92. Alright, I'm going to throw out some orders here. It's not even... I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm in SMCI right now. That's something I was wanting to be in. I was wanting to be able to put it on, watch it. Let me do some... I'm going to go feed her really quickly. I just don't know how much I trust this. I'm going to try to give this a little bit of room, see if we can hang out above here. Maybe run back to test. That was just like a quick fade there. I want to see if we can, you know, get another pop back into like this 48.52 level. Where's the SPY at? Alright, so like there's my point. The SPY is making a new high unless this is stuck from earlier. And I have a limit order on this up at 125. If we can try to bounce here. We're just struggling to get back above VWAP, unfortunately. So I have a limit order set at 125. I'm thinking about going up to 135. Let me leave it there. Look at the spread there. I'm just going to hang on. Look, we didn't get above there. Fuck. I'm just going to give this a little bit of room. This thing could start to get ugly. And I don't want that. I didn't want that. But I want to go feed Abby. I know it. I know it. You fucking dirtbag. You're such a dirtbag. You know what I'm saying? So there's just no, like, we should not have gotten above it with that type of strength and then completely just left it. You know, the SPY's making new highs. SMCI is not making a new high. What did I enter this in? Two firms on the street reiterating their buy ratings on that stock. Shares have rallied more than 170% so far this year. Let's go. Let's see what we do here. See if we can push. We did just get in the last hour some comments from Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari, not a voter this year, but did say they do not want to let this thing. They're not bringing it up. This sucks. Trying not to watch every little move here. Trying to be patient. I just don't like the volume that came in on that push there. Come on, let's start to extend higher here. Come on, let's go extend. Let's go run a test back to it's not going to happen. I'm going to go see what's going on with Abby, guys, and I'll be right back. All right, so there was something I didn't see there. Let's go. Let's see if we can get a 135 out of this, or 130. See, they're so quick to turn this thing back around. I don't like that. Let's hold. Let's hold and push. Hold and push. Let's see, so hold and push. I got to be quick with this if we're going to. Why are my charts doing this? I just don't want the market to start to pull back here and then this thing really start to get ugly if the market sells off. We had Eunice Yu join us earlier on the program, our reporter in Beijing. You know, it's all about specifics, Sarah, and they are still lacking in specifics. Specifics and stimulus aimed directly at consumption, right? Which could be why Alibaba's not loving the news. But it was enough to get Goldman Sachs to upgrade forecast for 2024 and 2025. Let me go get my little girl. I'm gonna I don't want to stop out of this. I'd like to try to keep this on for a little bit, but I feel like I don't have a choice here. I feel like I don't have a choice. I don't know why she came in screaming.
Fed's Kashkari says neutral rate is likely
Dude, I
higher
swear to
now
God, this phone.
than where it was pre-pandemic.
Uncertainty in people's purchase decisions when it comes to things like snacking and beverages.
Yeah, so this is Ramon Laborato's telling me last.
I'll be right back, guys. Again, I have a limit order set out here. We'll see what we can pull out of this, if I can pull any. This is our first time above here. Let's see if we can start to extend a little bit. It just does not want to extend for us. They do not want to extend this thing.
Tesla, ticker TSLA. I think that's Andy Lima Alpha. Selling off a bit here, hitting a low 215.17. Trading down about 1 point.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it just cannot and does not want to hold VWAP. Let's go. Extend. Let's go. 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 I got up to 130. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go.
4:10 p.m. Eastern time.
Come on. Let's go. They're just going to give us the 125. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Just give me the 25. Fuck it. Let's see. Let's go. Come on, baby. Give me a fill. Give me a fill. I got it. I got filled on that, guys. All right, let me go take care of my little girl. I'm out of this trade because I want to see if we're able to get back above the 50-day, hold the 50-day, and if the market starts to pull back, what does that mean for SMCI? We have enough room here where it can play all the games that it wants, and I don't have to rush into this, right? Because there's plenty of room from the 50-day to $52, if you feel what I'm saying. All right, this thing might start to go now. I don't know. Just watch. You have some resistance up here at $49. You have major resistance at $49. And she's going to go to 135. I should have just kept it, but I wasn't going to. After what it just did here, just not wanting to hold VWAP and how it just like got up above the 50-day on volume and failed to break it, I had to take my money. Just watch out for the test of the 50-day again and it not hold again. All right, you're right there. You're right smack dab in the middle of it. Make it, retest it, hold it, and then continue higher. A retested hold takes time. That's why I was getting frustrated, but it's all good. It still has not made the 50-day support, technically. Like this, it needs to get above it, pull into it, which is doing it now, okay? You're going to be paying up for those. We got in those. You could have got them from anywhere from $1 to $1.15. I got filled at $1.15. I'll be right back.
Are not usually when credit markets don't have struggle when the VIX is higher, it usually mutes the signal of the VIX as predicted. Meanwhile, mega caps took 3 months to just reset and kind of cool off a little bit. And now the entire game today is NVIDIA looking for its old intraday high. I mean, that is, to me, the game. It's gunning for it. The call option players are in it. It's 140.76 is the intraday high from June, and we're not that far.
Although the equal-weighted NASDAQ has performed better, correct? And is
yes. Actually, the equal-weighted indexes in general over the last 3 months have actually kind of dominated. They're doing better than the market cap weighted. And so it's kind of reset the market. It's rebalanced it, if you will. I think 2/3 of all stocks outperformed the S&P in the last 3 months. So it shows you that finally it became a little bit of a stock picker's tailwind.
But today, when it comes to leadership right now, it is once again mega cap tech.
On a given
NVIDIA
day,
is up another 3+%, as you pointed out,
yes.
Mike. Soon to approach once again those market cap battles. Apple's market value of $3.5 trillion. They're closing in.
Yes, and Apple keeps eating its own market cap with the buyback, and is always a kind of a moving target. By the way, you guys mentioned the bond market's closed, but the Treasury ETFs are trading, and they're trading down, and yields have continued upward pressure is implied in what's going on with the Treasury ETF. So it's almost like a higher metabolism economy than we thought we were going to have. It's more cyclical leadership.
Nice job on SMCI.
Higher inflation expectations getting priced in.
Which means the Feds won't.
Nice job if you took your money.
To do as much, or they're in a spot where, and it's true, there's no doubt. What's definitely changed is the destination. right? Nobody's now pricing it for eventually getting to 2% Fed funds, right? It's going to settle much higher. But from here to there, it might not have to change the pace. You could still do quarters along the way and still go toward neutral.
Even Kashkari today uses the word modest in terms of further rate reductions.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Europe, they're saying we need to step on the gas on cuts because the job market's falling apart.
Totally different setup. And, you know, the economic surprise index in the U.S. has been swinging higher. So, yeah, it's an interesting spot because I think everyone was kind of at least braced for slowdown possibility. It looks like kind of a 6-week, 2-month growth scare, and we've emerged out of it.
ECB meeting, by the way, this week.
Yeah,
They're
Thursday.
expected to cut. Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Mike Santoli. Let's get over to Dom Chu's got to look at some of the key names that have powered or missed out on the recent rally. Dom?
Oh, you guys have talked about a number of the stocks that have really kind of participated in this whole 2-year bull market as we've seen it develop here. So let's kind of take a step back and take a look at the sectors overall. You mentioned the equal weight doing really well over the last several months here. That's been that broadening out trade, if you will. But for the S&P 500 over that 2-year span, a very healthy and respectable 63% gain in that span. But again, it's been the leadership that has been muscle memory for years now at this point. And the reason why I say that is if you look at it in that 2-year span that we've seen, the sector gainers, the biggest performing contributors and whatnot, have been the ones that we've always seen kind of play out since the wake of the great financial crisis back in 2008 to 2010. We're talking about technology, we're talking about communication services, and we're talking about industrials this time around. So those 3 sectors on a 2-year basis have been the ones that have really seen that real momentum. Although what we have seen a little bit more of is that industrials trade be a little bit more consistent. Now, on a 2-year basis, with regard to the biggest lagging side of things, it has been consumer staples, it's been healthcare, and it's been energy. That energy trade is interesting because it is by far the worst performing sector in that 2-year bull run. And a lot of it has to do with the near-term volatility that we've seen in downside oil prices. I will point out the one thing some traders are keeping a close eye on right now is the more near-term relative strength or momentum that we've seen in energy prices, to the point where just in the last couple of weeks, we've now floated for this energy sector spider above its 50-day and 200-day moving averages, medium and longer-term trend lines. So as we've seen this move develop here, the question for a lot of traders becomes whether or not that broadening out trade still, Sarah, has legs, and whether or not energy, as one of the smaller sectors in the S&P, could see some more upside volatility. That's going to be that whole key to whether or not the value trade continues, Sarah. I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, not today.
No,
Energy's
not
at
today.
the bottom of the pack. Thank you. Dom Chu. As we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Nike starts a new era. Day 1 for new CEO Elliott Hill. More on the road ahead with one analyst who calls the stock a buy here.
Plus, back-to-back hurricanes battering Florida and its insurance industry, how it is changing the sector and its profits.
And a look at one new way hedge funds. A big show still ahead with the Dow down 22 now. Stay with us.
5.
Some retail names under pressure today. Wells Fargo cuts VF Corp to underweight, cuts its target to 15, warning that valuation appears to be baking in much more upside than they think appears realistic. Canada Goose and Amer Sports also downgraded, partly due to China concerns, which there are many today.
Yeah, and that brings us to Nike, which also has to deal with China. Today marks the official return of a long-term Nike veteran, Elliott Hill, as the company's president and CEO. Former CEO John Donahoe will remain an advisor until January 31st, 2025. Simeon Siegel, BMO Capital Markets senior retail analyst, joins us now for the road ahead. He's got a buy rating and a price target of 92. Simeon, what I hear is that he's holding a company-wide meeting today at Nike. The question I think investors have is, how long would a turnaround take? What do you think?
Hey, Sarah, great to see you. Listen, I think it's a really interesting dichotomy where everyone in that company knows and everyone on Wall Street has a very little idea of who he is. And so it's this really interesting divergence that doesn't normally exist. I think there's three things. I think the internal morale that needs to be fixed. I think the external relationships with partners needs to be fixed. And then I think the relationship with consumers needs to be fixed. Your question about how really quick. I mean, you and I are, we've spoken about this. It sounds like people
I've heard that morale changed overnight.
Yeah, it sounds like people. I think number one is good, and now he's got time there. I think number two will happen pretty quickly too, because the wholesale relationship, this is this business, and they know him. I think number three, there's a lead time to get product out there. And so depending on how long it takes to get the right product, then they can sync up the story. That's what will be the long.
That's the hardest thing, right, is getting the right product. And Hill has come up through the sales organization, so he knows what makes a hit and what doesn't. So where did Nike go wrong under Donahoe on the innovation and hit front? And how do you think they have to pivot?
Do you know what's really interesting? You and I talk to a lot of these people, and I don't know about you. I didn't know Elliott. I'm looking forward to spending a lot of time with him.
No.
Someone's so important in this organization, and we didn't really know who he was. And I think that's because what was special about Nike up until the past few years were it wasn't a one-person show. We all know Phil Knight. Not a lot of people knew Mark. And so that's because this was a story about you get to $50 billion in revenue by empowering the other teams to do what they do really well, and there are teams that do storytelling, and there are teams that do product. I think over the last few years, we abandoned all of that. We became focused on disruption. We became focused on channels. We became focused on, I mean, most people know the new management team or the one that was just there. And so I think this idea of Nike forgetting that what they did.
All right. So for anybody that stayed in SMCI and you didn't take your money, I'm telling you, you should not break above like that. That pattern right there. I was lucky to get out of that with profits, but it's all good. Like you know, it just that was a tough spot there. Now, if we can consolidate here, and we eventually can break back above it, that's cool. I wouldn't mind that. But I had my little girl run in here. She started doing a lot better. She started doing better, so I wasn't sure. So she's had like a little bit of diarrhea. She's getting older. So I don't know. You know, I'm going to be taking her today. I'm going to be taking her today into tomorrow. So, what was I going to say? So she came in here right as soon as I was getting a limit order in, and I was trying to manage the position, and she came in here like a bat out of hell, and it was just perfect timing, I guess. But anyway, I took that whole position off because, again, I did not like this and then that. That's not a good look. That's not a sign of a stock that's strong or going to give you the continuation you're looking for, you know, within a, you know, it could still break out and go. It could still do it between today, tomorrow, and Wednesday or Thursday. It could still go. But as far as a day trade, being able to pull out 20, 30, 50, 60, 80, 100, 200%, I'm not getting it from SMCI unless it's possibly to the downside. Now, the thing is, it's not looking weak to me. You know, that was just a first test above the 50 days, what that was. So, how I'm looking at this is, do we continue to hold 48 and low a day? I want to continue to hold Friday's high, Friday's close, and I wouldn't like to go down to today's low because that means we're red, which it may be coming. I'm also not confident in shorting this, is what I'm saying. Like, just because this isn't a long doesn't mean that it's a short. And just because it wasn't a long today doesn't mean that this trade still isn't a long, doesn't bring long opportunity. I don't know how the hell to get this. So I'm going to be writing down, if you guys don't already do this, I would write down, have a, you know, write down your expectations, or like, you know, obviously, how do I say this? Write down whatever stocks you were watching. How did you do today? You know, whenever you get the chance. Did you execute the way you planned on executing? Did the stock do what you expected it to do? Pretty much like a report card, okay? I'm going to do one in a little bit, but I want to see, where are we going? Where are we going? So next thing I'm looking for is this trade line. So we possibly could have a short here down to $45, 46. Let me rephrase that, 46. So keep an eye out for a bounce back to 48 rejection. I don't like this. I don't like doing what I'm doing. Because this thing could just consolidate all day today. And we could take a short up here at 48. And see if we get a move down to $46. Doesn't want to bounce back. That's what I mean about this thing. It's acting kind of funny. So far between the last 2 weeks, we're 3-0 on trades. I was lucky to not get filled down there at that $1.30. Because I was really looking for that 50-day to hold, and it didn't. And I could have been down 30, nearly, you know, 20% on that trade, on the position. Again, if you don't understand that SMCI, even though it's back down to $50, it's going to be volatile. You got to give yourself, you got to know how to be able to read your options chain. You got to know your delta, your gamma. You got to be able to know to say, if I'm at $48 and this thing pulls back to 47, 46.50, what's my option price going to be at then after I've paid X amount at 48, if 48's your entry? You got to be able to do that, or else you're not going to have an idea. You can't just get into something and you'll be like, oh shit, oh damn, I'm down, you know, 30% on this position because it's a weekly. Well, you got to understand, and you can position size for that. It's important. That's what keeps people alive. That's really, outside of doing the work, which I haven't done in a while, and I need to go back over my trades, like watching, you know, how I am, how I'm acting, how I'm feeling that day, how I traded, and just so I can fix it. It does wonders. It really does. Even just me going back and watching this live stream. Because you have that hindsight 2020, but because you know how you were feeling, you know your thoughts versus what happens and how you handle them, and you'll be able to see what you could do better. I already know that I click too much. I click entirely too much. But I hate this software, and I'm gonna get another. I'm gonna update another one It's just it's just going through the stage of getting used to it and setting it up, knowing where everything is at. But that doesn't take too long. It's just a pain in the ass. We're still holding here on the 15-minute chart. Alright, so there's that break and retest. Just give it a second. Let's see what she wants to do. Alright, this is Friday's high. See if we get a move back down into the low of day. We are about to go red. What's the market doing? Again, that's what we're talking about. Look, the SPY's making another new high. Another new high. Look at the Qs. Okay, so the Qs did not make a new high. Okay. Again, if you guys could, listen, we're trying to get to 10 likes today. I know we can do it with your help. That's all we ask. If you guys want to give back to the stream. If you don't want to hit the like button, but you guys want to donate, if we have helped you make any money, if you have learned anything, you want to sponsor the stream, you want to promote a stock, I don't give a shit what it is. Links in the description. Follow me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. You can message me there. If for some reason you're trying to reach out to me and I haven't got a hold of you, for whatever reason, if I haven't seen it, you know, message me right here in chat. Hezbollah. Is it Hezbollah or is it Hezbollah? I wonder if she just didn't want to say it or couldn't say it. How ridiculous. Alright, so look at that 15-minute chart. Something I didn't see. Look at that zone right there at 50.32. Oh, I hope my little girl's okay. I'm so scared. It's my little baby. She's just getting older. Swear to God, y'all, I don't know what I'm going to do if I lose her. I don't know what I'm going to do. Alright, can we start to extend here? Let's see. Damn, they want so much for the 50-46 puts. I didn't want to go that far out of the money. That's crazy. Fuck. Wait, why is that 90? Is that where the $50 calls were? Holy shit, I was out of the money? I thought I was 49. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was $1 out of the money. Something I haven't watched in a while is ARM. What a beautiful breakout. Look at that move Friday. Consolidated right above that 150 zone. And it just comes in with a ripper of a gap up. SoFi struggling up there at 990 again. Let's see what this does here. See if a pullback in the 980 helps this thing out a little bit. Let's see. I'm kind of curious if it does. Oh my God. I'm a former Trump voter. His disrespect for the military. He doesn't disrespect the military. He just disrespects line-ass, goofball-ass politics like Joe hiding in his basement. I can't believe these old fucks would even do this to this younger generation and think that that's okay. What dirtbags? Fuck, what the hell has big government ever done in the last 16 years for any of these people? Nothing. Savings rate gets smaller and smaller. New homes and new families that are being started is smaller and smaller. More and more and more people are being left behind since Obama's administration. It wasn't Bush's, it wasn't Bill Clinton's. It was Obama's. That's really when it started. So these old ass retired just dumbasses just thinking that it's okay to come on here to attempt to persuade someone else where to vote in and of itself just goes to show how much they don't give a shit. That they want you to do what they want. I want you to do what you want. Like, it's so funny. They're literally trying to go after Trump, but like they're so concerned. They know, like, that is a psychological act that they know people and the citizens have lost trust and do not like them. Because all they do is spend their time going after companies and raging war. Making things difficult, more difficult. It's just so funny, man. It's so funny. All while lying to everyone's face. Not one time did Joe Biden come out and say why he was going to sign a bill that he didn't approve of. He approves of all the spending. He comes out and says everything is A-okay. We're doing great. Inflation is down. Well, that's a lie. Inflation is in fact up, and it's still continuing to go up. You haven't had a negative number for inflation to be down, month over month or year over year. That's a lie. The fact that this man hasn't had that he hasn't had any issues regarding Alzheimer's, just being old and not being with it, that was a lie. Didn't come out and couldn't say, I'm just getting older, guys, you know? Nope. It was about him and being a politic and the Democratic Party, right? Over everything, over what is good for this country. Let's open up the gates. Let's flood this country with more people. Let's continue to kill the middle class. We don't even have a middle class anymore. Let's rage this this war against black people and white people and Asians. Remember when they were putting out hits on Asians? Not once have I experienced anything of the sorts. I'm sure you have bad apples in all of them. You got white trash dirtbags. You got black people that are, some, like a very small, like you have your few individuals that are just not mentally there, that are just, doing it just to do it. And I'm sure that, I don't even know if there's an Asian that's out there that's like that, but sure. Just like you have killers. All right? People that don't give a shit and will take another person's life for no reason. Over nothing. But I don't know. When you say justice is justice for all, and you try to stand up on stage, and you got your little Italian actor, who's out there looking like a fucking retard, right? Because it's about him and he doesn't like Trump, so he wants everyone else to think you need to vote the way I vote. Again. But it's okay for you to drop drop a bag of cocaine on federal grounds at the White House. Man, any one of you guys that did that shit, you guys would be in handcuffs. Y'all would have had the book thrown at you. They dropped the whole damn. It like it didn't even happen. Gay butt sex being filmed, just not giving a shit. This guy ain't with it. We can do whatever we want. That's what's going on in there. Yeah, let's borrow some more money. Let's go get some more people to die. Some more people that's gonna die today. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, right? And we're gonna use the taxpayers' money. We're gonna make life harder on them, and fuel prices, and we're gonna raise taxes. We're raising fuel prices, we're raising taxes, and we're gonna put you down in a bigger hole than we already put you in 16 years, 12 years ago. Fucking idiots. It's fucking sick. It's a disgrace. It really is. They are a disgrace to this nation. Let's attack the same companies that give us the greatest military. Like, that's a good idea. Like, they shouldn't have some type of tax benefits. See, the thing is they twist everything, right? They want to paint you a picture that isn't true. Because here's what really happens is they pay taxes. I'm going to tell you right now what the government's doing. They're not doing anything, in my opinion, outside of the extracurricular war activity. They're not doing anything good with the money. They're not. They don't deserve any more money. They need to figure out their bills. They need to figure out their balance sheet. We would be going through the same thing. The bank would be coming at you if you just continued to take out money and money and money and took out more than you brought in. It would get to a point where the bank would close the book and say no, and they would go after you legally because they want their money. Don't happen to the government, unfortunately. You know, they're okay with just throwing fines at, companies. I'm not saying that. I'm not going to give my opinion on that because I don't really have opinion. My opinion it's not neither here or there. I just think this administration, Joe Biden in particular, Kamala, has shown enough. He was lucky to get back in office, all because Trump had a few haters. They pulled the old COVID card. People could mail. I just think people are. Here's the thing. There are so many immigrants that have not spent their time in the United States and sat for 30 years through wars after wars after wars after wars and just watch the U.S. politicians continue to be overbearing, put everyone in a chokehold here and worldwide, and think they can do whatever they want, and then we get surprised when 9/11 happens. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I have all the respect in the world for them. I have all the respect in the world for Bill Clinton, George Bush, and Donald Trump. But when it comes to specifically Obama and Joe Biden, there's a personal agenda there, and it's not a good. It's not a good look. It's not taking us to places we want to go. It's certainly not helping us, is what I'm saying. It's not helping us whatsoever. It's not helping the middle class whatsoever. Things are so good, but the government has to step in and pay your bills for your student loans. Unemployment's at 4%, but things are so good, but the government also, in and of itself, has to help you pay your bills. That's the government saying, we're going to be here to hold you and cradle you from birth to death. It's not what the government's for. The government is to be there to help. There should be community things that help the community, state and federally. But come on. Blaming it, Trump turned down the border bill. You mean the Ukraine bill. You mean the 80 out of 120 billion, right? 80 out of 120 billion was going to the war in Ukraine. But that's the border bill, guys. That's the bill that Donald Trump turned down. No. Donald Trump turned down the fact that it wasn't a border bill. They weren't worried about the border, clearly. They were more concerned with bombs. And instead of picking up the phone, let's borrow the money. I mean, that place is a fucking wasteland as it is. And Joe Biden and Obama are two politicians or two people in this world that are a direct result of that invasion. a direct result of putting their personal vendetta towards another leader of another country and starting shit with them. And that's what you get. And it's the person that retired that has to pay for it, who can't keep up. They retired. They can't keep up with inflation. Inflation ain't up a few percentage points, guys. If you look at it as a whole, inflation has literally went up nearly 20-fold. I mean, just fuel is nearly $4. You're cutting it. What are you up 50? What does it say? We'll put a light number on it. We'll say 50%. Food is up has doubled. Nearly everything has doubled. Go buy some tires for your truck or car. They have more than doubled. So don't tell me inflation's only up a few percentage points and then inflation's down, because it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And the crazy thing is we've had a strong dollar, but yet everything is so high. I think the dollar's a little too strong. I mean, it's the only, I don't know. There was a good video about that this weekend on the compound. About there was an asset manager from JP Morgan, and it is funny to watch people talk about, just people that don't understand anything, or just kind of pick up what someone else says without having any knowledge of what really goes on, about having a strong or weak dollar. I guess when they think of a weak dollar, they think of like, oh, we have so many dollars and it's not worth anything. And, you know, it takes a book bag to buy a pack of cigarettes, or it takes a bag of money to buy the littlest thing. But let's go take a look at Chinese names here. See if they've continued now. They've pulled back too. Let's go have a look at the overall markets. I'm going to start getting my game plan ready. So if you guys want to join along, that's cool. That's where I'm going to take this next. I'm going to go over some stocks and where I want to be for the next week. I want to start getting my game plan and entries ready. So if you guys want to join me on that, hit the like button, subscribe. Let's see, 80 cents, 85, 75. Can we get like a 70, 75 cent? Where is ASML? Look, I know it. Where's it at? SMCI. Manufacturing negative. Let's see here. Rick. Oh, I thought it was Rick Reader was on CNBC, but he's not. All right, so we broke Friday's close. Weekly chart.
I think the fundamental problem with generative AI is that it was designed to convince people it's human, to pass a Turing test. It has done that.
Let's see where we at. I might just go ahead and leave. Just gonna go ahead and leave CNBC on.
That's just not how it's turning out. And, you know, again, it's a speculative bet. I don't think the burden of proof is actually on me to suggest that it's not going to work, but rather on the people who are promoting it to demonstrate that it is going to work. And you see people stepping back. You saw Mark Benioff just yesterday, I believe it was, talking about moving the goalposts again. That, well, you know,
let's go take a look at SoFi real quick.
Looking at their P&L and realize they're going to get hit with really big depreciation numbers because the
I mean, real quick, the last thing I want to talk about, like, this is the same government, real quick, and I don't mean to get into it. This is the same Kamala Harris who signed the tying vote to okay a tax on transfers of over $599 for the government to get in your life. That shows you they want to be in your life. They want to know about you, and as soon as you fuck up, they want to be there to attack you. Secondly, they want to start taxing unrealized gains. Like what more do we have to say and show that all they do and all they want to do is take. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't know how anyone would be okay with voting for Kamala Harris. I don't. Tulsi Gabbard, sure, I would love to have her all day long. She has common sense. She's a realist. She's not overbearing. She's not okay with parts of the big government. She's been in our military. Like, she's served. I would love to have Tulsi Gabbard. But Kamala Harris is what? A district attorney. Right? So what does that mean? She's going to be going after motherfuckers. That's what it's going to be. And she's going to attempt to pull in the reins. You can't do this. Oh, you're building a house? Well, if you build it, you can't sell it for no more than this. Oh, you did this? You're going to court because you fudged up. Like, it's just, I can just see the way it's going to go. That chokehold is going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. Inner city, African Americans, black people in particular, because they're not all from Africa. Let me remind you why I say that. White people, poor white people, everyone is going to feel it from Kamala. I'm telling you, it's not going to help anyone get out of whatever their situation in. The only person that can help them is them. You know, of course, you want to do something great. You want to do something big. You want to make a lot of money. It takes a team to do that. You want to start a company, it takes a team. But if you want to start a company, you better make sure you have all your dots lined up, because the government's going to come after you. And I think that's the whole point. I feel like we're going right back to Obama with Big Brother. And that's where all this stuff comes in. Oh, you sent somebody $600? The government wants to know who the hell you are and why you sent that money. It's none of their business. Like, are we forgetting it's none of their job is to not attack and go after the citizens of the state. It's just crazy, man. It really is. I don't understand how anyone could honestly look another person in the eye and say, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's what's best. And what is best has even happened in this last 4 years. She hasn't done anything but enjoying fine dinners and getting drunk with wine and eating out and running around in a private jet. Oh, I gotta go to DC and say yes? Sure. Just gotta go to DC and say yes. The bitch ain't done shit. She contradicted herself. Tulsi Gabbard put her foot in her own mouth. Because she's a liar. I just hope we can make the right decision and put the personal... Just because you don't like someone doesn't mean that you should like big government over that. Trust me, if shit goes down, shit's going to get real. Shit is going to get real. I just think we have so many migrants in here that have not lived through the 90s, late 80s, early 2000s. I think that's where we're at. And they're lucky they're getting away with it. It was such a relief to be where we were in 2016. Really in the 2018, 2019, going into 2020. It was a place that we had never been before. At least it felt like we have never been here before. It's like, what do? Holy shit, we can actually save money. Gas is down. There's not a shitload of wars. The government's not going after companies and raising taxes. Sure, Trump was going after to lower insulin costs for everyone, not just seniors. But COVID happened. And he was even still trying to get it done when COVID was going on. But keep hating him, man. I know. Keep hating him. It's just so funny to see some of these people out here who just try to demonize the shit out of him. And like, it's right in front of your face. It's right in
Which
front
foreign
of you.
country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands.
Look at her.
Okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles.
She doesn't look good because she needs a drink. She's a drunk.
What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
And
have
that must
proof
be.
that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm
Don't
not
be
going
a
to talk
bitch.
about hypotheticals at this moment.
See, don't be a
Which
bitch.
foreign
Not tell him. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. What a bitch. For the 2 Kais. Alright, I'm going to get my stuff started here. Let's see, it's super cool. Like, look at this. Oh, billionaires don't pay as much in taxes as I do. But the government... Like, what the fuck? You guys want to see? You guys want to see what China's doing? Look at this. Remember last week when someone actually thought China was actually an innovative country and could actually do something? Oh shit! I'm gonna watch this and this. All right. And I'm gonna go through my own watch list. I know there's not really anybody here, but. It's China. That's your competition, folks. At least they didn't get nobody killed. All right.
So apparently Dave overheated the Squadra. I don't know anything about it other than basically what Mike told me. Mike's not here, so I was basically troubleshooting the car on my own. Yeah, I had no reference or anything that happened. I was not there. So I just spoke to Dave, and he kind of gave me the rundown of what happened and everything that he saw, heard, anything that happened. I did a couple tests already.
SoFi is actually thinking about breaking out here. Be careful, though. Be careful. I think I'm going to go try it, guys. This might be stupid, but I'm going to go after SoFi. I don't think it's stupid. I'm going after SoFi short. Just letting you guys know. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you guys know my entry price, this, that, and the third, my target. See, hold on. We're still hanging out above. This is my only fear. Is you're going to have that trade line come in. That's the gap fill right there. $9, $9.50 more than likely. $9.50, 10. Let's do 10. $10 puts. That would be 30 cents. So would it make sense to grab the $10 puts at 30 cents or the 9.50s at 10 cents? Because you're paying 10 cents for a 40-cent move, and you're paying, like, if we get to 9.50, I'll be in the money, and I paid 10 cents for it. 30, you'll have 20 cents left over here at 9.50, and I feel like Let's see here, 10. Why is there so many people way out of the money? Like, I don't understand that. All right, 950. I'm just going to look at the 950s. Okay, so there's that. Let's go to charts really quickly. What's SoFi's market cap?
Taking a look at the S&P, 58.52. The bull market continues in our live market.
And we need to keep an eye on 10 billion. That's it. We need to keep our eyes on Snowflake. All right, we got to keep our eyes on Snowflake. I did not buy it last week, and I was too busy with trades, and I'm so pissed I didn't buy it. I'm so pissed. And we talked about it last week. All right, so the daily chart, we're getting a little bit overextended here. Look, they're already 12 cents now. Fuck.
Stop waiting. Start investing. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help. Because the right information at the right time may make all the difference.
I don't know, man. I think this is a bit premature, so you have to be careful. I think you could get another pop here. This is a consolidation. Fuck. Nah, that's it. Here's what I think. It's just my opinion. I think you get a pullback here at 980. I think you get a pullback at like 980. See if 980 holds, unless it's going to give it up.
They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or co-payments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust.
Damn, that wind is howling, bro.
You can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans.
I'm going to wait for a bounce, and then I'm going to look to possibly take this short. So that's on my watch list. I'm going to let you guys know what I do. Just give me a couple minutes. I'll let you guys know.
Already. So first of all, I checked if there was, a good coolant level and the condition of the coolant in the car, because Dave wasn't going to check that. But it wasn't too bad. It was at the minimum instead of like in the middle or maximum. But that wasn't really a concern because it wasn't below minimum. So I just added some distilled water into it to just make sure it was at, max. And then I ran it, but it's not really overheating for me, but it's just idling here. I'm not allowed to like really drive the cars on the street. So basically I can't really put a load on it. So I ran it, and to me, it does seem like it's running hot. It is running at about like 100. Maybe the lowest I've seen it hold idle at is like 96C, which is still pretty hot. But the weird thing is the fans don't come on until about 96, they come on like a low speed, and they're PWM, pulse width modulated. So basically the computer pulses electricity to get the fans to a certain speed, but it's only pulsing it at low speed until the car reaches 100 C, and then the fans come on high. And the hottest I've seen the car get to, just idling here, is 102 C, and then it'll only bring it down to about 99, 97, and kind of just start going into low speed again. So the car never like really sits at about what I think is normal on the gauge. So the gauge for the water temp is actually right there. So it looks like the middle of the gauge would be about 90 C, and I would think that's normal operating temperature, more so than basically the second line before it overheats. Then I tested the basically to make sure it didn't have a blown head gasket, so I used the basically combustion gas leak detector, which is this thing. It has a little aerator on it, and you put the fluid in it, and when you squeeze it, it brings air in. And you test it on basically the radiator, but in this case, there's like no access to the radiator, so you just do it on the coolant like reservoir. But I didn't see any weird color change, and there wasn't like air pushing through while I was running. I had to actually physically aerate it, but yeah, it didn't change color, so it seems like it doesn't have a blown head gasket. But it's really weird that like the fans aren't really coming on until way later than they should be, in my opinion. But I also checked the forums, and basically what some people were saying is the newer LP cards are supposed to run that hot, which I don't know if that's true. But I might just call Yoast right now to just get a second opinion and see if it is actually supposed to be running that hot, or if there's actually maybe something else, or there's another test that I should try. But I also ran the codes on the Autel, and I didn't see anything about coolant overheat or nothing. I would think that this car's new enough to have like some kind of way to pick that up. But I did get a code for clutch overheat, and I talked to Dave about that, and he was saying it was probably when they were loading the car onto the trailer, because you basically have to ride the single disc or the single clutch transmission on this to get it up the hill smoothly. So you guys might remember a little while back, Dave and Damon got me this Drift air freshener. Well, I don't want it anymore. So you might think, wow, Tim, that's ungrateful. Well, I am ungrateful. However, the reason I wanted to get rid of that old air freshener is because we got 3 new flavors: bungalow, pine, and white pumpkin. So guys, drift into savings and get 55% off at drift.co using code DDE55 and pick up the Andre Drummond pack. It smells amazing.
What's up, Tim?
What's up, dude? So quick question, maybe you have an answer. If not, we might end up just sending this car to you guys anyways. So I ran a couple of tests on Dave's Squadra because it's he overheated it on the weekend. I basically ran like a head gasket test, and I didn't see any bubbles coming out of it, and the color didn't change. I got it to operating temp, no problem. The issue that I think that I'm seeing is it seems like it's running hot. Like the radiator fans don't come on low speed until like 95 or 96 C, and then they don't kick on high until about 100. And the car's kind of just holding temp at like 99, really. Is
the fans are kicking on? I think those are normal for when they kick on.
Okay.
Like the low speed's at 90, and then the high speed comes around 100.
Oh, the
I'll have to double.
Low speed comes on at 90? Because it's not coming on this one until like 95, really, 96.
Okay. That I will have to double check with John, because I think he'll know those numbers more than, because I'm just referencing into as far as McLaren's.
Oh, okay, got it.
I would assume they all do the same. They would all work the same way.
And then
That sounds about right. Like for the low speed to come around in the 90s,
got it.
and then the high speed in the hundreds.
And then what do you see the LP cars usually like idle at as far as temp wise? Because it's kind of holding at like
Yeah, it should be in between like mid 90s to like even low hundreds.
Okay, so that's kind of where it's at, but I'm not putting.
Is the temp gauge, even if you let it run at idle, is the temp gauge ever going up higher than normal? Or is it going up towards the red?
I can already tell you right now, and I haven't watched this video, you guys have been with me. This probably doesn't get released till like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I guarantee you it's the supercharger liquid cooling system that either isn't coming on, but I think that is I think the supercharger and the cooling system for that is what's going on. Like it's either broke to where it's causing the ECU to read it, to read the settings for when the fans turn on wrong, or it's just overheating because something is not working within the supercharger coolant system.
It doesn't go into the red, but I'm not really putting a load on it because I can't really drive the car. But like the hardest I've tried is I've held it at 2,000 RPM, and it got to 102.
Yeah.
But my concern is like maybe driving it and putting it under load, it'll start overheating.
Yeah. Because if there was something wrong, like it would even it would overheat even if you just let it sit there and idle.
Correct. It's not overheating for me. That's what was concerning me.
Okay.
But
I mean, did the car did Dave ever got it to overheat where the car went into limp mode?
I don't think so. He said that it threw a code, so then he just pulled over and shut it off. He said that it went into the red, and he let it cool down to like 90, and then he started driving up the mountain some more, and it climbed back up to the red, so he just got it flatbedded back here.
Okay.
But I also asked him like if this car's been serviced as far as like water pump thermostat, and he says not that he knows of since they've like had it. So maybe it's time for that, but it's not overheating idling.
Yeah,
so.
if it's not, I would say it's okay, because if you head gasket tested it,
yes,
and it came back negative, then I'm pretty confident saying your head gaskets are okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
I wonder if it could have been simple as that, when he's going up the mountain.
AC, lot of load, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
possible.
Just like when you're going up just like when you're going up the grapevine.
Yep.
With the AC on and stuff like that.
Yep.
It could be just a simple case as that.
Yeah, I'll have to have Mike drive it when he comes back. He's sick, so I can't drive the cars because of insurance reasons. So for now, I guess this is where my test ends.
I mean, if you did a coolant test. Yeah, like if you just make sure that there's no air in the cooling system.
Yeah, I checked that. So the coolant level when I got the car, because Dave didn't check it when it's hot. So when I checked the coolant level when I first got here yesterday, it was at minimum, but it wasn't below minimum. So I just added this. Yeah, I just added distill till max, and yeah, like I said, I haven't seen anything like it hasn't overheated.
Yeah. No, I think it's for. I mean, at this point, I think the car is pretty safe.
Okay, got it.
Like you said, it's just when you drive it and find out if you drive it pretty hard and see how the temps go.
Got it. All right, so it seems like the car is good, maybe, but I can't drive it for insurance reasons, so I guess we're gonna have to.
It overheated?
That's what I was told. It hasn't happened to me. I tried everything: AC running, heater running. I high idled it. I obviously haven't drove it and put load on it. Yeah. But I can't really do that. So Yeah, I checked over the car. It's not leaking anything. It's not boiling over. When I have the radiator cap going, there's no bubbles.
Fans are coming on.
Fans are coming on. They seem late. However, they're coming on and it's keeping it not overheating.
Yeah, so it's like, it's running at the temperature that everyone says it should run at.
Correct, but it seems hot to me.
So it's like 100°C?
Yes.
Is where it...
Right about, yes.
Yeah, is where it wants to stay.
Which seems hot.
Yeah, I don't know. Some cars do run like kind of warm for emissions.
Yeah.
So they want them to be like 212 degrees, like 100°C. I've seen like, I know a lot of V8s, like American cars, run even higher than that, like 215, 220. Yeah, exactly. So they like run really hot to make, like, to help burn all the fuel. And
but as a manufacturer, if you know this car is supposed to run hot, you wouldn't have the red gauge, the caution gauge to the driver. Hey, you need to pull over. Your shit is about to blow up. If it ran hot, you would have it to where, okay, it's running hot, and then if it runs this hot, there's an issue.
Help it be a little more, I don't know, not necessarily fuel efficient, but the exhaust is coming out of the tailpipes.
So another point that the guys at Yoast brought up, which could factor into it, is Dave was driving up Big Bear with AC on. I don't know how he was driving.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of load, uphill, AC on. Maybe could have been something weird. But
yeah, Big Bear's not that high of altitude though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, being at higher altitude, it could be a little hotter as far as how the engine runs.
Yeah. Hot day too.
Hot day, but I mean, we have had this car on track, like.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time it was on track, I think.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, it was in Canada.
Oh, okay. Well, didn't it go to Chuckwalla as well?
No, Dave drove the 570,
570 yes.
at Chuckwalla. So yeah, this car I drove. I did a few laps, and I think Dave was driving it that day also in Canada, but that was quite a while ago. So yeah, there still could be some sort of an issue.
I mean, Dave had me do an oil change on it just as a preemptive because it did have a ton of miles on it from the last time.
Yeah.
But nothing looked out of the ordinary. Oil was fairly clean, dirty, but no.
But not like, it didn't have water in it. It didn't look burned.
Yeah, nothing weird. And then I even did the head gasket test, like I said earlier, and I didn't see nothing. Color didn't change, no bubbles.
Yeah.
I had to manually aerate it, so.
Well,
one thing that Dave did bring up though is this. I asked him if this car's ever been serviced, and he says he can't remember. So maybe it's time for thermostat or water pump. Maybe I don't think so, but something's going on.
Yeah, I'll have to dig a little deeper, or maybe have our boys at Yoast help us out with this, since it's one of these street car issues where, you know, guys that work on these cars all the time, they're gonna know a lot more of the common issues. Obviously, they used to work at Lamborghini, or did they just work at McLaren? Both.
Both. It's a combo.
Yeah. So they know these cars probably pretty well, a lot better than Tim and I do. And yeah, Tim ran through all the basic stuff, like, and then some, to try to figure out what was wrong with it. And it's not overheating here. Might need to just get driven again by Dave, because he knows how he was driving it. Yeah, I don't know. So what do you think, Tim? Just button it up and...
Yeah, just button it up and let Dave come back and take it for a rip. Hopefully it's fixed. Maybe it was a phantom thing, hopefully. I don't think so, but...
Yeah, it's kind of weird, and then it's like that unknown, right? It's like you take it on the road, you don't know if it's going to happen again.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we can get it done. This thing's really going to come together quick now. Yeah, so let's get going on that thing. Well, guys, progress continues to come along on the F12. We've got some of the fuel lines done now, and we're mocking up the return line. So Tim's going to pop that in the car. We got the regulator up there. We've got our Y splitter mounted over here, and then some clamps holding it in place. Going into the fuel filter here. and then coming out of the fuel filter, that's going to go up. Obviously, we're going to put some clamps over there, and it runs over, and then it's going to run into the top of the fuel cell. So we'll get both of those lines done and fastened onto the car. And while Tim's working on that, I'm working on some other fuel system stuff. We just got our fuel injectors. So we've got some injector dynamics injectors here, starting to put them in. Looking really, really good. The fit is perfect on this, like on these runners. The injectors fit nice and snug in there, so there's no wiggle room, which helps with. One thing is fuel pressure, trying to push the injectors out of the rail and down. So sometimes you'll see on a factory car, there'll be a steel fuel rail and it'll have these clips that will hold the injectors in place. But usually on aftermarket fuel rails and stuff, you don't have those. So you can actually have the injector kind of sliding down into the bore and also sliding up through here and actually getting pushed from boost out towards the rail. So if there's any slop in there, sometimes they move, and if that O-ring gets too close to the corner, that O-ring can blow out and cause a boost leak, or an O-ring leaking from there causing a fuel leak and a high pressure spray of fuel in the engine compartment, which catches on fire really, really fast. So yeah, basically this Mad Sweet intake manifold is just perfection. Everything is spot on. Even on my drift car, I had to run a spacer. So I made a steel sleeve that went onto the injector to hold it in place perfectly, so it wouldn't walk around. But we don't have to do that on this. So those are gonna go together. I'll bolt all that stuff down, and those will be ready to go onto the engine when the engine comes back, hopefully the end of this week. So maybe another 4 or 5 days, we'll actually get the engine back here completed. We pop that in the car as well, and basically just start hooking up all the lines and hoses and everything to it. All right, we're getting really close to getting the F12 all put together, and even getting close to getting this thing running really soon. But before we do that, I have a few more things that I need to finish off on the engine. Now that we got it back from D-Sport, I have to make an alternator bracket. We're not gonna use the original alternator. It sits actually really high in this area, and because of the way we built the exhaust is right above it. So we wanna ditch that stock alternator. Also, we don't wanna use a Ferrari alternator because they're very expensive. And also, we really need to make sure that we get the pulley size to the pulley size on the alternator to the pulley size on the engine correct, so we get the right amount of rotations on the alternator. And I'm not sure what the factory alternator is rated for as far as how many RPM it can take. So I bought a racing alternator from PowerMaster. So I've got this guy here, and I actually reused the F12 pulley on it, and that gives us the right ratio for this alternator to have it charged properly. And right now I'm trying to work on a bracket. So I've got this cut out, and this is gonna go in right about there. I have to grind that out a little bit to get it to fit perfectly, but then I'll build some tabs off of it and make sure it's all square. And also, I need to make sure that it lines up perfectly with those ribs on that belt, because if it's off or twisted, it's gonna throw belts. So we're always gonna have issues with it. And when you're going from basically from idle to 9,000 RPM, and you push the clutch back in, the revs drop back down, you grab the e-brake, and then you get it back up to 9,000 RPM, that's a lot of stress on that belt and the alternator. So we really need to make sure we get it dead straight, which is what I'm working on at the moment. Make sure that we get everything lined up perfectly, and also figure out how we can get a spot to put the tension on the belt properly to keep it there where it's not going to flex and deflect at all. Also, the other thing I needed to work on was the high pressure fuel pump parts that go on top of the cams. Basically, the cams drive the high pressure fuel pumps, and we don't need those anymore because we went to port injection. So I'm blocking these off. I machined it down and welded the tops, and I left some material there. I didn't machine it down all the way because inside here where the ribs are, it gets a little bit thin if I was to take off more material. So basically just took some off, gave us enough clearance for the intake manifold and everything, which actually it fit with the intake manifold with these as they were. But while I was at it, I figured I'd knock it down some and also take a bit of the side of it off just to give us a little more clearance. So this one's actually almost ready to go. This is the oil passage right here. And if we didn't block that off, then the oil pump would be pumping oil through there and just dumping it out through here because there's no high pressure fuel pump or the little lifter that basically runs off of a cam lobe and pushes up on that high pressure fuel pump. It's just basically a rod that sticks down that gets pumped, and that's how they get thousands of PSI of fuel pressure from a regular fuel pump. So regular fuel pump in the tank pumps it up to the high pressure pumps, and then it really cranks the pressure up from there for the direct fuel injection. So we've got these, well actually one of them done, and I drilled that out and tapped it, and then I've got some set screws that I am going to Loctite in place. And these set screws are bigger than the hole was quite a bit. It's also bigger than the hole that the oil is fed from the block. So just if there's this, like, any possibility of the Loctite loosening and that thing backing out, it will not go inside of the oil passage. It will basically back out if it ever backs out and hit the top of the head, and then it can't go any lower than that. So we've got all the bases covered there. So we'll just put some red Loctite on there. Drop that in. And I got a lot of Loctite on that thing because I don't want it going anywhere, and it never needs to come out again. For a screw this size, there's really no other reason to use red Loctite except for the fact that I don't want it to ever come out. So that is a permanent screw in there now. And also I didn't drill the hole and tap it all the way down. I only drilled it deep enough. So basically it has like a step. So this will bottom out against there, and I can actually tighten it down onto there as well. So it's tightened down and red Loctite, it's not going anywhere. So this one is good to go. I will reinstall that. Another reason that I didn't cut those ribs off is because I had to make sure that this doesn't warp at all when I weld it, because that is where the cam rides. So if that was to warp, then the cam would be tight on those bearings basically. And well, there is no bearings, it just rides straight on the aluminum. So I need to make sure that I had a lot of material here, didn't have to put too much heat into it, but looks pretty good. I will take this tape off and install it now, and then I'll show you guys what I did when I do the other one. So we'll put it in the mill, machine that down, and get it ready to go. All right, so I got the other side out and put it in the vise, and I've got it in the vise basically where I'm gonna cut it off, so I'm not putting any marks on it. But first thing I need to do is pull these dowel pins out. So these line it up to make sure that it's perfectly set in the head and there's no twist or offset where the cam rides. But I need to get those out so I can put it in the mill and have a flat surface to make sure that it's held into the mill well. And also I'll drill this out and tap it right now while it's in the vise, while I have it before I cut it down, so I have a spot to clamp it down properly. All right, so it's about 45 seconds of heating this thing up to expand the aluminum. Now I'll take these pliers here and just give it a twist and pull up on it at the same time. I really want to be careful not to mess up the dowel, so don't squeeze too hard. I don't want to leave teeth mark in it either, but it's coming out. There we go. Okay, so that guy is out and is in good condition, so it is reusable. And it's very hot, so I'm gonna leave that right there. So also, that's about a minute of heating it up. Yeah, not a big deal. But when I'm holding the phone with one hand and trying to work on the car with the other hand, obviously it just takes a lot longer. So that's another reason why builds take longer when you film them and document nearly every step of the process. Just setting up, talking about the shot, thinking about what you're gonna say, which usually I don't do much of. I just kind of like talk. It's I've been doing this for so long. I kind of have the whole thought process in my head, so it's not that big of a deal for me. But yeah, I mean, there's all this custom stuff that we're doing here that just isn't a normal kind of everyday type of thing. Like building a roll cage or something. When you have a fab shop, you're always building cages, you're always building, you know, something like that. but doing all these little things where I'm trying to figure out how much material to cut off of these high pressure fuel pump mounts, how much to leave, what's the best way to block off the oil pressure passages, all that stuff. Just, you know, everything takes time. All right, I got both the dowel pins out. Now I'm going to drill this out and I'm going to put the camera down because I want to use 2 hands to make sure I get the angle correct. Hole is drilled. Now I'm going to tap it. This cheapo tap handle is kind of a pain. It's just slipping up here. Once again, I'm gonna put the camera down, tighten it. So I got the high pressure fuel pump cam tower in here now. This is not a high precision setup. If it is off by 1/4 of a degree, it's okay. I'm just going to make it flat on top and weld a plate on it. So if I was trying to make this exactly parallel with the bottom, I'd use some leveling blocks. I don't have any, so opted for some pieces of 1-inch square tubing, which will work perfectly fine. Also put a couple pieces of aluminum in there to get it up high enough to get off of that little step thing right there, so I can clamp it in there properly. And now I'm just gonna start chopping this down. So I'll take this section off, and then I'll come back and cut the top down and flatten it out. All right, it's all machined down now, but before I weld the plate to this, inside, let's see if I can focus on that, but inside, there's a lot of burrs. So I'm gonna take a die grinder and go through there and clean up all that stuff that could possibly fall off into the engine. Obviously, we don't want that. You can see it's just like rough edges through there. So I'll go over it with the die grinder, make it all nice and smooth, and then I'll sand this top edge and get all of those side burrs off as well, and probably just knock those sharp edges off of there, and then I will be good to weld this thing up. All right, that's looking much better. There's no more sharp edges on here. No burrs that are gonna fall off. So now I just need to clean it up. Acetone, brake cleaner, blow it off with air, get all those little metal particles out of there. And I can make a plate for the top and weld it on. The part is all clean. I got the plate cut out for it. And I have it here on the fixture table, clamped down for 2 reasons. One, to hold the plate in place, but also to make sure that this piece is making really good contact with this table, so I don't get any arcing from underneath the aluminum onto the steel, which is gonna create a high spot and have this piece not fit exactly perfect on the engine. So make sure it's clamped down nice and snug, and now I can just go ahead and weld this up. We're working on the alternator bracket now, and made a couple of tabs for it and made sure they're all lined up to be square on that edge, so it makes it easier to line this up.
We have some news here with Qualcomm. There's been a release here about, I guess something about a new product or something. I haven't looked into it just yet. Right here. Right here. All right. Shit. All right. Analyst Ming Chao Ku says strong Snapdragon 8 Gen 4 shipments to significantly boost Qualcomm's Q4 24 physical F1 Q25, which would be Q1 of 2025. So pretty much the end of this year, the first half of next year. This should help bring in some coin. Let's see. The highest price was promised. Let's see. So here it is. Snapdragon 8 Gen.
BSFC.
Okay.
Bravo Sandy Foxtrot Charlie.
Look, they just sent a ton of people to this address.
From the CEO.
So this is the highest price.
Reporting
All right, you guys can.
liability reduction.
This is through Medium.com. Ming Chi Kuo. Chinese-made smartphones reached about 80% market share during recent Golden Week holiday. Blah 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 blah. Wait, how did I do that? How the fuck did I do that? How did I do that? Oh. I got it.
Shares of Qualcomm, ticker QCOM, continuing higher after that article, trading up 2.5%.
We tacked it in place off of our measurements, but we're about a half a millimeter too far back. So I'm gonna cut the tacks and move this forward a half of a millimeter to make sure that the ribs here and on the pulley are perfectly lined up. It's not a ton off right now, a half a millimeter, but if we cut those tacks and redo it right now, it'll take 5 or 10 minutes and we can get it perfect instead of putting it in the car and hoping that a half a millimeter isn't too much and then throwing belts and having issues. So we're gonna cut those tacks. Should be good to go after that. All right, so everything looks good now. Basically, I use this machinist angle to find out the depth of the last rib in the pulley, and then I checked the depth of the rib on the pulley here, and we are lined up. So now both of those are lined up and square, so it's not twisted at all. Now I need to make a bracket for the bottom of the alternator. So something to grab this with a slot in it so we can move it in and out to tension the belt. The only thing over here is this kind of nub sticking out, and that won't be that strong. It's gonna probably want to rotate, and also with this being off quite a bit from the center, it's not going to be extremely strong. I could make this and put like a triangle gusset in there or something, but I think what I'll do is have a flat plate here and then something that goes from here and kind of swoops all the way over there. So it'll grab here and here, and then I'll be able to tension the alternator from there. So I'm gonna figure out what that looks like basically by measuring from here to here and then looking at that swing around there, figuring out where that bolt hole is, figuring out the offsets. So that'll take a little while, bit of measuring, but we'll get it done. Well, after working on the alternator plate some more, I wasn't extremely happy with the placement. So basically, this alternator has a standard hole in it. It's like a 7/16 hole, and I'm trying to use metric hardware since it's on the engine. So this hole is closer to 11 and a quarter millimeters, and we were using a 10 millimeter bolt. So in these holes, so there was a lot of slop for the alternator basically to wiggle around, and it wasn't really setting perfectly straight when you loosen the bolts and then you tighten them again, kind of shifted. So the alternator was moving around slightly and it wasn't lining up perfectly. So I think what I'm gonna do is drill this hole out to 12 millimeters, and that way I can use a 12 millimeter bolt that's gonna fit nice and snug inside that hole. So it's basically helping to lock it in. The surface area on the ends is flat, but there's a small amount of surface area, so it's still allowing it to rock around in there. And well, I want it to be dead on. So I'm gonna grab some drill bits and drill that hole out to 12, and then make a couple new tabs that have 12 millimeter holes in them. And the reason I'm gonna make new tabs.
If you're able to get on that SoFi downside move, you're up. I mean, even if you got in from 10, 11 to 12 cents, that's a nice move. It's a really nice move already. I was hoping for a bounce back here, and it should start to. Just all I'm asking for is a little bounce back SoFi. We'll see if it gives it to us. I'm not sure where this volume came in from, why it even showed up in the first place. Yeah, what was that about?
And not just drill this is because I'm gonna make this radius a little bit bigger here as well, so it has a little more surface area on these tabs as well. Well, that worked out much better. So got a 12 millimeter bolt in there now. It's nice and solid. Got the tensioner bracket all done. So now I think all we need to do is, well, I think it's time to get the engine off the stand, get the clutch on here, and measure the clutch and make sure that the release bearing will fit. Here, grab that, Tim. So I took a guess off of some measurements that I had taken a while ago on which release bearing to get. So hopefully it will be really close or perfect. If not, if it's a little bit too close to the clutch, then I'm gonna have to cut this down in the lathe. And if it's a little bit too short, I can just add a spacer, which is pretty easy. But hopefully it's spot on. So we're gonna get the engine off right now, pull off the engine mount and everything, because we can't get to the clutch because it's bolted onto the back here on the stand. So we'll just put it on the hydraulic jack table. That'll give us a nice solid surface to get the engine onto, rather than trying to lift it up right now and hang it from the engine hoist where it's kind of dangling around on the chains. And I also made some tabs so that when we do lift the engine by the hoist, we've got some tabs to bolt some chains onto. So we'll bolt the chains on back here and then through these bolts. So we'll have a nice solid place to lift the engine up so we can put it in the car really soon. Probably later today or maybe tomorrow morning, depending on how this all goes with the clutch. That was actually really easy. The engine's off the stand. Now we will just pull off the engine mount. Actually, we'll just pull it off from these bolts surrounding, which is this custom adapter plate that I made a while back to get this Harbor Freight engine stand to fit onto a Ferrari engine. All right, Mark, so next up, what are you gonna do?
All right, so the next thing we're gonna do here, we're gonna get down pipes and a tune.
All right, that's why Mark holds the camera and I work on cars. Okay, so next step, we got the flywheel on here. And I've just got 4 bolts in there right now, and it's all snug down basically to hold the flywheel tight against the crank. I want to put Loctite in it, but I don't want to put Loctite in the bolts before I get it snug down. And the reason is that when you put the flywheel on and you're sticking these bolts in with a bunch of Loctite on them, sometimes they can get in between the flywheel surface and the back of the crankshaft, And if you get too much in there, it'll actually hold the flywheel slightly crooked, and you'll have a flywheel that isn't completely flat, and you'll have a vibration. So to eliminate that, we just put the bolts in, put 4 of them in, or put all of them in and just remove one at a time and put Loctite in, and then torque them down. So that's what we're gonna do now. That's just something that's kind of, you know, one step above. I've seen it one time in many, many years of doing this, where Loctite was actually holding a flywheel sideways, so it can't happen. Clutch is bolted down, so we've got all the plates in there, all the floaters, and pull the input shaft out of the transmission so we can use it as a very solid alignment tool. That looks really good. Makes a nice noise too. All right, so we need to measure where the clutch fingers are in relation to the back of the engine. So straight edge across here, measure that. We're that's about right around 55. Over here, about 8 millimeters. I'd say that's about 8.5 millimeters, and this was about 54 and a half. So 8 and 54, so we're yeah 40. So basically we're 46 millimeters of depth there. So ideally on this, we want about 4 to 5 millimeters of spacing. So what did I say, Tim?
46.
46. So we should be around 50 here.
That looks like more than 50, right? Or no?
We're at 49.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So we've got about 3 millimeters of spacing.
You want a little more though, right?
Yeah, we want a little bit more. But I think that's pretty good, and definitely run like that. The only issue would be that as the clutch wears and the discs get a little bit thinner, these start to move up. So we're gonna lose that gap. And if we lose the gap completely and the bearing's constantly touching, then it's basically gonna make the clutch slip. So if we did it and we left it like this, after, I don't know, maybe, well, can't really say how many miles or how many days because it all depends on the abuse, but after some time.
Listen to this.
Employees and the environment have been on profit maximization. Now, Musk, as he often...
So you're not allowed to want to own a business that you indeed have to worry about maximum profit prioritization. Their words, not mine. So this is the demonizing, you know, where it's they're trying to say that Elon Musk is spewing all this, that, the third. They are in fact spewing the same exact shit, if not even worse. So what are we doing here? And this fucking fruitcake looking ass motherfucker, look at him. Look. There's nothing wrong with being
His
a fruitcake.
politics
That's the way you swing. That's the way you swing. That's your life. That's the thing. That's your
He
right.
doesn't really
That's your
care.
right.
He's
Look at him.
even his Tesla board of directors, even his brother, is like, calm down, get off the politics, kid.
No, it's kind of hard to get off the politics when you've been where you've been at for such a long time, and then you finally get away from it, then it goes right back, and you're like, damn, I just want out of this mess. You know, no, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. That same spaceship that made its first landing back down on ground yesterday, that's the same company and same person and same team that Kamala Harris fucking demonizes. It's really not, though. But Elon's doing enough. This is so funny.
You agree with that? His ability to do business here. If he wasn't tweeting, if he wasn't posting, if he wasn't getting involved in political campaigns, they wouldn't have as much reason to hit back against him. But you could argue, certainly, I think, Sarah, that California on many fronts for a number of time has regulated more like the Europeans. They've been more onerous with their regulations, but Musk is not helping his case whatsoever here if he still needs to operate here, which he does.
Meantime,
does he though?
Keeping his politics and business separately, he may not be facing these problems. I think
What a joke. I don't even understand the point of any of this. They're saying it's hurting his ability to do business. Clearly it's not. Clearly it's not hurting him at all. GME, let's do it, Harold. I'm sorry, buddy. I just saw your comment. Harold, I hope you're doing good, bro. I hope you're doing good. Let's look at it. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, let's go. What's funny is I was looking at GameStop, or I thought about it this morning. Where are we at? Underneath 21. I think here's the thing. I think we're on the backside trade here. Because we started to make a lot of progress, and then look, we failed. We were really shooting for that 25, even 28 level, if possible. Let me pull up the daily chart. I think it's topped. I'm just going to let you know. If you get a pop and drop, I think if you get a pop, I would look to be short. That's just my opinion. Let's have a look. Again, all we ask is to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so. That's all we ask. If you guys want to give back to the stream donation, one-on-one, whatever, what have you, to help continue to make this stream free. I mean, you got your 20-day moving average there. It's probably moved, so let me go back, remove. All right, so there's our 20-day moving average. I know it takes forever. I do apologize. Yeah, and the 50-day. Look at that. You just hit that 50-day moving average. You guys, I don't know if you guys can see it there. Use the 20-day. It already broke the 20-day. So you just went up and hit the 50-day and rejected it, and you still didn't hold the 20-day. Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second, and I got you guys. I'm going to go over.
Coca-Cola, ticker KO, Kilo Oscar. Seeing a headline from Bloomberg, Africa bloc probes alleged anti-competitive Coca-Cola conduct. That is ticker KO.
All right. This thing is hard. It's so hard because it's so extended. It just looks like shit. The chart looks like shit. Keep an eye out for $21. See if you can hold 21. And if DJT stops going higher and it starts to pull back, maybe this is next. Maybe this is next. But I think it was just a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that this was trying to make progress, trying to extend higher here, up to the mid 20s to mid to high 20s, and it couldn't do it, and it failed. I don't know if there's any news. Company post on X saying pre-orders for the 30th annual PS5 digital edition have sold out. Oh my gosh, like that's gonna make a difference. So PS5 orders made this pop. You still have room on the 5-hour or on the 1-hour chart. Come on. Let me see here real quick. So the reason I'm doing this is because I don't think there's a trade there. I got to be honest with you. I got to be honest with you. Unless you caught this when the news came out, I don't think there's a trade here. Like so you're finding support here. The trade I would look to take is maybe the short back at the 20-day at like, I don't know. Like I would watch it. I don't think there's much of a trade here. I don't. Just don't think there is. Why are my charts doing this? You are holding 21.25. I don't know why it's just the GameStop chart is why the charts look like this. And they just go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I would I don't know. This is a no trade for me. I got to be honest with you. It's not really a trade for me. You're holding prior day's high right now. But aside from that... Okay, so look. You know what? Maybe... Like, here's how I would have to trade this. I'd have to look for a short. I'd have to be short. And I would have to be short the pops and look for a move back into, like, 21. But you're already at 21.20. Like, how much money are you going to make on 20 cents? So, I don't think it's a trade. I think there was just some news. It popped. And you had to be able to be on that when the news came out. I wouldn't do much with it. I would wait. You could wait and watch it. Let's see. And like you see here how like this is what stinks about this. Like you see how we got above that 20-day and like we tested the 50-day, and the fact that when we pull off of this 50-day moving average, it doesn't hold the 20. And it is holding this level, but it didn't hold the 20-day. Which I wouldn't put as much into the 20-day as I would the 50-day. Like what I'm trying to say is this pivot low here, this little support zone down here at like the low $21 area. It's like 21.25 to 21. See if you just hold that. See if you can hold above here, and maybe today, yeah, like look at this 3-minute chart here. So if you get a consolidation here, and you can get VWAP to rise up a little bit, maybe you consolidate, and then like see if it runs higher at the end of the day today, back through the 20-day, back up to the 50-day. Because what'll happen is anybody that got short on this pop and at the 50-day, they're going to start exiting their positions going into the close. So it is potential that if you just sit here, you could find yourself like consolidating right in this area. If you get something that goes like this and you start putting in a higher low, then it's like, okay, we're going to go back to the 20. Bang, you start holding that 2020 level. The next thing you know, this thing starts, you know what I'm saying, starts working its way up. I'd keep an eye on it. The volume is still there. The volume is really heavy up there at 22. So if I'm watching GME, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a lunchtime consolidation and a consolidation till about 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30, and look to see if we can grind higher going into the close.
frequency in the seasons ahead, or is this more about sort of urban areas filling in, getting more dense, and therefore disasters being more expensive?
We'd have to pull it back out and then modify it to get a little bit more gap. But I think they usually have a plastic bushing underneath the bearing in here. So this thing is really simple. It's just a piston. Soon, maybe even the day after you see this video. So obviously stay tuned for that. We have a lot going up fairly soon. All of that foreseeable future, we're gonna check the clutch, whatever it might be. You can do all that and not have to rebleed the system and lose all that fluid and make a mess. So those things are really handy. All right, well.
Remember this about day.
85 interchange, it's north and east up in this area.
All right, guys. Just give me one
So
second.
in general, Agent Bernie, from that call at 7:29 p.m. till the last call depicted on this slide at 7:59 p.m., what is the general direction of travel for the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
So the device has activity in this general area the last time at 7:31. We then see the device travel southbound, eventually using this tower and sector here in close proximity to this associated address number 2 at 7:50. And then shortly thereafter, we see the device start moving northbound again. And this slide ends at 7:59. You can see the tower and sector used there again, just north of that I-20/85 interchange.
SMCI is
And Agent Bernie, the two numbers on this slide that end in 0102 that don't have a name associated with it, do you see those?
I do.
Is that or is that not the same phone number that the device we looked at of Mr. Copeland interacted with when at 7:51 p.m.?
It is the same phone number, yes.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to publish slide 16. What is the first call on this slide?
So again, this is the review period between 8:01 and 8:30 p.m. still on the 10th. The first activity we have is at 8:21. You see it there. It's an outgoing call to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell. You see the tower and sector of that device used right there.
And for that 8:21 outgoing call to the device associated with Kevin Treadwell, where is the device associated with Mr. McMullen in relation to 1080 West Peachtree Street Northwest?
Again, you can see the towers and sectors used. I would say that tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area here that would also include the Williams.
So between the first call we looked at 7:29 p.m. to this 8:21 p.m. call, what is the general movement of the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, so it departed, again, the area around the Williams condo, 7:31, went south near that associated address number 2 at 7:50 p.m. had an activity down there, and then moved back north, eventually arriving in the area around the Williams condo at 8:21, having activity in that area around 8:21.
I can't.
Agent Bernie, I am publishing slide 17. Were you ever asked to analyze a phone number ending in 3145 associated with a Justin Cobb?
I was.
What was the time frame you were asked to analyze that phone number?
Again, I looked at between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. on the 10th.
All right, I'm doing some fact checking here. Some of you guys are saying that love is off of the case. I'm fact checking that, but I want to see it from a source before we call that a definitive.
Agent Bernie, can you indicate for the jury and show them where the first call, the time and tower and sector for the first call from this phone?
Yeah, so again, looked at 6:30 to 8:30. The thing to remember is, again, we can only see towers and sectors associated with activity. So this device during that time period only had 2 activities. The first of which is at 7:31 and 37 seconds. And we see that's an outgoing call. And we see the tower and sector used, again, would be one in close proximity to the Williams condo on West Peachtree Street.
Then prove it.
And
Doesn't matter.
Agent Bernie,
you can't say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you this stuff. You know what you do with it is up to you. But if you do something stupid and you break the law, that doesn't make me accountable. Doesn't make me accountable. The responsibility is in the person who did the act. I honestly love it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But overall, I think in individual stocks, been looking at it bottoms up, there is additional upside, but I'd be cautious about putting new capital into the market.
All right, so nothing here.
Had major runs because clearly they are thinking that I'm going to get surprised to the upside, or others will get surprised to the upside.
Okay, she responded. How did you respond if you're not in the courtroom?
I'm republishing slide 15. Where is the device associated with Justin Cobb at 7:31 p.m. in relation to the device associated with Mr. McMullen at 7:31 p.m.?
Yeah, so those devices, again, are in the same general area. Obviously, with call detail records, we can't say specifically where a device is, but we can say a general area based on the towers. And both of those devices, again, would be in the general area around the Williams condo at 7:31.
And Agent Bernie, is these...
Yeah, guys, I don't know if it's true. That would be a stretch, especially after Fani just sent that email on Friday. So that's why I definitely want to be careful here and fact check that. So let me confirm, but do not call that as...
And what was the time frame you were asked to analyze that phone?
Again, reviewed roughly the same time. This is 6:20 to 8:22 on the 10th.
Publishing slide 20. What is the time and location of this call depicted on slide 20?
So again, the only activity during this time period for this device associated with Mr. Sledge is at 6:20 p.m. on the 10th, and we can see the tower and sector. Again, that puts that device somewhere in this general area.
And who is the outgoing call at 6:20? Is it to any other phone number that you were asked to analyze?
I was. It's associated to Mr. Zecher.
Publishing slide 21. Agent Bernie, can you explain this single tower, but what's depicted there from 7:55 to 8:22 p.m.?
Yep. So again, activity of the same device ending in 893935 associated with Mr. Sledge, 7:55, 8:22 p.m. We can see the tower here, and it actually used 2 different sectors. One we see is associated with 30, and one says -1. The -1 there just shows that the tower list didn't specifically have the sector orientation. I had to go back and verify that with the provider themselves. So in this case, this is an AT&T device. So AT&T provided that the azimuth for what's listed here as -1 is actually 90 degrees. So what we see is, again, tower and sector activity between 7:55 and 8:22 puts the device in this general area here, as it used, two sides of the same tower.
And Agent Bernie, in this window from 7:55 to 8:22 p.m. depicted on slide 21, is there any communication between the device associated with Mr. Sledge and the device associated with Mr. Zachary?
There is.
Can you show the jury the time of those communications?
Yeah, so the Mr. Zachary associated device is the 5726 last four. So we see one at 7:55, and then we see one again at 7:56.
And so here's what's interesting, guys. Shout out to Thugger Daily. You guys know I always have him or that team's Twitter feed just pulled up on the side as we are doing this. One thing that they just mentioned, this is an interesting observation. We're going through all of this cell phone data right now. We're looking at the triangulation. We are looking at where people were before Nutt's murder and after Nutt's murder, and putting everybody in the Williams condo and Young Thug's condo. So we're seeing all of that. But here's what's interesting. When he showed that grid, and I will put cards on this if you're watching this on replay, there are two people missing, two phone numbers that were missing. Yak Gotti is not included on there, and Shannon Stillwell is not included on there. And ironically, they're the ones who have allegedly were deeply, intimately involved in the murder of Nutt. So interesting that that part is left out for the jury, and it's likely that it will come up on cross.
Agent Bernie, who is associated with the phone number ending in 5991?
That device is associated to Mr. Copeland.
And is there a call between the device of Mr. Sledge and the device of Mr. Copeland depicted on this slide?
There is 8:22 p.m. an incoming call to Mr. Sledge's device from Mr. Copeland's device.
Agent Bernie, I'm publishing slide 22. Were you ever asked to analyze a phone number associated with Mr. Bradford ending in 8008? What was the time frame you were asked to analyze that device?
Again, we have 6:36 p.m. to 8:27 p.m., both on the 10th.
Publishing slide 23. Agent Bernie, can you walk the jury through the movement of the device associated with Mr. Bradford with the towers depicted from 6:36 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.?
I can. So again, this slide, January 10th, 6:36 to 7:19 p.m. Again, location of interest was the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street. See that as the red box there. The first call during this time period is this one down here. It's hard to see, but it says 6:36 p.m. We see the device is in this general area. 6:38, the device is now using this tower in the sector here, has moved northbound. And then at 6:52, we see the device now using this tower and sector here, uses that at 6:52. 6:56, now we're using this tower and sector here, and then eventually it bounces back to this one here at 7:12, 7:14, and 7:19.
Now, Agent Bernie, from that first call at 6:36 p.m. In what appears to be Peoplestown from the map, do you see that?
I do.
When does the device associated with Bradford or the travel from that Peoplestown tower till the last call at 7:19 p.m., how is that movement in relation to the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yeah, so the initial call, 6:36, again down here in the south side of the slide, moves up to the I-2085 interchange area, and then it moves westbound, first having an activity in this general area here at 6:52, And then again, it uses this tower, bounces to this tower, and bounces back to this tower again. Again, think of the sprinkler system, right? There's going to be some overlap between the two. We have this tower initially, then we bounce to this one, then we bounce back, which means that there's probably in some of the overlap between this tower and this tower here. And then eventually 719 is the last call mapped on this slide.
So Agent Bernie, to be clear, between 6:52 p.m. and 7:19 p.m. is the device associated with Mr. Bradford in the general area of 330 McDaniel Street.
Yes, I can't specifically say it, but I would say it's in the overlap between those two, and that overlap would be, again, in this general area here.
Publishing slide 24. When is the next call after the 7:19 p.m. call?
It might be time here. Listen, I want to.
Strategy, ticker MSTR, Michael Sandy Tango Romeo, turning negative.
I want to go.
About 6%.
See, I was wanting to go long, but I felt like there was. Okay, so Whoa. So, okay. MSTR, I'm not sure what's going on here. It's obviously pulling back, and we talked about this. So we were talking about, this 225 zone. I mean, these are the levels from pre-market. Okay, it made a run to break out to a new high. That new high failed. It failed to hold the previous high on the pullback. All right. I think Bitcoin's going lower, guys. Nobody's saying this, and I didn't say it this morning, but it looked like to me this weekend that Bitcoin, come on, bro, BTC USD. It looked like to me, there's a new low. Here's a low. Here's a new low. There's a lower high. There's a lower high, and then another lower high. I think this. Well, I might be wrong here now. I just think this is overdone. I do. I think Bitcoin is overdone, and I really think that this is due for a pullback. I think Bitcoin's going to start pulling back. It's just my opinion. I think the probability that it starts pulling back is pretty damn high. I would look for Bitcoin to get back to like 62, 63,000. He had some really nice volume today. I'm not sure why. Like what the reason was for that volume. But I'm looking for this thing to pull back. That's another technically this is another lower high, guys. We're making higher highs here, but it's starting to flip. There's your high. There's the pop. So that's the high. So I guess if we could look at MSTR and say, I don't know if this would be a wise idea. I don't know if this is the smartest idea that I've had, but see, they want 450 for a 200. That's wild. That's ridiculous. So they're talking 495. You need to get to a 195 or so for a 200 put. That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure it's doable, but all right. Anyway, I think Bitcoin's going to pull back. So if you want to look at Mara, Coinbase has been a little, has been a little more weaker than the others. Could look at that one. I hate these charts. I really do. We're in a position, or we're in an area where what the market's done for the past week or two has like made the charts look awful in some cases. Alright, so there's Mara. Look at the volume on Mara. That's insane.
The next activity is at 7:24,
I still
and we
think
can see
Bitcoin's
the
going to
device
start pulling
move
back.
again from where it was up in the vicinity of the crime.
Dude, what, is she sick?
Ticker DJT continued higher, trading up about 11%.
Dude.
All right, these people are taking forever to walk in. Let's skip ahead with use the TiVo time.
All right, DJT is up at its 100-day moving average.
That is a long time to walk into a courtroom. All right. Are we good now, Atkins? We ready?
Right,
Publishing slide 24.
hold up.
Agent Bernie, picking up, where does the device associated with Mr. Bradford travel after that 7:24 p.m. call?
Yeah, 724. It moves from this general area
Guys, DJT's going bananas right now.
here, southbound, and uses a tower that's in a general area associated with associated address number 2 between 7:31 and 8:08 p.m.
Agent Bernie, within that time frame of 7:31 p.m. to 8:08 p.m., starting at the top, do you see any phone calls with other numbers you analyzed?
I do.
Where are they at the top?
Yep. So the first one is that we see is this Justin Cobb, an incoming call to the Bradford device, 7:31 and 50 seconds. And then the next one down is a incoming call at 7:31 and 53 seconds to the McMullen device.
And Agent Bernie, when at that 7:31 call, where is the devices associated with Mr. Cobb and the devices associated with Mr. McMullen on these two 7:31 p.m. calls at that time?
Well, can you repeat that question again?
Yes. Do you see the location here for those 7:31 calls at 7:31 and 50 milliseconds and 7:31 and 53 milliseconds?
Seconds, yes, right here.
I am going to republish slide 15. Do you see on slide 15 that 7:31 p.m. call between the device associated with Mr. Bradford and the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
I do. The McMullen device, 7:31 p.m. Again, using a tower and sector in the general vicinity of the Williams complex.
And Agent Bernie, I'm going to publish slide 18. Do you see that call at 7:31 p.m. between the device associated with Mr. Bradford and the device associated with Mr. Cobb?
I do.
And where is the device associated with Mr. Cobb at that point in time?
Again, using a tower and sector
only said that
in the
'cause I didn't
vicinity of the Williams complex.
Going back to slide 24. Agent Bernie, do you see the call, or do you see that the device associated with Mr. Bradford has a call at 7:47 p.m.?
Lock them all up.
I do.
And is that in the general area of 35 Oak Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Sergeant Brown.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to publish slide 15. Do you
My man, racist
see
as
a
hell.
call on slide 15 at
He's ready to
7:50
lock
p.m.?
somebody up and throw away the key.
I do.
And
I do. I see it right here. Yep.
is
That
this
was him. Right here.
3 minutes after the call that we just discussed with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And
She's laughing.
where is
Not
the
at me.
device associated with Mr. McMullen at 7:50 p.m.?
Again, using the tower and sector here in close proximity to the general area associated with associated address number 2.
So is the device associated with Mr. McMullen and a device associated with Mr. Bradford at 7:47 p.m. or 7:50 p.m.? Where are they in relation to one another?
They're in the same general area around associated address number 2.
But if you were to ask me, my assumptions is they was right here.
Going back to slide 24.
Instead of just saying, yeah, I think they're innocent.
After that, or what is the only other tower depicted on slide 24 that is that we have not discussed?
Yeah, there's a tower here at 807 out here that's used for an outgoing call.
Agent Bernie, I'm publishing slide 25. What are, or where is the movement of the device associated with Mr. Bradford between 8:17 and 8:27?
So again, the slide covers that time period, 8:17 to 8:27. We see the tower and sector used, again, put that device in this general area here, 8:17 to 8:23. And then we have activity on this tower and sector over here to the west at 8:27.
Agent Bernie, I am publishing slide 26. Were you ever asked to analyze a phone number ending in 3904 associated with Jeffrey Williams?
I was.
And what was the time frame that you were requested to analyze?
Charleston White got arrested again.
Calls between 7:03 and 8:22 p.m.
Is the device associated with Jeffrey Williams communicating with, and at what time?
Between the 7:03 and 7:31.
Between 7:03 and 7:29, or at 7:29.
Yep. So you have the 7:03 call again with Dolly Greer, and then a 7:29 incoming call from the McMullen device.
And for all of these calls depicted on this slide, is the device associated with
Attorney General's
Williams? Where is it in relation to?
Oh my
I told you I
God.
would go get
This man
my
pepper
guy.
sprayed a cat. That's not even funny, man. Like, what is wrong with Charleston White? Innocent animals. Like, what is wrong with you?
Again, we can see the
Right, what the
tower
fuck is that
sector
about?
that's used here. One thing to note is this is T-Mobile, right? All the green dots. There's a lot
Of a
more
rolling
green dots
50
than in
Crip.
some
They
of
call him
the
5-5
other
Street
providers, right?
Crip.
So T-Mobile,
Baby OG Baby
loves
Snap.
putting
He got a cell phone in prison.
towers in there, and some of which are taller towers. I obviously didn't look up every tower in here, but I did look up the tower that was used here at 703 to 731. And this is a very large tower. It's about 156 feet, I think, in height. So again, that would again put that phone in this general area here.
And Agent Bernie,
Facts, Mars, facts.
where is the device associated?
Okay, so this is what this was about.
Information that you're calling about, and we will return to your call at our earliest convenience. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Charleston White. I'm a victim of a crime by a guy of a rolling 50 Crip. They call him 5-5 Street Crip. Baby OG Baby Snap. He got a cell phone in prison and he's making threats to victims via social media. He's recording threatening videos that's very terrifying in a prison cell in the dark, and he's making gang threats. My contact number is area code 936-255-5102. I'm calling in reference to a Department of Correction and Rehabilitation inmate by the name of OG Baby Snaps, rolling 55 Street Crips, and I think his real name is Michael or Mitch Hunt. He's calling, leaving threatening message via cell phone in prison. Michael Hunt, OG Baby Snaps, rolling 50 Crips, 55 Street. My name is Charleston White, and I'm the victim that he's victimizing. My contact number is 936-25.
Oh my God, bro.
Associated with Mr. McMullen located at when this 7:29 p.m. call is made?
So it's also in the same general area here. Obviously, it's a different provider of the McMullen device.
Call we just discussed on the slide before. What was the device associated with Jeffrey Williams travel?
The next activity is 7:33. We see it down here, but kind of cuts off some of the bottom. So at 7:33, there's an outgoing call to the Treadwell device. Again, the device associated with Mr. Williams is in the general area of the associated
Taking off,
address.
guys.
Now, Agent Bernie, going back to slide 27, do you
Just
see
about
the
to get another one,
7:31
Scooby.
p.m. call we just
Jeez.
discussed?
I do.
Now, publishing slide 28, can you explain for the jury, does that tower at 7:33, how long after is that call?
Approximately 2 minutes.
Is that a small, average, or large distance to travel in 2 minutes?
As a large distance.
Can you explain for the jury some, what do you make of that, or how do you explain that?
Yeah, so again, between
volatility is
this
insane
tower
on this
and the tower used on the previous slide, I think it's about 7.
Shout out to Love's Curly Hair. Absolutely. Guys, I'm in Massachusetts right now. Definitely moving back to Georgia soon. But while I'm up here, why not? Definitely going to cover the Karen Reed case. I'm going to start picking up more content on that in December to get ready for it. Her trial date is scheduled for January 27th. If you guys don't know, Karen Reed was on trial for murdering her boyfriend, who was a Boston cop. But there's a lot of fishy things about his murder. It looked like it was a cover up. There was corruption from the state police officers, and the whole case is crazy. It was like a movie. So they're going to retry it, and that is happening in January. Great question. Love curly hair. Let's go back into this.
To 8 kilometers. Again, that's about 4.5, 5 miles approximate. Don't hold me to the map there. And that's about 2 minutes in between those two calls. What's in discussing this with T-Mobile folks and other folks within our industry, if you go back to page 27, what we believe happened is
I'll pose an objection to confrontation.
Right. You can't assume
response.
Yes, you cannot
Your Honor,
assume a guy.
I need to approach to appropriately respond, but it'll be brief.
Okay, looks like they're doing a quick sidebar. Speaking of Karen, you know you're from the north when you don't pronounce the word or the name Karen like Karen. You pronounce it like Karen. All right, brief sidebar. They're back right here.
Okay.
Have you worked standing or sitting? If you're not using that, you feel free to sit.
Agent Bernie, have
See if you can find that story on the Venezuelan gangs taking over the apartment building in Colorado.
We have new information on what we've learned is happening inside an apartment complex. This video shows armed men walking through a building, knocking on doors.
So remember me bringing up New Jack City last week? I guess a couple of the kids started watching the movie, and guess what? This is exactly why you have the First Amendment, foreign and domestic. Okay? These fucking dumbass kids come around here thinking they can do whatever the fuck they want. Blow their fucking head off. It's as easy as that. I don't know the story that's going on here, but I'm going to tell you right now. They're not just going to show up in a jumpsuit with a rifle and a scope and just be hanging out with a little pistol. Like if this was the police. Like, blow the fucking brains out. Because they're going to do it to you and any other innocent bystanding citizen of this nation. Blow them the fuck off this map.
Than entering an apartment. The apartment complex is at 12th and Dallas and Aurora.
In doing so, have taken over several apartment complexes.
Venezuelan gangs are taking over the real estate. They're becoming real estate developers. And they have... Do they get little cards? Their little card is a bullet.
Yes! Kamala Harris will work to deliver on that and secure the border.
Who's to blame? Carousel, if you will, continues. The city says the property management team is simply not doing enough to help these residents. In an interview with that property management team last week, they say that that building is actually being controlled by a certain gang, and they feel helpless. There's nothing they can do about it.
They've, in fact, have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation and then collected the rents. And arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
You know what's crazy, and this is my point, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Each place that, like, because it's everywhere, you got your little sections in Philly, you got everywhere, right? Cut off an area of the population, or of the you know, take a square footage, right? Everywhere has a place where gangs and drugs and or like it all congregates, right? Block it off and just start giving them what they want. If the fiends want to continue to do what they want and they want to die or whatever it is that they want, just let them do it and give them enough so that they don't have to keep attempting to do it. If they don't want to die, then just let them live in the damn hell and you know, the hellhole that is that. And then what does that do for gangs? What are they going to be gangbanging over? Right? What are they going to be gangbanging over if there's a section of the city or area that these people can go in and do whatever drug or whatever it is that they want. They're only there because of something that is illegal, that the government isn't providing, so they're going to step in and provide it for them, right? And they got to do things like this. Take over a city. Take over an apartment complex. They've been doing it since the 80s. This ain't new. It's just foreign. So, I don't know. You know, is it moral? Who am I to say what's moral and what isn't moral? I will say this. That ain't moral. That ain't moral. I don't care if you got to make a stadium or a building. Give them the help or put them in a place to do whatever drugs and shit that they want to do. And keep it out of the town. Keep it out of, the open, the open market. I guess you could say just, out in public. This stuff goes on in public. I'm sure everywhere.
Have you worked with records from
I don't know.
cell phone
there's
providers?
No one way to solve every problem, but how do you stop things of this sort? How do you stop the inner city killings? There's only one way, right? If you can't beat them, join them. That's the old saying. Whether I agree or disagree that someone should or shouldn't do anything, I am not above anyone to tell anybody what is good for them and what's bad for them. I think you know.
That you were able to plot.
If you're so down on your luck and you want to do that stuff that you don't want to be here no more, you should have that option to be able to go, whether I think it's the right thing or not. Right?
So Young Thug talked to somebody 3 times.
The call at 7:55 p.m.
It's tough. I don't know.
5 p.m. on this slide.
Crazy.
I do.
And where is the
That's why
device
we need a
associated
Second
with
Amendment, though, I will say that.
Jeffrey
Citizens
Williams to
We'll do
the
what's
associated
right.
address at 35 Oak
If the
Drive?
government won't.
We can see it here. Again, the tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area. So again, I would say the device is in proximity, close proximity to associated address number 2 at 755.
And Agent Bernie, I'm going to republish slide 15. Do you see the 7:50 p.m. call on the device associated with Mr. McMullen on slide 15?
I do. It's kind of cut off right here. You can see the tower and sector here. That's for that 7:50 call right there.
And Agent Bernie, who is the device associated with Mr. McMullen speaking with at this time?
This is a call again to the device associated with Mr. Treadway.
And is the call we just discussed with Defendant Williams' phone, how much time is apart between those two calls?
So this one's 7:50, and the one associated
I don't mean to
with
keep
Mr.
pausing
Williams,
this,
that
but
call
in case
is
you
at
can't hear me,
7:55.
And in that time,
keep an eye on Tesla breaking out up through here, guys. See if Tesla is able to hold this support. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about taking a long on Tesla. I'm just thinking about the timing aspect of this because this could still pull back a little bit. And what I was ultimately waiting for was this daily chart here. All right, I was waiting to see how we close today because we have the 50-day up here. And I think even if we turn a bit bullish, I still think you have to worry about 224. And this could be a nice little trade. So it's like, do I go long now and or today to try to assume we're going to get above this high? We are green. We're green on the day right now. Let's see. Maybe I'll give it a try. Maybe I'm going to give it a try. We got to get above this level here, though. It's 1242. Where's the SPY at? SPY's pulled back just a little bit. I hope everybody's having a great day today. Sorry I get a little bit off track. I'm just going through some of these names here. So I have Tesla on my watch list. I want to see if we can try to make a recovery. I'm surprised that that rocket wasn't enough to just show the, what we actually are capable of doing, and a team that they can, get put together to do things like what they did Sunday morning. Doesn't seem like it's. Let me see. Let's see. Let's stop taking a guess and see what the most probable outcome is going to be. That's a really nice tail Friday. Nice tail today. We're just not getting the reversal, in my opinion. If I would have exited out of that, I'd have been pissed. I would have been so pissed. What is going on with this? Dude, why is... How do I raise this thing up?
That gives you an idea of the volatility picture here. Still, though, if you take a look at the SPDR XL ETF, which tracks the overall energy sector, that has been a move higher back above its long-term 200-day moving average. That's the gold line right there. It's up about just 3% on a
I don't know.
basis. So again, a real underperformer.
All right.
Now, which stocks are trading at the biggest premium or level above their 200-day moving average? Check out the midstream companies, the ones that do natural gas and fuel transportation, pipeline operators and logistics. We're talking Targa Resources, Kinder Morgan, Williams. Those companies right there, those stocks are anywhere from between 28 to 39% above their longer-term trend lines or 200-day moving averages. Targa is roughly 39% above this. It's been a sharp run for the midstream companies. Meanwhile,
So I would have to target 230. Looks like 230 would be the target for Tesla. I don't understand. All right, let's get back to the trial. Dude, come on. Looks like it wants to try to pull back. I don't know. Like, this is pulling back now. Looks like we want to pull back, and it might try to hold. That's so weird. We're just sitting here.
Time frame with the call detail records you have, where are the devices associated with McMullen and the devices associated with defendant Williams in that time frame, 750 or 755?
Again, the same general area. We see 750. Obviously, the device is in this general area, and the same on page 28 you'll see that at 7:55, the Williams device is in the same general area.
And Agent Bernie, I'm republishing slide 24. Do you see a 7:47 p.m. call on this slide?
I do. Excuse me.
And for the device associated with Mr. Bradford, where is his device at 7:47 p.m. in relation to the 35 Oak Drive address?
So again, at the 7:47 outgoing call, you can see the tower.
Congratulations for anybody that went long Delta Airlines. This thing is just screaming higher. It had a price upgrade. I don't think it should be up there, but I don't know. There's obviously things that I don't know. And what makes one justify buying it up there, taking it up to that all-time high or previous high, whatever you want to call it. I think the airlines are going to be in trouble. DJT still going. This is going to be bananas. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to make something to eat and I'll be right back.
Again, putting that device in this general area here, the same general area associated with associated address number 2.
And is that same general area?
PM and outgoing call PM and PM that tower and put the device in this general here, and that's activity between 6:53 and 7:56, with one tower being used here at 7:25.
And so other than that one call at 7:25, does the device associated with Mr. Zachary in this time frame appear to remain in the same general location?
It does, other than the 7:25 call. Yes.
And Agent Bernie, do you see a call at 7:56 p.m.?
I do.
Is the call at 7:56 p.m. incoming or outgoing?
That's an incoming call.
And is it associated with any device you were requested to analyze?
It is. It's associated to the 8935 device associated to Mr. Sledge.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit, or it's not State's Exhibit, page 32. Were you ever requested to analyze the phone records related to a Kevin Treadwell with a phone number ending in 2643?
I was.
And what was the time frame you were requested to analyze that device?
Again, on the 10th, 6:23 to 8:22 p.m. for this device.
Publishing slide 33. Now, Agent Bernie, where is the first call on this slide?
So the first call on this slide uses this tower here, and it uses the north side of it. Again, we can see based on these numbers here, 0 being the azimuth of north, we know that it used the north side at 6:23.
And Agent Bernie, when does it leave that tower and sector? Where does it travel next after the 6:23 p.m.?
Yeah, so it's on this tower and various sides of that tower till approximately 7:33, and then it uses this tower and one of the sides of this tower at 7:35.
And Agent Bernie, with that 7:33 p.m. call, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
You see the 7:33 right there is an incoming call.
And is it connected with a device you were requested to analyze?
I was. The device ending in 3904.
And after receiving that call at 7:33 p.m. from the device associated with Defendant Williams, where does the phone associated with Mr.
They're full drinking and half thinking, guys. They're now up to 30 memberships. If you just got one, please, 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 please say thank you. Super, super nice of them to do that. Between Mixed Chick Sammy and Full Drinking and Half Thinking, it's raining memberships. It is raining memberships today. Let's go back into this cell phone triangulation.
Treadwell travel?
So again, it's in this vicinity to start. Now it uses this tower, specifically the north side, because 330 degrees would be this side right here. So at 7:35, it's on this side of that tower. Right?
And is that side of that tower, Agent Bernie, where is that in relation to the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
So the McDonald's is located right here. We see that as kind of the yellow or orange M right there. And that tower, specifically that sector, we can see would most likely be in the coverage area. The McDonald's would most likely be in the coverage area of that tower in the sector.
And after that 7:33 p.m. incoming call from the phone associated with Defendant Williams, what is the next, or what is the next call?
Yeah, so we got the 7:33 over here, again using this tower and sector. Then you have the 7:35 outgoing call using this tower and sector.
And Agent Bernie, in this towers depicted, is the device associated with Kevin Treadwell ever in the general vicinity of the 35 Oak Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
It is. That's the blue square right here with the number 2 in it. So anytime the phone uses this sector here or this tower in this sector here, the phone could be, again, in the general area of associated address number 2. So that would be starting at 7:45 right here. It's still using this tower, but we're using the sector that's oriented to 210 degrees, which is this side over here. And then in this box here, it uses this tower and sector, and those calls are from 7:49 until 8:11.
And Agent Bernie, do you see between the 7:33 p.m. call from Defendant Williams, do you see a call after that, or when is the next call after that, if any, that the phone number associated with Mr. McMullen appears?
The next time is at 7:38.
And how far apart time are those two calls?
Well, you got 7:33 to 7:38, so approximately 5 minutes.
And Agent Bernie, do you see the call with tower 1616 depicted in the bottom left at 7:56 p.m.?
I do.
Is that an incoming or outgoing call?
That's an incoming call.
And who is that incoming call? Is it from a phone number you were requested to analyze?
It is 6080, device associated to Mr. McMullen.
And what is the next call on that tower after that call?
It is 7:58 right here, and that's an incoming call from 3904, device associated to Mr. Williams.
And how much time is between those two calls?
Approximately 8 minutes.
Now, Agent Bernie, zeroing in on that 750 call with the device associated with Kevin Treadwell and the device associated with Demise McMullen. Do you see that?
I do.
And I wanted to publish slide 15. Where is the device associated with Demise McMullen at 7:50 p.m.?
Again, you can see the tower and sector used puts that device in the general area around associated address number 2.
And is those two devices between McMullen, or the devices associated with Mr. McMullen and Mr. Treadwell, have calls between each other on that at that 7:50 time?
They do.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to also publish slide 28. Do you see the 7:55 p.m. call on this slide?
I do.
And for the 3904 associated with Defendant Williams, who is the call at 7:55 between?
That's 7:55 is an outgoing call from the Williams device to phone number ending in 2643, which is the device associated with Treadwell.
And where is the device associated with defendant Williams on that call in relation to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell, the device associated with McMullen around that time?
Pull it up. We got a new poll.
Are in this general area here around the associated address.
Time for a poll, guys. Check this out. Listen, Miss Love is not in the courtroom today. She's likely taking the day off. We heard from Doug Weinstein that she had the day off on, was it Friday? And that's why we didn't see her in the courtroom. It was Simone by herself. Now, I put a new poll up. Is the courtroom more entertaining when she's there? Be honest. Be honest. It's okay to be honest. Is it more entertaining on the days that she is here? Or is it more efficient on the days that she is not there? Everybody needs time off. But let's go back in. I'm curious on y'all thoughts.
Number 2.
And Agent Bernie, between the movements of the device associated with McMullen and the device associated with defendant Williams, does the tower, do the towers utilized in that window of time of roughly 7:29 to 8:22, where are they in relation in general to I-85?
The towers that are utilized are very close to I-85 as they travel. The devices travel from the general vicinity around the Williams condo to the vicinity around the associated address number 2 and then back up.
Publishing Agent Bernie slide 34. Were you ever requested to analyze the phone number ending in 9596 associated with Dora Greer?
I was.
And what was the time frame for that?
Again, you can see that here, 6:20 p.m. to 8:11 p.m. on January the 10th.
I like that. Hold up. There's a poll up. I love
Agent
that.
Bernie, can you describe for the jury the general movement of the device associated with Dora Greer in this time frame?
Yeah, so again, 6:20, first activity that we looked at here, again, puts that device
It'll be nice and refreshed.
area in your bindings. The device eventually moves southbound and then has activity around the area associated with the Williams condo there. First activity is at 7:37. And then remaining in that area until this slide, the last activity on this slide at 8:11. Again, using towers and sectors in this general area here.
And Agent Bernie, does the phone number associated with Dora Greer ending in 9596 have any communication with the device associated with Kevin Treadwell?
It does.
When can you show for the jury where and when those communications are?
Yeah, so that device, the Treadwell device ending in 2643, are these calls right here, again, at approximately, or at 7:35 and 53 seconds, and then 7:36 and 2 seconds, and then 7:38. So 3 activities.
We're trying to find a date.
Agent Bernie,
week,
publishing
Rosie.
slide 36. Were you ever requested?
And real quick, while we're on the topic, guys, yes, I'm in communication with Ashley Merchant right now. We were actually going to do an interview between her and I today. I was at least targeting that. However, in chatting with her over these past few days, her client that is going to be a witness in this case is likely going to testify this week. So I cannot wait to welcome Ashley to this platform, ask her a few questions. You guys know I'm a law nerd, so I cannot wait to ask her a little bit more about her journey what brought her into the line of criminal defense. She's also representing Brian Steele. She is the president of GAFTL. And honestly, the credentials are amazing. I can't wait to talk to her. I know it's going to be fun, and I'm really, really excited for you guys to learn more about Ashley's background as well. So we're working on that. It really is delayed because her client could be testifying as early as this week, could be tomorrow, could be the day after. We just don't know yet. That's why we're hoping to move along with the gentleman that is on the stand right now. So I will keep you guys posted, but it is going to be a fantastic conversation. So make sure you're all liked and you have your notifications on. I will probably post about it a day before we schedule it, but you guys will know.
To analyze the phone records for the device associated with Dolly Greer ending in 1990.
I was.
And what was the time frame for that request?
Again, looking at 6:44 to 8:27.
Publishing slide 37. Agent Bernie, when is the first call on this slide?
So the first call on this slide is at 6:30 right here, is an incoming call. You can see the towers and sectors there.
And can you describe the general movement of the device associated with Dolly Greer between 6:44 p.m. and 7:04 p.m.?
Yep, so at 6:30 and 6:40, we can see the towers and sectors that are used here, 6:43, and then it uses this tower and sector over here, 6:44 to 7 o'clock, and then we see that device use various towers and sectors as it moves northbound. Eventually, the last call on here is 7:04, using this tower and sector.
And in this time frame, is there any communication between the device associated with Dolly Greer and the device associated with Dora Greer?
This worked out really well. So we said AMD, we could look for a pop up into that high one, like, you know, into that 169, the high 160s, 169 to 170. And look for a move back down to 166, and you've just been sitting there this entire time. Not that that would have been a trade, but because we also said, hey, you know, Thursday this thing sold off pretty heavy, so chances are it's not going to give you this and it made this back-to-back move. Chances are it needs to consolidate a little bit, right? Kind of figure out what she's going to do, because if you're looking at a stock and you see something like this, or like Tesla, how it's just sitting here and we're slowly trying to put in higher lows after a huge gap down move, like, I don't know. If you're expecting a stock to continue to move without some type of news or without a real reason to move on why the price of that company should move in a volatile manner, if it's just sold off, or if it's rallied, or if it rallied and then it came right back down, chances are it needs to sit and relax for a little bit, give it a few days, if not a week or so, and let the next move build up and watch. So that's why I wasn't expecting much out of AMD and why it wasn't on my watch list today. You know, sure, it could consolidate here, and then you could come in with the gap down, and it could slowly make its way down. But as far as an intraday trade, that we're not talking about swing trades here at this point in time, I figured that was probably the best bet for AMD, and that's pretty much what happened. You got up there to 169 Friday's highs, and it just pulled into 166, and you're still there. I'd like to see if it can get down to 164. But you might just hang out here. Maybe it sells off a little bit. Then you come in with a gap down and test 164 tomorrow. I mean, I don't know. It can do whatever it wants. I'm not trying to make any guesses here. But what else do we have here? DJT popping at 30. So, again, I'm just
Ending
looking
at
around.
9596.
I'll let you guys know if I get into something.
There is.
Is there any communication
Hit
with the
like button.
device
Subscribe. Donate to the stream.
associated with defendant Williams ending in
We would
3904.
a sponsorship, whether you got a stock, anything, a company, a business, a product. Let us help you get some sales.
There is.
Agent Bernie, publishing slide 38. Where does the device associated with Valley Greer, can you describe for the jury the movement of that device?
Yeah, so the first activity on that device is at 7:08. Again, we see the tower in sector here, and then that device moves northbound, appears to be, along the 85 corridor there, eventually arriving in the area around the Williams condo at approximately 7:11.
Agent Bernie, publishing slide 39. Now, in addition to specific time ranges for individual phone numbers, were you ever asked to analyze activity around specific locations?
I was.
And were you ever asked to analyze the phone activity near 330 McDaniel Street Southwest?
I was.
And what was the time frame you analyzed that?
Yeah, so you can see that here, 6:56 p.m. to 7:28 p.m. on the 10th.
And Agent Bernie, do you see the 7:28 p.m. call from the device associated with Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
Back to Woody's phone again.
I'm going to publish slide 12.
Oh my God. Yes, you have Atkins.
Excuse me, slide 11. Is that call the same, or is this the call at 7:28 in relation to the Green Store?
It is. It's this one right here that we discussed previously, the 7:28. Again, you can see the tower and sector here.
And is that the same call?
It is. It's the exact same call.
And the activity before this, where is the device associated with Kenneth Copeland at 7:24?
Yeah. So again, here's that crime scene. We're looking south of that along 85. You have the associated address, Copeland's girlfriend here. The device at 7:24 and 7:25 again puts that device in this general area here, somewhere around the vicinity of that the other additional residence.
The 178 Maury Avenue?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So the device associated with Mr. Copeland, is it further or closer from the 178 Maury Avenue address or 330 McDaniel Street at that 7:24 p.m. call?
Yeah, it's significantly closer to the 178
I'm not sure,
Maury
Shelby.
Avenue. Again, the device is going to be in
I heard a
this
few people say
general
that.
area here.
Going back to slide
We'll
40.
verify it.
And Agent Bernie, is the device on the left ending in 8008, is that the device associated with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And are these calls depicted on this slide ones we discussed previously in relation to the device associated with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And when is the last call that the device associated with Mr. Bradford can be plotted that is near the vicinity of the crime scene?
Again, you see that one here. That's 7:19, an incoming text message.
Publishing slide 41, Agent Bernie, were you also asked to analyze phone activity near the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
I was.
And what was the time frame you were requested
right.
to analyze
Let's look at
phones
this
in
part.
relation to that address?
Phones
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
McDonald's.
so here 7:35 to 8:48 p.m. on the 10th.
So, Agent Bernie, on slide 42, can you walk the jury through what this slide shows?
Yeah, so again, I was asked to take a look at phones near the McDonald's. The McDonald's location is shown here. I looked at any activity with towers and sectors that were in close proximity around that time period, and we see several devices that have that. So we can kind of go through those. The first device is this red device, 6080. That's the device associated to Mr. McMullen. We have this silver device here, ending in 8008. That's the device associated with Mr. Bradford at the top there. This tower and sector here is Sprint Towers. Again, provide coverage in this general area here. And we have the 5626 device associated with Mr. Zachary, and the 2643 device associated with Mr. Treadwell using this tower and sector here. Then the closest tower and sector to the McDonald's obviously is this one here. We have that 2643 again associated with Mr. Treadwell. It's kind of this purple device having those activities. Kind of cut off down here is the 5991 device associated with Mr. Copeland, again using this tower and sector here.
And Agent Bernie, roughly in the time span of using the time span of 7:45 to 8 o'clock, are the devices associated with Kevin Treadwell, Mr. Copeland, Demise McMullen, where are they in relation to the McDonald's?
Yeah, the McMullen device, that red device here, is using this tower. Again, there's a Verizon tower there, a Verizon tower, and a Verizon tower. Those are the three closest. So we can see, again, that device can be somewhere in this general area. That's at 739 and 753. What was the other devices?
Treadwell, Copeland, and McMullen.
Okay. The Copeland device, we just have one activity during this time period. You can see the tower and sector it uses here. That's at 7:51 p.m. And then the Treadwell device, it uses this tower here and these two sectors here at 7:35 to 7:45. And then it also uses this tower out here at 8:32 p.m.
And Agent Bernie, were you ever asked to plot phone activity near Defendant Williams' condo?
I was.
What was the time frame that you plotted phones in relation to that address?
I loved that.
So I looked at
Lima bean green.
between 7:31 and 11:22
Lime green.
on the
Now, Agent Bernie, can you help unpack this rather busy slide for the jury?
Yeah,
Oh
this
my
is
God, look at the
obviously a
slide.
lot of information
What?
on here.
Look at it.
The biggest thing is just seeing
Oh
which
my
phones
God.
have activity all around the general area of the Williams condo, and that is
Wow.
a significant number of these phones.
These jurors are done.
And Agent Bernie, is in this time frame from 7:30 to 11:22,
I just missed what happened.
is there
Just missed it.
any devices that
16%. Jesus
are at
Christ.
that location,
I
both
told you guys,
close
this
to
was our-
731
this was
and
our
also
top pick.
close to 1122 in
Upstart,
general?
Affirm. Look at these things go. I told you if you didn't buy them and you see them in the next 6 months or so, look at this. I told you. I told you. The
Yeah, I
chance
mean,
of
we
this
see
was,
this, the
was
red
pretty
device
high.
associated with McMullen has 731 and 1122. There's
Just
6
today, it's up
activities that use this
16%.
tower and specifically this sector during that time period.
So for those that don't know, I've been screaming since their last quarterly earnings a few months ago to get long these names. Affirm, Upstart. All right? There's many more behind those, but those are just the two main ones I've talked about. And look what's going on today. Today, it's up another 17% on the day. You got to get long these names if you haven't already done so. Now, I'm not saying that to tell you what to do. I am saying if you are looking for something to buy and you want something that is reporting consistently decent earnings, something that is valued pretty damn fairly, that it still has room to run, you have to look at UPST Upstart and AFRM Affirm, and there's a few more behind those. Come on.
Also uses this tower in sector once. There's another one down here that has 2 outgoing and 1 incoming call using this tower in sector there. Let me just quick look at some other ones.
I know a lot of you guys have been receiving memberships between Mixed Chick Sammy, Full Drinking and Half Thinking, and now Hannibal is joining in, gifting 20 memberships. I know I have more super chats to read, guys. I haven't read all of them, but usually we do it towards the end or during the break. But when we have people that step out like this, definitely want to make sure that they're acknowledged. Hannibal, thank you so much. And so super happy to see you on my side today. Let's go back in.
It was McMullen, Williams, Dolly Greer, and Dora Greer all have very close activity along the same time periods in the areas I looked at, which are like Macon, Georgia, the Florida-Georgia line, and then arriving in Miami.
Agent Bernie, publishing slide 47. What does this slide show in regards to movement of the device associated with defendant Williams?
Yeah, so again, had some activity at 1:28 a.m. in Atlanta, some activity just north of Macon at 4:38, and then activity in Miami at 1:43. So this device obviously didn't have as many calls or text messages as the other ones. Again, that's the only time we can see towers and sectors is when there's phone activity.
Publishing slide 48. Can you describe for the jury the movement depicted, if any, on this slide from the phone associated with Dora Greer?
Yeah, so again, really only 2 activities during this time period. We have an 11:41 activity up in Atlanta, and then down here at 9:21 near Orlando.
Agent Bernie, publishing slide 49. Can you describe for the jury the movement depicted, if any, on this slide from the phone associated with Dolly Greer?
And so again, we see that phone number listed there. Had some activity at 3:28 a.m. A little bit further down is the next one at 6:04 a.m. And then eventually some activity in and around the Miami area at 1:43 p.m. on the 11th.
Publishing slide 50. Can you describe for the jury what movement, if any, you see for the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, so again, here we have the Copeland device, the 5991. We see on the 11th, the first activity is at 7:56 p.m. This device and the next device associated with Mr. Zachary have very similar travel patterns, but these travel patterns are different than the slides we just previously looked at. By 7:56 p.m. on the 11th, the other devices were already in Miami. So this one departs Atlanta approximately 7:56 or so, has some activity there. around 10 o'clock, it's just, there's Macon, has some activity south of Macon. And then the next activity we have is at 6:50.
Some of them flew down and some of them drove.
In Miami.
And in general, does the device associated with Mr. Copeland travel closely with any other devices you requested to analyze?
Yeah, you can see on the bottom of the slide here, those two, the Copeland and Zachary device, have more similar travel patterns.
Okay. So Woody and Little D went down together.
6 p.m. on the 11th, device is still in Atlanta. Now we have 10 o'clock p.m. on the 11th, south of Macon along that. And then some activity, the first activity we see in Miami is at 6:58 a.m. on the 12th.
And Agent Bernie, is this, can you describe for the jury, is this what you were just discussing with the phone associated with Mr. Zachary?
It is. So again, activity at 7:37 a.m. And then we see it reaches the Florida-Georgia line around 11:45 p.m., has several other activities near Orlando, 2:30 a.m., and then into the first activity in Miami is at 7:19 a.m.
And Agent Bernie, in relation to the report you generated for the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas, is that in your generated report?
It does.
Now, Agent Bernie, were you asked in relation to this case to analyze multiple incidents in regards to cell phone historical cell site data other than the January 10, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas?
I was.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 180 Echo.
Thank you, Dion.
And Agent Bernie, let me know if you recognize State's Exhibit 180 Echo.
I do.
What is 180 Echo?
It is my report as it associated to an incident.
Well, speaking of the devil, Danielle, that was correct.
Of 2015.
All right, guys, I think we should look for and start seeing if we get a pullback here on Tesla. Let's see if this happens. I'm not saying it's going to, but I am curious what's about to take place here. We are coming into 2 o'clock. It's 1:30. So I just don't know if we're going to get that 50-day. I feel like she wants to run back down. Excuse me. To the 100-day. We're going to find out. So it's going to look a little hard. It's going to look hard here with this 15-minute chart. So far today we are holding. See, if I show you guys the gap, like it's kind of difficult to pinpoint where trade line VWAP is at on your 15-minute time frame. So we are above it, but we're just battling this resistance zone here. So I'm going to lift this up. You know what? And here's what else we'll do. We'll actually put... Where did we start from? We started from up here. This was our top. That was our top. And look at that. Your 38.2 fib put you at that pivot low from Thursday. Put you right there at Thursday's low. And that's really where I'm trying to target. I'm trying to get up above 220 and run a test back to 230 ultimately. So, now if we want to go from the gap, that'll probably be about 50-60%, which it's about 60%. Right, 60% is right there. 230.50. So 32 fib, $24. Come on. Said 220, 223.50. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's look for a pullback.
In a multipolar world, there's ample evidence that enemies and rivals actually have to continue to trade with one another. And it's not because of decisions made in Washington, D.C. or Beijing. It's because of decisions made in the rest of the world. When it's very difficult to delineate neatly into two spheres of influence, the rest of the world, even if they're allied with the U.S., they're going to continue.
Again, anybody that's new here, welcome. Our goal today is 10 likes. Help us get to 10 likes. Hit that like button, subscribe. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm doing a cash giveaway to you guys. As long as you guys are subscribed and have hit the like button, you guys are automatically entered into that giveaway. I'm excited to do that. If you guys want to give back to the stream, stream contribution and donation is in the link in the description. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades, that link is also in the description. And if you guys would like to sponsor a stream, promote a product, you want to do a one-on-one, kind of, get on a, try to, not try, but set you on a path to success in the capital markets, because whatever you want, people have different dreams and goals. People have different assets that they start with. Some people have more money than others, right? And depending on where you at and how quickly, you, not necessarily how quickly, but how well you start to pick things up, there's a path that you should take. And this is what I was going to bring up this morning. Do you know what one trading vehicle that I use when people talk about, stepping up their size, right? You know what a good trading vehicle to step your size up is? A name like United Airlines, Delta Airlines, okay? The airliners. It's a sick trading vehicle. It really is. It's actually one of my favorite that I don't do as much as I should. But this is a wonderful way to learn capital markets, or even just using it as now you want to be able to be there when there's something going on. You don't want to be somewhere where it's not moving, right? But if you want to step up in size and you don't want to be trading something that's really volatile, because you might be on edge the first few times you do this. Not that you should be, because you should be okay, and you should understand. You enter here. I don't care if it's the stock, if it's options. You know your stop loss. If the stock gets to here, you know what those options are going to be. When you're up, you know where the options are going to be, where your stop loss is, how the percentage that they're down, how much you're going to lose, and how you're going to. It shouldn't take you long. You should be able to understand it, as you're looking through the options chain, and it shouldn't take you very long. If it's taking you forever to figure it out, then you've learned the wrong way, or you have no common sense with math, and that's okay. No offense taken. Don't take too offense to that. That's fine. That should be your only excuse, is that you're not mentally good math-wise. Because if you can't say, I'm risking, I'm buying something for $1 and I'm risking 30 cents a dollar, and you don't know that, for every dollar you're going to be down roughly 30% of that dollar, I don't know what to tell you. Other than get a one-on-one. Sign up for a one-on-one. There's so many other things we can do to set you guys off, right? Again, depending on the capital that you have or don't have, depends on the type of trading, and first off, what is it that you're looking for out of the markets? I would first go with that, and then, what is the steps? What are the best proper steps that that you can take to give yourself a better, you know, to raise the probability that you are going to be a part of the group that's successful day in and day out. And at the end of the day, your job is to consistently be able to pull money out of the markets. Not very many people can say that. They try. They love to be in the game. They love to be in the game. They love to be a trader until it's time to be a trader. I'm going to be honest with you guys, and you guys know I say this all the time. This is the only career where people commit suicide over their career. Sure, maybe you've had a couple lawyers go but things can get serious if you don't have respect for money, if you don't have responsibility, and if you don't have respect for money or the responsibility, then you're going to fail. You're going to fail. You're not going to, because if you're not making the best choices with those basic necessities when it comes to the markets, then you're not going to make the best decisions when it comes to making those trades. But if you're the type that does want to get control of your life, whatever it is that you want going on, we do long term, we do swing trades, we do you name it, right? We were on here buying Starbucks on the huge gap down at the low 70s. We were able to take some of that position off up in the hundreds. Snowflake, we talked about Snowflake. There's a lot more. We've been talking about Upstart. We've been talking about buying a firm. If you have not bought these names, it's because you either haven't been here or you're waiting for it to break out, and we're going to sell into you buying. You're going to wait until this thing is starting to make new highs or up at highs, and then you're going to want to buy it. Instead of here, right? Just like Coinbase. You guys know Coinbase was $30, $40 for a few weeks. Average $50. How many of you guys bought it down there? I want to know. How many of you guys bought what? Look at this. This wasn't just a day, a week, 2 days, okay? Look at this. Multiple times that you could have had Coinbase from 30, I should say 40. There was a little opportunity there for $30. You'll never more than likely see that number again if you do something's terribly wrong, and I don't want to be in it nowhere if you see 30 again. But if you don't own, look at this. You had nearly 2 years, a year and a half, a little over a year and a half to buy Coinbase at $45 to $60, and you could have bought a share a week over the course of that year. What is there? 52 weeks in a year, right? Let's do the math. We're going to do the math on this just to show you guys here. Okay? 52 weeks? 52 weeks. I just wanted to make sure I'm correct. I don't want to play a guessing game here. Alright. So we're going to do 50 average price. We'll do 55. We'll do 55. 55 is the stock price times. I probably shouldn't do this here. I don't know where the times. We'll do 50 because there's 2 weeks there that the market throughout the year may not be open. So we'll say 50, even though it might be 48, I think. So over the course of a year and a half or a year, if you would have bought Coinbase one time a week, once a week, you got paid or whatever, you had a side job, and you said $50, bang, 45. And again, this is the upper range on this, by the way, because it was 60 to 40. You could have got it from in the 40s, the 30s, 50s. All right, 60 you were buying the top. So you have 2,750 on average wrapped up in the Coinbase at an average price of $50. So let's remember 2,700, 27.5. So you have $2,750 worth of Bitcoin. At how am I going to do this? How do I do this? 50 times, let's see, 50 into, we'll say 200. Can you guys help me in the chat how I would do the math on this? And we're just going to go with today's price at 190, 195, 193. So we'll call it 200 because you could have got rid of it at 280, right? Which I'm not telling you to sell it. I'm just showing you with 200. 200 a share. 50. You own 50. How about this? This would be easier, right? So you invested $2,750 over the course of a year. You could have did it over. $50 a week you saved and you bought. So we're going to do 50 times 200. Am I correct? 50 shares times that by the price of $200. Hopefully that's correct. That's $10,000 in the course of a year. Did you take your 2,000 account to $10 or 10,000 in a year? I'm asking you. Think about if you traded and used those profits to buy names like Upstart, Affirm, and built positions over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years. The longer the better. Think about this. Think about what you just did there. You just took 50 bucks a week. You saved 2,000 or just under $3,000. Okay? 50 bucks a week, $2,750, and we minus 2 weeks there because it was 50. There's 52 weeks in a year, so we said 50. Guess what? You bought at an average price of $50 through Coinbase. That one stock that you bought is up. That is up 10,000. Just that one stock. Just one stock over the course of a year. Now think about if you were in it. Let's say the apples. You bought some Apple. This was before the split. You would have been able to get it from like 250 to just under 4. I think it was just over 400 when they went to do a stock split. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was 6, but I think it was like 425, 450. I can't remember. But I think it was right around that like high 400 mark. So think about if you bought Apple back in COVID, and you bought 1 share a week. It was a lot easier. Well, you could have got it for about 125, 150. You bought 1 share. You bought when you could. Maybe you got a part-time job. And I want you guys to think about this. Just over the course of 5 years, if you set 5 years of your life, let's say you work your full-time job, you pay your bills. I get people have families. Not everybody is single. Not everybody, This at the end of the day, whether you have a fucking family or not, this comes down to a want. If you want something bad enough, you're going to go fucking get it. Excuse my French. Alright? But I gotta cuss because it's serious. I just brought up Coinbase over the course of 1 year. That was 1 year. You put $50 aside. I don't care if you went and got a side job that you work 2 to 3 times a day or 2 to 3 times out of the week for a few hours. You're able to still use that money to buy Coinbase or whatever at a decent price, right? An asset at a discounted price. It's what those opportunities bring. So if you just set over the course of your life 4 to 5 years, if your full-time job is enough to pay for everything you need, your mortgage, your apartment, whatever it is you have going on, your car note, this, that, and the third, and you're looking for extra money, well, guess what? I would suggest learning how to be in the markets. And if you have to just get a part-time job, because I've done it myself numerous times, and I will still continue to do it. Because I myself make a decision, I don't care what it is, I'm going to go get the bag. I will use the markets. I will use multiple jobs. I will use whatever, anything and everything. If you just give yourself a few years and you just say, you know what, 2-3 years, it's going to be a little while, but guess what? 2020 just felt like it was yesterday. Okay? You take 2 to 3 days out of the week, maybe a few hours on the weekend. You make some extra money. Maybe a couple days during the week in the afternoon. Sure, it sucks, but guess what? If you use that money and you pick up a second job, just like Coinbase, you turn that 2,700 into 10 grand. On the high, if you bought the highs on Coinbase's range. Okay? That's Coinbase's range. That's not the Microsofts in the 2020s. That's not the Apples in 2018, 2019 going into COVID when we really had discounted prices. Okay? Think about Upstart. If you don't have the money now to me, this is getting a little out of hand. All right, but we've been talking about buying this. Okay? This thing's now $56. You could have owned it down here in the 20s. I've been talking about it since this earnings call here. You could have got it for 30 whatever. So you're already up 20-some% on that position. As of today, you could trim a little bit. Put that money into something else, or don't touch it. Leave it alone. If you want to take a little bit out, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I would leave it. Or if there was something else I wanted to buy, I would take a little bit and I would put it into something else. I would trade and those profits put into something else. Build up the capital no matter how. No matter. So what my point here is, just Coinbase, $50 a week over 1 year. Okay, that wasn't even the year and a half. 1 year of building that position, you not only saved yourself $2,700 by saving $50 a week, but you just turned that into 10 grand. You 4 times that money. Right? So don't let a firm, Upstart, Snowflake's new CEO, deter you from being a part of the next, the next run. I mean, listen, this is why do you guys think that I have this up here? What do you guys think I had this up here? I'm focused on these type of companies. I know institutions are too. SoFi market cap, right? What's going to be the next 100 billion market cap? Okay? 15 billion for a firm. They can at least be a 50 billion, 25, 30 billion. If that's double. Guys, that's 100% increase just going from 15 to 30. They can do that in a couple years. I don't see why not. Think about if they can make it to 100 billion. Look at Upstart. It's a 4.8 billion. Think about if they go from 4 to 10, 4 to 8. They've doubled, guys. So I think that's why you're seeing here a ton of interest in Upstart. All right. I don't know what Fair does. I'm not sure what Fair does. Think about the NVIDIAs. So I'm just saying, for anybody that, I don't even know what this is. Fair Isaiah Corp. 50 billion. Oh shit, this is a $2,000 stock. I might want to own this. What do they do? Originally, Fair Isaac and Company is a data analysis company based in Bozeman, Montana, focused on credit scoring services. I've been looking at insurance companies. Cincinnati Financial. All right. It was funded by Bill Fair, blah, 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 in 1956. FICO. Oh, FICO. Oh, shit. So it's a measure of consumer credit risk has become a fixture of consumer lending in the United States. Okay, I don't know why. I'm such a goofball. Anyway. Anyway, let's go see what see what we can do. So hopefully that puts it into perspective, just a little bit. Hopefully it puts it into perspective. I mean, just saving yourself $50 a week, or buying a decent company at a discounted what you don't know at the time. But if that thing is not falling, it's telling you something. If Snowflake cannot just stay underneath 120, it's telling you something, my dear. Listen to it. Buy it. Take your time. Buy it once a week. If it's rallying or something, you know, there's a difference between it being up and being up on relative strength. All right? But the dip buys, you got to be there. You got to be there to gobble this thing up. I like this company. I think, in my opinion, I think it's a must own. Snow Isaac. 41. There's no way that Snow doesn't get to 100 billion. I don't know how it doesn't get there. If Oracle can do it, 488. Right? 488 billion. Snowflake, I think right now is at a discounted price. Like, we can go into their financials, and you know, this is their market cap as of now. This, in my opinion, is a discounted price. I think they're easy 80 to 120 billion market cap. Give me 90 to 100 billion. Or, you know, 90 to 110. With the uncertainty of this new CEO. But again, I've said this before. The CEO, all he has to do is pick up the phone. All right? Any problems that they have, they can be solved just by a phone call. If you don't know what I mean by that, if there's something he's uncertain of or a move, all right, there's the board, and then there's the prior CEO, which I'm sure is still a board member. All right. Not sure why he stepped down, but which I might do this. I might go into their financials later on. So you're getting a pullback. If you didn't buy it down here, and you're getting a pullback here into 120, I mean, I would think about it, honestly. And that's not even counting if you really work your portfolio and sell puts and calls on top of all this, and streamline a dividend for yourself and interest out of the assets you own. I tell you what, this is the greatest vehicle, and I'm really scared Kamala and them are going to get to it and take more and more of what you worked for and what these companies worked for. It's not theirs to an extent, guys. There has to be a line drawn between overtaxation, overregulation. You already pay. Think about all the things you pay the government, practically everything. And that one item that you paid, I'm sure you've paid it. Maybe not you, but it's been paid. It's been paid over and over. Let's just take a vehicle, for instance. Each time that changes hand, the government has their hands on it. You pay the government, or somebody pays the government. So it's okay for them to tax the same goods a multitude of times. They tax and charge you whether you got to ask them for permission to put a shed or do this, that, and the third. Sure, you want to build an addition on your home. Sure, you need to go and have a third party that the government is entrusted, that if you're bringing people over to your house, that house isn't just going to collapse and you're going to kill a bunch of people because you don't know what the hell you're doing. But there's just got to be this, like, you know, there's got to be a middle ground here. Where just because they have some wars going on, and it's weird, it's really not weird that it finds Joe Biden and Obama and not nobody else, right? Sure, we had 9/11 and we went over there, tried to handle it, but things got, that's when things took a shift. And the people that aren't sick of it are the ones that haven't been here. I don't think they've spent much time in the U.S. That's what you guys hear me talk about all the time, and I'm sorry, but Donald Trump is the best out of Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump. It is Donald J. Trump, because we know he can put a team together that's going to work for the people and for the country, and he's going to get the government. He's not going to have his hands in the government thinking that it's okay for the government to control every aspect of your life. All right, so that's false. It's almost impossible to start a business on less than 5,000. I disagree with that. I wouldn't say that it's almost impossible. Next generation of Starlink satellites, which are so big that only Starship can launch them. Yeah, with reduced altitude, faster latency. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Make several small but meaningful updates to its second-gen Starlink network. Companion amendment will enable Gen 2 system to deliver gigabyte speed, truly low latency broadband to users, including through fixed satellite dishes and mobile equipment. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And they should be.
Welcome back to the exchange. Wall Street trying to cash in on the AI craze, not just by buying stocks like NVIDIA and Meta, but also by deploying.
All right, let's get back to the markets. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Do we even have anyone here at the time? We do not. We do not. All right, no big deal. All right, this might be it. This just might be it. I think today might be it. Might be out of here.
I think that is actually AI's superpower right now. When you compare AI to humans, it's just that AI has no emotion. And I think emotion is what tends to trip up human investors more often than not. You know, if markets are down, we sell when we shouldn't. When markets are rallying, we feel FOMO. And there's so much beyond just simply looking at stocks, understanding quantitatively and qualitatively, you know, is this a good investment?
There are some risks. Some are pointing to what they call the quant quake back in 07 when funds crowded into the same positions based on the models they were using. That brought a lot more volatility. And as AI becomes more common, some of these advantages for funds are getting competed away. It's becoming sort of the norm out there.
Come on, Tesla. What are you going to do?
How important, Kate, is Wall Street for some of the tech companies like OpenAI or Anthropic?
It's a big revenue opportunity, I would say, Tyler. So OpenAI just raised money at $157 billion valuation. In order to justify that, they've got to get a lot of the enterprise customers, so some of the companies in the S&P 500, to use their
edition of The Exchange. And for Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Matheson. Power Lunch is up next. I'll see you on the other side of this quick break. Be right there.
Sec, do we have him?
He's got to be around.
He's wearing a Cosby
He's
sweater.
a very
today.
coiffed hair today.
Yeah.
A gel.
Is Cosby and coiffed?
Maybe
Most gel
maybe he
I've
saw
seen-
somebody this past weekend.
Perhaps.
Oh.
What's that called? Girlfriend air. Whenever you get a girl and you start looking better.
Oh, I've never heard
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
I've heard of the glow up after a breakup, but not. Well, I guess in the beginning you're
She
trying to
starts picking out
trick
your
somebody into
clothes.
thinking you're better than you are.
Yeah.
Worked on Pat.
Really?
Then you let yourself go.
Well, you baby trapped him.
Yeah. Oh, that's the quickest way.
Is that whole dating game thing the aura that?
The device traveling along Atlanta Road North and West.
And with the phone associated with 1990, does it have any activity around Atlanta Road on this slide?
So again, we have the first one at 307. Atlanta Road again is this road that travels right there. So the first tower would be this one at 307 here, and then again at 307 and 308. So again, that would be consistent with a device traveling north and westbound on Atlanta.
Thank you, Agent Burning. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Oh my God, wrap it up, kid. Come on.
Your Honor, no further questions for Agent Burning.
Woo!
Okay, let's break for lunch and then we'll do
God damn.
Let's take an hour. So we'll see you back at 1:35.
Wow, that was intense. Luckily for us, we've got TiVo time. Let me just make sure they don't say anything before they break for lunch, and then we'll skip through. But wow, what a morning. 3.5 hours of that. Did they accomplish what they were going to accomplish? You put them in the proximity within the field of
And before we break,
triangulation.
Who, if anybody, is going to have cross for this witness, and if you are, how lengthy?
I'd like to ask the Honorable Agent Bernie questions, and I'm estimating 45 minutes,
Okay.
maybe an hour, but somewhere like that.
Okay. And then maybe a little follow-up from a couple of others.
Maybe 10 minutes from me, Your Honor.
All right.
Weinstein.
All right. Thank you. And then obviously have y'all's witnesses for after that lined up and ready to go.
Yes, Your
Okay. All right. See everybody
right.
back in an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let us fast forward through time. They return at about here, and we have about 24 minutes of TiVo time left. So let's catch them right around here. Back on normal speed for Brian. Thanks for the reminder, guys.
Yeah, I am trying to get it warmer in this courtroom, but to no avail.
Stop freezing, everybody. It's an icebox where the heart used to be. What is it should be Love's theme song. Courtroom is an icebox.
All right. Maybe 2 more minutes on the jury. Actually, counsel, can y'all approach for a minute? I want to ask y'all a scheduling issue.
All right, skipping ahead.
Matthew says to let me.
Y'all ready for Steele's cross? 45 minutes to an hour. Is he gonna cross him up? Get some good intel out of this guy. Let's see what happens. You guys know Atkins is going to redirect. Like, that's going to happen. Shout out to Huey in a suit today. You never really see him suited up.
Agent.
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Good to see you. Can I ask you some questions starting with State's Exhibit number 180E, which should be the April 26, 2015 discussion and conversation that you gave to the jurors?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you know that date to be a shooting of a bus or a tour bus?
I do.
All right. And is it fair to say that the locations that you put up in front of the jurors entitled the Vault or the Compound Establishment and 285, those are all Atlanta locations. Is that fair to say?
They are.
And Jeffrey Williams, you know I represent Mr. Williams, right?
I do, sir.
And Jeffrey Williams' cell phone was not in Atlanta during that date and those times. Is that fair to say, according to the records?
Yeah, that's correct. His device.
What?
And his device would have been in the city of Baton Rouge.
Oh my gosh. All right. See, this is why we need Cross. What did Steele just start off with? Hey, you're talking about all these people's cell phones, right? And they were traveling down to Miami. Was Young Thug in Atlanta on that day? No, he was in Baton Rouge. He was in New Orleans, practically. So you're telling me my client wasn't even there? Oh my gosh. This is the excitement that we've been missing all day.
State of Louisiana.
Yeah, there's two different devices. One's the YSL, the 8553. That one's in Baton Rouge. And then there's another one, 2920, with the 504 area code. That one's in Miami.
On April 26, 2015?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, bus shooting
Now,
day. Bus shooting
how
day.
many contacts, if you were asked, first of all, let's be fair to the jurors. You did not personally investigate this case, didn't interview witnesses and things like that. Is that fair to say?
100%.
You were just tasked or requested, and your agency, but specifically you, by the district attorney's office in Fulton County to look at certain records that they gave to you.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then they gave you from those records what they specifically wanted you to target, like this phone number on this date or this time, et cetera. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And then you would do what I think you call a draft report and then send it over to the district attorney's office and say, here's what I think you asked me to do. Here's my draft report. And they would say, actually amend this or do this, or we wanted you to do this. And then they send it back to you and eventually you get a final report.
Yes, sir, that's how it goes.
And the person that you dealt with at the district attorney's office, maybe more, but at least District Attorney Adrian Love, is that fair to say?
I dealt with her and Ms. Hilton for their drafts and final.
Now, going back to my question, were you ever asked or do you know, dealing with the April 26, 2015 date, according to the records that you analyzed, how much contact Jeffrey Williams' phone had with any of the other phones? And by that, I mean Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Zachary, Mr. You could help me here if you want to.
McMullen.
Go ahead.
Zachary, Sledge, all of those. No, for this incident, the only toll analysis, meaning who called who at what date and time, is listed in the report itself. So, if you looked at various pages, you'd see this phone had some activity and had it with this phone. So I didn't create a chart with the toll analysis on this date.
How about did I interrupt you?
No, sir.
Were you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For Jeffrey Williams' phone, though, what other phone numbers, according to records, had any contact with the phone number records assigned to, had you assigned them, or the district attorney's Jeffrey Williams' phone?
Yeah, the two devices, again, one was the 2920 number. Again, that one was located in Miami. I don't recall any of the calls to or from that number. And then there was the 8553, the YSL Enterprises phone number, the one that's in Baton Rouge. During this time period, I can take a quick look, but I was not asked to analyze calls between those numbers other than what's in the report.
Okay. And the number that you said is in Miami, is that the 2920 number?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that number, do you know if it's been designated? If it's not, just say, I don't know, or to a man named Brian Williams, also known as Birdman. Do you know that?
That does ring a bell now that you brought that up. Again, my analysis just shows Williams in the phone analysis on page 7.
Okay.
So I don't recall, but I think it may be associated with the Birdman Williams or whatever you had called it.
Okay. And then I think you answered it. I think it's clear, but no calls, contacts, communications that we can tell from the records with Jeffrey Williams' phone or the phone in Baton Rouge. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. I'd like to now go to what I believe to be State's Exhibit number 532Y, which I think is your report focusing on what I call the Donovan Thomas shooting, killing January 10th and thereabouts, 2015. So if you could focus on that date, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, what year were you asked to review these records, you think?
Probably sometime in early 2023, maybe late 2022.
So we're talking from January 15th to late 2020.
All right, guys. So what we're projecting is a bunch of discrepancies with the phone records person. Because here's the thing. He knows his job backwards and forwards. The only thing you can really do if you're trying to poke holes in the state's theory, in the state's story, the state's timeline, is to find the mistakes, find the issues. How long did this phone call take place? Oh, you neglected to talk about Birdman. That is really good cross-examination, guys. Remember, when you're a criminal defense attorney, your job is to be sitting there and listening for the mistakes. So when it's time for you to cross-examine, you could bring those mistakes up and clarify it. Mr. Atkins there is, we'll see if he cleans that up on redirect, but that is already off the bat. Steele's probably 5 minutes in, and we already caught one mistake so far.
2, or I'll just make it January 2023, just to make it easy, approximately 8 years.
That's correct.
Now, if you were going, you explained to the jurors that you found out the height of a cell tower. Do you remember that? Explain that to jurors.
I do.
And that was important because you said it's a larger tower, so possibly, I'm not saying you know, it might give more of a range. Is that?
Yes, consistently when we, see towers, the towers with the taller line of sight have more range than the shorter towers.
My question is, did you do that analysis on height for each of the towers that are in play that you discussed with the jurors?
I did it with the majority of the towers, probably not every single tower that was used in that analysis, because again, the height of the tower isn't always important.
Caught him again.
It can be important
already.
If you see something that might be different with
the jury
the
may not understand, though. That's the problem.
And were there other towers that are tall? And if yes, are they frequent? Is it the aberration?
To have a tower that's 150
in 2015.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say it's an anomaly, but it depends also where the towers are. So towers in downtown Atlanta, most of those were not 150 feet up in the air. We see more of those kinds of towers as you get outside of the city of Atlanta. Most of the towers in Atlanta, there's some that are that tall, and then there's some that are obviously just put on corners and other kinds of things, and they're, maybe 15 to 20 feet tall.
And did you designate for us in your report the height of each tower that was employed or used in this case?
I did not.
I'm trying to zoom in.
You could do that though if needed.
Frozen.
I could review the records, and if those records, not all the providers keep the height of the tower in their records. Some do, some do not. But if that information was available, I could put it in my report.
And just to be fair, since we're just dealing with the records, how about like maintenance records, like a tower's down? Does that come into your analysis at all today?
Well, we know if a tower's down, it didn't get used, right? Because only the towers that are used are shown up in the CDRs. Also, in part of our trainings and meetings with service providers, as part of our routine business, we learn that obviously it's a big business. So if things go down, that's an emergency situation for the provider, and they get them fixed within hours. So no, we don't typically review maintenance logs because, again, we can see the towers that are used because they show up in the call detail record.
So let's say, just for purposes of what you're explaining to us, that a tower is, I don't know, it's been hit or damaged in some way. So it's not usable. How would we, but that tower still comes up on your report, I presume, because you went back and looked at all the towers in 2015, January 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever dates are, right?
So the towers that show the tower and sector activity were the ones used in the call detail records. So if those were used, we know that those are operational because they're obviously used by the phone at a specific time period on January 10th or 11th. Could there be other towers that are down? Potentially, there could be.
Okay, and I think that's my question. And I'm just saying, because the handset or the cell phone really is designed, the whole premise is to get the strongest signal. So we have a clear connection. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And generally, I'm not saying this always is happening, but the strongest symbol could be the closest tower. It doesn't have to be like you explained, but that would make sense to the company building all the towers.
It normally is. Yeah, not always, but normally.
So if my handset that I'm going to use was closest to a tower, but that's inoperable for whatever reason, my handset would still go to the next potentially closest tower or the strongest
The
signal.
traffic.
True. That is true. Correct.
But on our diagram, we wouldn't know if a closer tower is unusable, and that's why the handset used a different tower and sector. That's all I'm asking you.
Yeah. So again, obviously it's feasible, but in discussions and in the training we received directly from T-Mobile, Verizon, the percentage of towers that go down for maintenance is minimal. I don't recall the exact percentage, but it was very, very small, like less than 1% to 2% of towers are down at any specific time. So could it have happened? I can't say in 2015 that it didn't happen, but again, it wouldn't really change the analysis too much because I'm not saying that a device is at this side, at this location right here. I'm saying it's in this general area, which again is serviced by a tower that we know was used because it's in the records.
Now, do you know what a geofence is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you mind explaining that to the jurors?
Yeah, so a geofence is a way to request activity from different providers. So the most common geofence is from Google, to ask Google, hey, provide any and all devices that are within a certain area, a geofence. So you provide a latitude, longitude spot on the earth and say, hey, provide me every device that's within 100 meters of this one spot I just asked for. And so based on activity on those devices, if it responded with a certain location within your area of interest, Google would say, yeah, hey, these 100 devices were located within your area of interest.
And that doesn't have to be a text message or a telephone call. Is that true? From the device.
So are you talking in today's 2024 or 2015?
I'm sorry. I'm limiting it to January 10th, 2015.
Yeah, so in January 2015, the cell phone providers were not providing any information for geofences. They just couldn't pull information that way. What they could pull would be a tower dump. So instead of a geofence asking for a spot in an area, we ask, hey, for this address, give me all the towers that service this address, and they could provide the cell phones that use the towers in that area. That's called a tower dump. But in 2015, geofence was not really a thing yet.
Okay. All right. Now,
I'm sorry, but I look at like this person that turned around, this guy, her, and I think to myself, like they just don't give a shit. Because this whole case could be tried individually. If these people wanted justice or wanted to do the right thing, they would bring a case upon each person and not say, hey, like, this is them assuming something that they want to believe. Like, you see this. This is all hearsay. And I'm going to show you guys a video of Woody, which is really good, because the point is Woody got locked up for 4 years because he lied. But then when they bring this case up, when I say bring it up, they go to try it. They bring him in on the stand, and then they say to Woody, we want you to tell us the truth. And Woody says, wait, do you want me to tell you the lies I remembered? Because it wasn't the truth. Because remember, you locked me up for 4 years because it wasn't the truth. But now you want those lies to be the truth because you want the jury to convict these guys. So I just look at him, her, this guy right here, and I'm like, you piece of fucking shit. Like, you piece of fucking shit. Like, borderline over a cop. Why did Atlanta, whoever these people are, and listen, I'm not putting I don't mean to put disrespect on people, but it's so disrespectful to just go after them as a whole and not trial them individually. And literally, here we are, 9 months later, a year and a half later, and guess what? We don't have a phone call, a text message that puts a text message with a hit, with the car that was bought, with a wiring number, with a you do this, you get paid for this. There is no businesses being set up to be able to backdoor some drug transactions. Nothing. This was all inner city shit that happens every day. People getting beef started, whatever, right? People just killing each other over stupid shit. And yet, because you have a star that was born from there that tends to help his people out when he can't control them. He can't say, hey, work for me. They always go back running to the streets. Oh, I got to go home. I miss home. I miss Danny. I miss whoever. You know what I mean? So, but I just, like, as soon as this guy turned around, I'm just like, you fucking piece of shits. They're doing this to try to get, like, they would be okay. This is why I'm calling them piece of shits. Not because they're public servants, but this is not a public servant. This is these people trying to just do whatever they can do because they know they have trust in the public, where the public perceives the state to be the one you trust when it is in fact not. And you only find that out once they go after you and start pressing their own ideas upon you, which they're just trying to get whatever they can to get the jury. As long as they can get the jury to say that they're guilty, they're happy or they're okay. but yet they have not brought forth hardly any evidence. And their own person that they put on the stand said he was the one who shot up the barbershop. That same person said, wait, you want me to remember my lies that you locked me up for, but now it's the truth because I'm here and you want to lock 10, 15 guys up? But now it's the truth? So why'd you lock me up for 4 years if it was the truth? And I'm going to show you that video. It's crazy. This is why I have no respect for these people. I have no respect. They should have tried them.
I want to talk with you.
It's not okay, guys. It's not okay. I don't even know how
about some of
this
these
case even got taken.
records, if you don't mind. Do you remember?
Again, think about what's going on right now. What's going on is in the inner city where they live and where they congregate, something happened, and yet they're putting their phones into the same area that they fucking live in. How the fuck does that prove anything? Not a text message from so-and-so to so-and-so, hey, I made the hit. Not a video evidence or camera proof of so-and-so wearing this, and this. We got your shoes. We got your shoes prints. You drove by or you ran up. You killed so-and-so. And then you went home. Here's you going in your home. Or here's you running 2 blocks away, which is almost to your house in the direction of your home. And then we got you coming out with different clothes. Right? You dropped this. We got your DNA at the spot. None of that. Remember, it's none of that. None of that. We're still going off of there was a phone call made in the vicinity of the area. And remember, the person they brought on the stand admitted to doing the hits. Not for YSL. He said, sure, you want to know about YSL? I'm going to tell you everything you want to know about YSL so I can get the fuck out of here. Because they pressed the YSL. They pressed the Young Thug issue. Because they assumed, because he made some money, and they assumed that because of what he rapped, he was guilty. This is so crazy. I don't see how anyone can have any respect for these people here. Because if they did, this trial would have been a long time ago, and we would have evidence by now. We don't have evidence. Right now, you just are talking about a cell phone within an area of something happening. They fucking live there.
Remember telling the
Where else would
jurors
they be?
before a long break that there was
Away?
a call
No,
at
they're too poor for
approximately
that. They don't have any
7:29
money.
p.m. January.
And when they go away, you accuse them of other
I'm not-
shit. You
if you need to, you don't have to. But if you need to stand up and point to things, just ask to someone if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
That's like you, whoever's listening, having 5 houses. And you tell me and a couple other people, hey, listen, why don't you go live here, take care of my house, make sure everything is cool, you stay there rent-free, watch over the place, do what you want to do, you want to find a job, if not, here's some money, but here, go live your life, do whatever you want to do, you want to go to school, you want to do this, that, and the third, you have a free room and board, you have a free home, okay, and you do that for numerous occasions, right? Guess what, let's just say, I had a party, something happens, or so-and-so, right? You have 2, 3, 4 different real estate properties. So-and-so comes over. You're not there. You're out on tour. You're doing what you're doing. And someone has a bunch of guns. Or they have a bunch of drugs. And the cops go to your house and they raid and they have all those drugs. But you're not even there. Or yet you go there because the police know that you just got in town. And the minute you go to your home, they find all these guns and ammos. But then they pin it on you. Or something happens and you're not even there and they still want to pin it on you, which is still even the case as of right now. Like, that's what you guys have to understand too, and that's why you try the individual and not the crowd. But here's the thing, this is where they messed up, because they already gave Woody his time, but they're just trying to search for more. It's so sad. I don't know how these people sleep at night.
Thank you.
I think
and
it's
on
jealousy.
page 27.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
what you
Yes,
asked
sir.
for? All right.
They're doing better than
Now-
most in Atlanta and the inner cities. It's that she's got a nice Rolex Datejust. Not even a Datejust. It's she's got a really nice date. So you know that could be anywhere from 35 to 65,000. Just an example. So she's not doing too bad.
do you have any evidence to show the jurors that the handset, according to the records associated with Mr. Williams, was anywhere in the vicinity of that crime scene where Mr. Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot during the time of 7:03 and 7:29?
I do not.
Okay. Now, the prosecution asked you, well, I'm going by my memory, but if I said it wrong, just please correct me.
Yes, sir.
WhatsApp, FaceTime, those are not captured by these type of records. You remember that question like that?
That's correct.
All right. And do you have any evidence that FaceTime, WhatsApp, or any other application was being used by that handset during this break in time?
I do not. We can't tell based on the records we received from T-Mobile in 2015 whether any of those devices were used.
All right. Now, I'd like to talk with you about, and I believe it's going to be on the next page, but you handle it. You tell us.
No evidence. Again.
From the 7:29 call that is already a book for the jurors or connections with Mr. Williams' targeted phone or the phone associated with Mr. Jeffrey Williams, where it is by the number 2. You know what I'm talking about, location
I do,
2?
yes, sir.
Can
That's 7:33 and 14 seconds. And that's on page 28 of that same exhibit, 532 Yankee.
Your Honor, is it okay to turn to that?
Yeah.
I believe before you is exactly what you just said, the same exhibit, page 28. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'd like to talk with you about the 7:33:14 outgoing call from the records of Mr. that we're calling associated with Mr. Jeffrey Williams to the Kelvin Treadwell. You see that? What I'm talking about? Okay. Now, the call before is the 7:31 call, but it's not on the same diagram. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It was on the previous page, page 27.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions, and we may have to flip between the two exhibits if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Or the two document pages in the same exhibit. Now, the time of the 7:31 call, how many seconds was it?
17. 7:31 and 17 seconds.
So we are just 3 seconds shy of the next recording on these records of associated with Mr. Williams because it's 7:33:14. Correct? There's a 2 minute
I think
minus
we're gonna
3
short
second
draw, guys. Oh man, it's
difference.
already happening.
Does that sound right? All right. Now you said, and if I misheard you, just please, I was sitting over here, just please say that you didn't say that. But you explained that there's 4 miles between where the cell tower that was used at the 7:31 17 p.m. call to the 7:33:14 call, which is on the screen. Is that?
Yeah, I think I said between 8, or I measured it with just general measurement. I think I found like 8 or 9 kilometers, which again, I estimated to be between 4 and 5 miles.
Did you drive the distance from around the cell tower that's on the page before at 7:31:17 to the cell tower at 7:33:14?
I have not, no.
Did you Google map it? And if that's, you use other devices, that's fine. But to see the number of miles between those two locations?
No, I just did an estimate, straight line distance estimate between those two towers.
When you say straight line, like a bird may be able to fly over
Yes,
all
sir.
the buildings? Okay.
Yeah, straight line from one to the other, not going along the roads.
Do you know the distance going along the roads between those two locations, and specifically point 2 associated address 35 Oak Street Southwest, and I used Jeffrey Williams condominium address?
I do not. I've never put them in Google Earth to see, or whatever mapping software to see the distance, driving distance. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about the sectors. You see on State's exhibit that is shown, page 28, do you see the sector pointing south? Is that?
I do.
Beta, is that what it would be called? And if it's not, just.
Yeah, they've kind of gone away from those terms. It's more like 1, 2, 3, or whatever. But Yes, it's the south side sector.
Does that mean, if the records are correct and if it's working accurately, that the handset of Jeffrey Williams by 733.14 is beyond where that cell tower is? Is that accurate? Meaning, when I say beyond, it's further south from the cell tower that it used.
Yeah, it's probably slightly further south than the tower. Again, I think we have it on the map. You're on a map point? Okay. So again, yeah, there's that tower we're referencing here. Again, the sector, the general left and right boundaries are these. So again, that device would have to be somewhere in this general area, here, or down in this part at 733.
And if you just stand there 1 second, if we go back one page, I believe that would be correct, and that should be page 27. Can you just show the jurors at 731.17 which tower is being employed?
Yes. So we got this tower up here, and again, the south side of that tower. So down here.
Now, all those green circles, that signifies other towers along the way that's in the system of T-Mobile. Is that true?
Correct. In 2015, January of 2015.
So, and then if you could go to page 28, if you don't mind, sir. So, the connection 2 minutes later, well, whatever, a minute and 57 seconds later, does not use any of the other towers. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, thank you.
You're pushing almost 100%
Now, these
on
towers are
those
not
MSTR
done
puts.
for law enforcement.
It's like
Meaning
485 to the
records,
low
rather.
500s.
They're not kept
Like,
for
they
law
wanted like
enforcement
$4,
purposes.
a little over
Law
$4
enforcement
for
uses them
those.
and accesses them, but
So,
they're really
you're
for
about
the
at 100%.
internal workings of the companies trying to make the money and give the best service.
That's correct. Yeah, these are business records used by the providers on a daily basis.
Did you analyze, I know that there's an incoming call, according to these records, 17 seconds, the way you explained it, not the 47, but you explained the difference, with Mr. McMullen's device associated with him to Mr. Jeffrey Williams' device associated with him. How many times in all these records that you have did Jeffrey Williams' device ever communicate, being the initiation of a communication with Mr. Demise McMullen's device?
I'd have to reference the call logs. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Will that take a long time or no?
I could probably, if they're all back there, I could probably review them in, two minutes or 3 minutes.
You, sir.
Okay. Well, let me give you a couple, and then maybe it saves time if you're going to review them. I'd like you to tell the jurors how many times Mr. Williams' device associated with Mr. Williams contacted Kenneth Copeland's device, the device associated with Kenneth Copeland.
Good
and if you know these answers, just say,
That's a good question.
I'm aware.
I don't recall that one. Again, there's as we've seen, there's a lot of calls and a lot of towers, so I don't recall every one of them. I'm glad to, or happy to review any and all of them, so we make sure we get all the relevant information.
Okay. So, should I go on, or is it
These
a waste
people
of?
don't want it. Look at him looking at him. Like,
I won't specifically remember any
bars.
direct calls to or from an individual. I'd have to reference my notes, which would also be what's presented in those toll analysis.
Okay. Well, that's going to be my questions. If it's going to take more than a minute or two, though, maybe we could do it over a break.
Yes, sir. That's great.
Okay, but if you want to take time now, Mr. McMullen, and if it helps you, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you about Mrs. Zachary, Mr. Garlington's phone associated with him, Mr. Cobb's phone, Mr. Bradford's phone. So that's a lot of work.
Yeah, if it's several, I would probably like a couple minutes. So maybe over the next break might be the best.
Okay.
If that's fine. Okay.
Can you just write that down or just remember it? But that's what I'm going to ask you over the break, okay? All right, let me ask you this. Can you go to Mr.
Mixed chick nose.
Miss, I think it's labeled Dolly. It might be Alexis, but Dolly Greer's phone calls. Do you remember a 911 call being made?
I do.
And do you remember it being for 104 seconds?
I don't remember the exact. I do remember it being longer than a minute or so. So the 104 seconds seems like it's probably about correct.
Were you ever given, did the prosecution ever give you to review in your records, ever give you that actual recording of that 911 call?
They did not.
Right. And that was on January 11th, 2015 at 12:04 a.m.?
I'd have to review the toll
I
record.
think that should be right behind you too.
Okay. You want me to do that now?
Sure, if you don't mind. That's just that one, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, Your Honor, may I
Yes, you
review
may.
those?
Uh-oh.
And while he's doing that, I was trying to jot down, because I doubt if he was able to jot down what you wanted him to check was hit which names.
Mr. Cobb, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Zachary, Ms. McMullen, Mr. Garlington,
All right.
Did Thug,
Mr. Rontrez Brock.
all of them?
Brock.
B-R-O-C-K.
Okay.
Did Thug
Mr.
call any of
Sledge.
them?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The answer is likely no. It's a good setup, Brian.
Were you able to refresh your memory?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it 104 seconds?
It is, yes, sir, at 12:04 a.m., just like you brought up.
Okay. And that's a call. Do you remember which cell tower that call was made from? And if yes, can you tell us what you're looking at? And then
Yeah, I'd have to review this.
My nigga. The truth is what you can make people believe.
And you're looking at, again, your report, which
Yeah,
is
so that's why
522.
that's why you have on one side a prosecutor,
Thank you.
you have a defense attorney, and they both have the facts based on how they present the facts and make the people believe what's true.
I mean, I don't care if it comes from a white man or a black man.
So the
it's
analysis
the same thing.
for those devices.
Bro, he just said what I just said. And it's true. And what they know, these three in right here, they know that the public deems them to be their safety net. Whether they are doing the right thing or the wrong thing, they are perceived by the people over here that you can't see. These are the people you trust. Y'all been fooled since Obama.
Devices
Y'all been getting played
again
like
went
a
from
motherfucker.
about 6.
I don't know where things changed. You know, I don't know where things went wrong, but normally, you know, this wouldn't be a trial until those guys in the back there that you can't see really fudged up, and the state had real evidence. But for some reason, we came to this idea that, you know, you talk to the police, they're your friend, right? Till they choke you and kill your ass.
I think that specific device associated
So they
with
come in
Dolly
and shoot your
Greer
dog
ending in
that didn't do
1990.
anything.
The towers and sectors I
Not to
mapped
be on a
out
power
were
trip.
from 6:44 to 8:27 p.m. So I don't have in there specifically where the 911 call occurred at, which was at 12:04 a.m.
Okay, on the next morning, right after midnight.
Correct.
But that's in the records. We could do that.
We could, yes, sir.
Okay. It's going to be a longer break for you. I'm going to ask you to do that too. All right. I'd like to talk with you about Mr. Copeland's cellular telephone records activity, if you don't mind, and tell us what you need to look at.
Again, I'm referencing my report, 532 Yankee, and Mr. Copeland's records start on page 10.
You mind showing that if you don't mind?
Mr. Copeland?
Your analysis, is that what you refer to?
Yes, I'm looking at the PowerPoint analysis.
What age of burdens?
Page 10.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Copeland, and you made this clear earlier with the jurors, at least you discussed it. Mr. Copeland's call at 7:01:58. You see it on the left-hand lowest.
I do.
Lowest number. And if you could just point that to the jurors on the screen, if you don't mind, and then show us the next time the phone is used, if you don't mind.
The next time the phone is used is 7:24:09, and we see the tower and sector that the phone is in this channel here.
And that is approximately a 22-minute, 11-second gap. Is that, and if I did it wrong, please correct me.
No, that's a fair number.
It's another gap.
Now, in that 22-minute gap, do you know when that phone was powered off?
I do not. Again, the analysis just shows the towers and sectors that were used.
Okay. Do you know something? And if you do, just explain to the jury. Airplane mode, you know what that is?
I do.
Can you tell the jury? And well, did they have that in 2015?
They did. Yeah. So airplane mode, obviously, your cell phone resides on the cellular network. So when you place and receive calls, it's with cell phone towers, but you can switch your phone into what's called airplane mode. That basically limits the device, the cell phone, so it can't talk to cell phone towers. It can only be used as either a Wi-Fi device or as a computer.
What is the distance, if you can tell us, between, you see where it says CS or crime scene?
I do.
And that's the shooting of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
The plotting, on the map, on the Google Earth. What is the distance between that and the cell tower that is the 7:01:58?
Okay. So let's see. So about 6 kilometers, which would be, I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 miles.
Okay.
3.5 to 4 miles.
And can you, and you don't know traffic conditions or road conditions on January 10th, 2015?
I do not.
Can you guys hear me? Hold on. Is this something with the feed? Strange. Looks like we got a little bit of a freezing situation. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys could hear me. All right, so it's not my computer. Let's see what's going on over here. It looks like they were frozen in time for a second or two. All right, there we go. We're back.
Then again,
we're back.
I just kind of measured that distance in straight line distance between my estimate of the coverage area to the crime scene's about 3 miles.
Right, but that's the tower itself, right?
So
how about the tower when it goes out, away from the tower?
Yeah, so the tower to the crime scene is approximately 6 kilometers.
Thank you, guys. The stream froze.
And we know 5K is like 3.1 miles, so it's probably 3.5 miles. So the edge of the footprint to the crime scene, straight line distance again, because I don't know the zigzags of the roads, is probably under 5, right around 5 kilometers or under. So again, that's going to be under 3 miles. So just under 3 miles, would I say the coverage area to the crime scene in a straight line distance.
And a car that's already moving, can it go in approximately 2 minutes? And if this is just guesswork, just say, look, this is just too much. I have no idea. Could it go the distance from the crime scene to an area that would be depicted by the records of the tower that's in use here?
I mean, again, because I don't know the driving distance as opposed to the straight line distance, I think it's hard to say. Could it possibly? Maybe. I'm not sure. But I can't. I haven't driven it, and I don't know the distance, so I don't want to be able to say yes or no.
That's fair.
I don't know the road distance between the coverage area and the crime scene.
Thank you. Now, were you ever told or given records for a second or multiple cellular devices that are associated with Mr. Copeland?
I don't recall another device associated with Mr. Copeland.
You were just given records for one device.
I believe so. Remember, I looked at this incident, the January 15th, or January 10th, which is the first incident. But I think I looked at 4 other incidents and lots of phone numbers. So during this time period.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. I don't recall another phone number associated to Mr. Copeland.
All right. Agent Bernie, I'd like to ask you, I think it's on page 24 of that same exhibit. Is that Mr. Bradford's analysis that you did when the records associated with Mr. Bradford's phone?
It is.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind, about a couple of calls on here, according to the records that you pulled out for us.
Yes, sir.
Do you see a call on the left-hand side lower at 8:03:54 p.m.?
I do.
And then approximately 20 seconds later at 8:04:14 p.m. using the same exact cell tower and sector?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then the next call I'd like to ask you about is on the right-hand side of your exhibit. And if you need to show anything to jurors with the Honorable Court's permission. Okay.
Yeah. So the 2 calls he's referencing are this 8:03 and this 8:04. Again, here's the tower and sector there.
And then if you go to, while you're standing, if you don't mind, on the right-hand side, you see 8:07:03 contact?
I do.
And can you show the jurors which sector and cell tower we're talking about?
Point it out.
Right here. Yep.
Point it out.
And then the next call on the left-hand side again is approximately 1 minute and 23 seconds later. Do you see that at 8:08:26?
I do.
Can you, and it's again using a different cell tower, fair to say?
It is, yeah. So we started, 8:03 and 8:04 using this tower, 8:07, and then back to 8:08.
Can you explain, if you have an explanation, and I know they're just records, but how the device picked up, and I understand it can move, picked up the 8:07:03 at the Constitution cell tower versus the cell tower closest to number 2 on your diagram?
Yeah, when I was analyzing this records, obviously we see this and you wonder kind of the same questions. So what I did was look up, again, the heights of these towers, because line of sight plays a big portion. Taller towers have a longer, higher line of sight than shorter towers do. So what I noticed, again, is that this tower is really tall one. It's about 100, I think it was like 130 to 140 height here. This one was still a pretty large tower. I think it was like just under 100 feet tall. So in reviewing the records, all we can say is that the device, again, which chooses the tower in the sector with the best signal, the strongest, best signal, at 8:07, it shows this tower that was out here as the best signal. And then at 8:00, all these other ones, it shows this tower. So all we can say is potentially line of sight that this tower, which is slightly larger than this tower located here, for this one call, the signal was in a stronger signal than these towers here. Could have been a matter of somebody being in one area and then turning, and something just alters the signal strength enough that this tower, when they hit the green button to receive this or place this outgoing call, that this tower's signal strength is the same. What I would say in reviewing that, though, is obviously we will look at all the calls in the totality of the time period that we review records. And we can see in the totality, calls placed here, a significantly more number than this number here, which is one call at 8:07. So it's using this for a significant number of calls, jumps to this one at 8:07, then jumps back to this one here. Again, I work a lot of Amber Alerts, a lot of those kinds of things. If I am reviewing and these records looking for an individual, I'm concentrating on where the vast majority of calls are and then trying to figure out why maybe we have this call at 8:07.
Can I ask you while you're standing, hypothetically, if we didn't have all the calls that you were kind enough to generate and put into the box on the lower left, and we just were left with the one call at 8:07:03, which is on the middle right, it would make it appear, I'm not saying you would make it appear, but it would make it appear as if that handset was closest to the 8:07 cellular tower. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we had no other calls, and this is the only call we had was at 8:07, and I was looking for an individual using this device, I'd obviously go to an area that was closer to that. But again, I would never do that, right? If I have all of the information, I'm going to use all of the information to formulate opinion. I'm not just going to use some of the information.
With regards to Mr. Bradford's device that we're looking at, does he have any calls, according to the records associated with Mr. Bradford, does he have any calls that places him with a cell phone tower where that M is, or that's the McDonald's, correct?
Yeah, there's no activity on that side of the cell phone tower.
Okay. How about Jeffrey Williams? Cell phone records? If you could look at that and just direct us to the page. I'm going to ask you the same question. How many times does Jeffrey Williams' records show that he is using a cell phone tower close to the McDonald's?
Yeah, I'm referencing the same Exhibit 532 Yankee. Just trying to. So in that exhibit, page 28 would be the time period covered by the device associated with Mr. Williams.
Yeah, can we show page 28?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
And again, there's no tower and sector activity that would show the device to be in the vicinity of the McDonald's.
If we can go back to Mr. Copeland's records, and if you can help us with the page. I think I know what it is, but just to make sure, I'd like you to tell us what page to go to.
For Mr. Copeland, device associated with him, the 5991, that's going to be page 12. Actually, page 11, I'm sorry.
Does Mr. Copeland's device, according to these records, and they vary, obviously. I mean, you're telling us that. It's not GPS coordinate, here I am. It's a range, fair to say.
Correct. We know the tower and sector where the device is. So again, a general area. of where
And
devices.
and it could be, I guess, miles away. Is that, and if I'm saying something wrong, just please correct me.
It could be depending upon the towers in the area. Obviously, more towers, the closer the phones are to those towers. The towers that are farther apart, the more range those towers could be away from each other. On page 11, you asked about the McDonald's. This is the slide where the McDonald's is not on there, but there is a call at 7:51, which is in the vicinity of the McDonald's.
And I'm going to ask a different question while it's page 11 of that same exhibit is before the jurors. Do you see where the crime scene is?
I do.
Does Mr. Copeland's cell phone ever contact a cell phone tower that, in your expert opinion, could encompass that crime scene?
Oh, that's a good
yes,
question.
This 7:28 and 45 seconds, this one here.
Shout out to Scooby.
Again, we see this device was a Sprint device. We see the towers that are listed here around the crime scene. So this device here, which is used at 7:28 p.m., you can see that here. That coverage could potentially cover the crime scene and the other location, the green store, that's because those locations are close together.
And then Mr. Copeland continues, I believe, on the next page. Am I correct? Page 12. And if I'm wrong,
correct.
It
does continue on page 12.
If you can go there. Is there any time on page 12 that it's going to be the same question, Mr. Copeland's device is at or around the crime scene? Well, using a tower associated with and encompassing that crime scene.
Yeah, we have this call here at 9:52 p.m.
All right, guys, there are rumors that something happened to Woody over the weekend. I don't have any verification of that. So for right now, we're going to call that fake news. Allegedly, he was on a live saying that he did not get robbed and that some of these things are rumors. So just be careful where you're getting your information from. I won't say it unless it is a verifiable source, just because I have a legal and communications background. I just want to make sure that these things are true before, before we call it fact. Right. So brief interruption there, but let's get back into it.
You can see the towers right underneath this box for the crime scene. And so again, that's in the vicinity of the crime scene. Put the device in this general area at 9:52.
Do you have any records that you were asked to work on and prepare for your testimony by the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County? Do you have any records that show between, let's say, 7:20 and 8:30 that Mr. Copeland's handset that are associated with the records that you targeted go towards and encompasses Jeffrey Williams condominium?
Between what time periods again?
It could be 6 in the evening on January 10th, 2015, and we'll say 10 in the evening, January 15th, 2000. January 10th, 2015.
Yeah, during that period, we do not. There is a slide in here that covers phones in the vicinity of Williams condo. That extends from 7:31 p.m. to 11:22 p.m. And where did that slide go?
And just announce what page it is when you
44.
Thank you, sir.
I must have gotten my pages out of order here. I don't see it.
And if you could focus on Mr. Copeland and show the jurors the time that, according to these records, that a cell phone tower is employed by Mr. Copeland's phone that are associated with the records that you've been provided at Jeffrey Williams condominium.
Yeah, so we see it right here. The phone number associated with 5991 has two events, 11:14 and 11:17. An outgoing and incoming call. You can see it uses a tower right here, again, in close proximity to the Williams condo. 11:14 and 11:17.
And then before you sit down, do you remember the Treadwell, do you remember using that name?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury when
Speaking of verifiable news is breaking right now that as of 8 minutes ago, 6 new lawsuits accuse Diddy of SA, including a minor. Actually, that's not even funny. Wrong button. That one. He needs to go down for all this stuff, especially when it comes to kids. It's crazy. It's crazy that this is happening, but the Diddy saga is something that we are continuously following on this channel as well to keep you guys updated and informed. We did a video last week, and now we have a deep dive going into how Tupac, his murder trial, is involved as well. So more content to come on that, but wanted to give y'all that update.
Alvin Treadwell's cellular telephone records show that he is using a tower that is in the vicinity of the Jeffrey Williams condominium.
So again, his number ends in 2643, the device associated with him. Let's see. And I don't see that. So that device must not have been in that area during that period.
You could sit down if you want. If you want to, you could stand if you want. All right. So hypothetically, if the phone was being used, because it has to be used to capture on a record, either a text message and or a telephone call in 2015.
Yes, sir.
And hypothetically, it was that the cellular telephone number associated with Mr. Copeland followed to Jeffrey Williams' condo between, I'm just broadening it, but 7:30 and 8:30 on January 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's to the Jeffrey Williams condo. You don't have record of that. Followed Mr. Treadwell. I didn't say Mr. Treadwell.
So between 7:30 and 8:30, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no activity in Mr. Copeland's records that would show that during the 7:30 to 8:30 time period, he had any phone activity in the area of the Williams condo.
And the same question for those times. I think you answered it, so I don't want to waste time. Just say it's the same answer. Mr. Treadwell, same times, doesn't go up near the Jeffrey Williams condo, according to the records.
Yeah, I'll just confirm that. So my phone's in here. Hold on. So again, looking at page 33 of that same report, and at no time between 7:33 and 8:33 is there activity on the device associated with Treadwell 2643 that would be in the vicinity of the Williams condo.
I would like to go to your efforts on explain to us the records showing devices associated with certain people going to Miami, Florida. So we're starting some people, and I'm not trying to confuse anyone, some people on January 11th, some people on January 12th. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes, sir.
And again, the year is 2015.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions, but when you start coming at me, I will snipe you. That just happened. And, you know, this is a chatterhood, right? But ain't no soft AV over here, okay? Whoever that was just got banned from the channel. Ain't coming back. Let's go back.
For all of this.
Correct, yes,
okay.
Sir.
Now, how long did Mr. Zachary's records show that he is in the Miami, Florida area?
I don't recall how long the device was in there. Again, I was just asked to show, did the device make a trip to Miami? And so that's, in my analysis, all I did. So I don't recall how long the device stayed in Miami.
Okay, and to be fair, you weren't asked. That's easy to figure out, but you weren't asked to do that by the district attorney's office.
That's correct.
It's going to be the same question, so I assume the same answer, but I don't want to presume. Mr. Copeland's phone.
Same answer. Again, just to review the trip down there, not necessarily say how long the device was there.
Okay. And I believe it's going to be the same, but Mr. McMullen's device, same answer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who else besides Mr. Williams' records, Miss Dolly Greer's records, Miss Dora Greer's records? Who else did go down to Miami that we didn't discuss?
Mr. Williams.
Ignore it. Well, can you tell the jurors when he came back? I'm assuming.
I cannot.
Okay. Now, how about in Miami when these records show that certain people actually made it to Miami, whomever they are, all of them? Were you ever tasked or asked or requested by the district attorney's office in Fulton County to then figure out how many times did any of those devices contact Jeffrey Williams?
I was not asked.
I'm going to say Jeffrey Williams. I should be better. Jeffrey Williams' phone records associated with his phone records. You were not asked.
I was not asked to do that.
Okay. How about, were you ever asked to pinpoint, like you did in your exhibits? Once in Miami, does Jeffrey Williams' cellular telephone records show that he is using a cell tower near and in the vicinity of persons' cell records, such as associated with Mr. Copeland, Mr. Zachary, Mr. McMullen, Mr. Cobb, whomever else? Were you asked to do that?
I wasn't asked to specifically map or analyze that. I did kind of review that when obviously they arrived, and that was part of my mapping process. They're in a similar area when they arrived, but again, that was just at the time that they arrived.
Okay.
So,
did you ever get any details that Mr. Williams stayed at a location the same as Mr. Copeland, Mr. McMullen, or whomever, or a different location? And if you don't know, just say, I was never asked that. I was never given that information.
yeah, I don't have any of that information.
All right. Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. Agent, I'll be right back, okay? Were you ever asked about January 12th, 2015, approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, when an Infinity rental car was returned to the airport, the Atlanta airport? Were you ever given that information?
I don't recall that, no.
By January, I may have messed up the date. By January 11th, 2015, in the afternoon hours, is Jeffrey Williams' records have him on the way traveling to Miami, Florida.
At what time?
1:30-ish.
Yeah, so there's activity around 1:30 a.m. on the 11th in Atlanta. And then
So while Brian's trying to lay the web and get this guy in a trap, it's funny. So here's what happened, right? Somebody was like, I talked about the Diddy thing. You guys know I have a media background, so I don't report on anything unless I know it is 100% factual. And there was a Diddy sympathizer in here, which, I mean, it's your prerogative. It's your, it's your thing. But when you start saying that I'm spreading fake news, Queen Slat is in the building. Okay, that's what happens. You get sniped. Don't do it in my community. All right, don't do it over here.
next activity outside of Atlanta is approximately 4:38 a.m. on the 11th.
And that would be?
South, near Macon, Georgia.
Okay. Do you ever know whether Mr. Copeland's, the records that you have, I'm not talking about any other record, just the records that you were given, the Mr. Copeland's phone, was he in the area of Atlanta on January 11th, 2015 at 1:30 in the afternoon?
So again, in reviewing, he has phone activity in Atlanta at 7:56 p.m. on the 11th. And then the first time there's activity outside of Atlanta is at 10:12 p.m. on the 11th. And again, that's south of Macon, Georgia.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just one second.
So guys, one trade today for me, SMCI to the long side. That's about it for me today. I'm waiting, I'm deciding, I'm just being patient with Tesla here. That's something else that's on
Brian
the
went
list.
back to the desk back there. Y'all like that? Queen Slime. Diddy sympathizer.
Oh, it's going again, guys. Look at this. It's going again. So that was Thursday's high. Thursday's close.
All right, we've got a little bit of
just hung
TiVo
out
time.
at
Let's get
Thursday's
Brian back up
close.
here.
And you're running a test back
Okay.
to VWAP.
I'd like to just ask you a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't have this expertise, just say, I don't know. When we use and I use the 7:22 p.m. 911 call on January 10th, 2015, when Mr. Thomas's report of the shooting.
Okay, I recall that, yes.
Do you know how much time passed between the actual shooting and the actual 911 call being made?
I do know.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, is Brian done?
And Mr. Steele, are you going to want him to check?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind if we just
No.
have whatever other cross there is
No, not at
before
all.
we break? Okay.
All right.
Mr. Weinstein, looks like you've got some
The
questions.
Honorable Doug Weinstein. I like that suit combo today. Tie is nice.
Good afternoon, Agent Bernie.
Good afternoon, sir.
And we've spoken once or twice before.
We have.
And I believe I told you I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about something other than Auburn football for a moment.
Please.
I don't know who's working the machine, but could you all pull up 532Y, page 5?
Uh-oh.
I believe this is your kind of sector orientation and illustration slide, correct?
It is.
One thing I just want to try to get clarified is when we're talking about locations of these cell phone or mobile phones. You have a sector here pointed north 0 degrees, correct?
It is in this illustration, yeah.
And in that sector, you've got these hard red lines that extend 60 degrees out in either direction to form a 120-degree arc, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you state the shaded arc solely indicates the general direction of radio frequency signal, correct?
That's correct.
Because those edges that you show there, while in the illustration, they seem to be a hard edge. That's kind of theoretical. They're not exactly a hard edge. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no line painted on the concrete that says at this point you're going to switch from this sector to this sector. It's kind of fuzzy at the boundaries. It could be 118 degrees. It could be 123 degrees. It could vary.
Right, because the radio, even if you have a directional antenna, the radio signals don't just hard cut off at a certain point or necessarily extend exactly to that point, right?
That's correct.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you.
There.
The other thing is, you keep testifying about general location of the mobile devices, the cell phones. But what you're actually talking about, what you actually know, are the antennas that are being hit by the signal from the cell phone, correct?
Yeah, we're getting the general area based on the information, meaning the tower and the sector and those antennas in that sector.
But again, you don't know where the device is. You just...
Guys, real quick, it's only 3:17. I'm going to tell you right now, more than likely, I may be short SMCI by the end of the day. I might be. I'm still deliberating with my team.
Just know the antenna that's being
know the
used by
antenna
that
that
cell
I'm-
phone, correct? The other thing is, when you're talking about the cell phone selecting the tower, that's not exactly right, is it? Because don't these cell phone networks, these 3G and 4G cell phone networks, don't they use something called, mobile assisted handoff?
So yes, they do use the handoff, but that's not at the initiation of the call. So the device, when it's on, scanning the environment, looking for the strongest, clearest signal. The device chooses the tower and sector to use based on the signal strength, the best signal. Once that call is initiated, that tower and sector is put in your records, your CDRs. Hey, this is the tower that Jay's phone picked. Once the phone is in the network and you travel, say I drive from here back to my house, the network is then in charge of any handoffs that are associated with the device. So once you're in the network, as you're driving, the network may say, hey, use this, the phone can see this tower and sector, use this one instead, and the device would use that. Again,
Yes,
that's not what's shown in the CDRs. The CDRs is the first tower, the first sector selected by the mobile device.
Yeah, and there's a lot of factors that go into that selection, right? I guess we're talking about signal strength, correct?
That's one of the criteria, correct.
Quality of service?
Correct.
Would you explain quality of service, please?
Yeah, so quality of service is just, is the signal a good signal, or is it, reflecting and other things to make it a weaker signal? So again, it's based on signal strength and signal quality.
Signal to noise ratio is another factor that's used, correct?
That's part of it, correct.
Would you explain that as well?
Yeah, signal to noise ratio is again based on the signal strength. Hey, is how strong is the signal versus other interfering signals in there? So is it a good usable signal? There's a lot of categories that go into the device picking the tower and sector to use.
So we kind of use closest tower as a shorthand, correct? But the reality is there's a lot of factors that go into which particular tower a cell phone is going to use.
There are a lot of categories, but in discussions with the providers themselves, signal strength is one of the largest or biggest choosing factors. Because again, it's based on call quality, right? If we get on a call and it's crackly, we're like, this is awful, I'm gonna go to another provider. So the call quality, signal strength is the largest thing, which has a lot to do with the closest tower. Again, not always the closest tower, we've said that before, but typically the device chooses the closest tower.
Okay, but again, as you said, not always the closest tower, correct?
Yeah, because not all towers are created equal, right? We talked about heights of towers, what kind of towers they are, which also goes into the play of it as well.
Right, and when we're talking about tower selection, if we can just continue on that, there are other things that affect what tower necessarily may have the best signal strength, or what tower may grade best for all of these factors combined, right? For example, terrain may play a factor, correct?
Terrain plays a factor if there's interference, meaning obviously if you're on the east side of Georgia, they have Stone Mountain. If the tower is on top of Stone Mountain, it's going to have a longer range than one that's not on Stone Mountain, right? So again, the line of sight that we've discussed. If you're on the other side of Stone Mountain and the tower you use is on the other side of Stone Mountain, then obviously terrain would have an effect because Stone Mountain is in the middle and therefore interrupting the line of sight.
And buildings may be a factor in the terrain as well, correct?
Buildings can be, but some of the signals used are made to penetrate buildings, so that has a lesser effect than a mountain would have.
Right, but weather, what else? Maintenance, we discussed maintenance early.
So weather,
you please go ahead.
Yeah, weather has less of an effect. Obviously, the frequencies chosen have more ability to penetrate weather than others. So
call volume also has an effect, correct?
Call volume would have an effect on the transfer or handoff. Again, most of the time.
All right, we might have to snipe somebody else, guys. I didn't want to do it. We're just gonna get rid of you. Pew! All right, back to regular scheduled programming.
Your phone always is going to pick the tower, the strongest, clearest signal. If you get in a call and say you're at a concert or something like that, you get in a call, your phone chooses the one with the best signal. Let's say that's the closest, but that tower is maybe at 90% capacity. The network may tell you, hey, your phone can also see this other tower that's at lower capacity. Move the phone to that tower. But the CDR still reflects the first tower that the phone chose as the strongest, clearest signal.
And because you have all of these factors that play in, that is why oftentimes a drive test is the best way to really get an idea of where a cell phone tower or sector covers. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you need to get the exact footprint of a cell phone tower, a drive test is the best way to do it. But a lot of times we don't need that in cases. We know that, hey, the crime scene's in this location, his residence is in this location, separated by 10 miles and numerous towers in the middle. If he's over here and then drives over here, that's good evidence. We may not necessarily.
It's just weird, guys. This person is alleging that I'm saying did it. Listen, the news reported something, and I told y'all what the news report was. You want to switch accounts? Go ahead. You're just gonna get sniped every single time you come back over here.
Really need to know exactly the footprint of the tower around his house or the footprint of the tower around the crime scene. What we can say is the phone traveled from the area around a house to the area of the crime scene and then back. So again, it is a great technique to determine the footprint of the tower, but we probably do it in less than 10% of the cases that we have.
But if you want a more exacting idea of the tower coverage, then you would do a drive test, correct?
Yeah, the drive test is the best way currently to determine the full footprint of that tower, if that's the information you need.
And you'd want to get that drive test in, not necessarily contemporaneous, but as close as possible to the time of the incident you're looking at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk about the coverage area of a sector, and then I'll be pretty much done at that point. Then we can all have a break. When you're looking at the coverage area for a sector, let's assume it's a 120-degree arc, right? So if you have a cell phone tower and the ranges vary, right? You've testified that the range of the tower may vary, correct?
It does, yeah.
Okay. So if you're out.
This may or may not be, but I'd be willing to bet with the 85% certainty that this indeed is a Rolex by the way it's sitting. There's only one watch that sits that beautiful, that just cuffs your wrist like a U. And there's only one watch that I know of that does that well, and that is the ROLEX Rolex, specifically Jubilee bracelet. One of my favorites that sits this way. I'm sorry, I just had to mention that. So if your shit ain't sitting like this, and your shit's going all like your band going all the way around, or it just doesn't have that like beautiful U shape, you gotta try again. Don't stop until you get there, but try again.
You know, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the country, you might get a cell phone tower with a range of 25 miles, for example, 22 miles.
I mean, I obviously haven't done analysis in like Nebraska, where you would probably have towers farther apart. The most I've seen is about 17 to 18 miles in rural parts of Georgia and Alabama. But yeah, towers can reach significantly farther when there's no other towers competing.
And if I get this wrong, just stop me and correct me. But I think you've testified today about a lot of towers having, in a city environment such as Atlanta, maybe a 2 to 3 mile distance that they might cover. Is that correct?
I would say it's, if you're talking downtown, some of those would have smaller, depending upon the line of sight. Again, where's the antenna? Is it 15 feet off the ground, or is it 150 feet off
But what about like 150 feet antenna? I think you've testified that there's at least one antenna that has a height like that. What kind of a range would you estimate based on your expertise, would that antenna have?
Yeah, again, based on the towers in the area, I'd have to review, but I would say 2 miles with 2 to 2.5 miles might be an area that we would see.
Okay.
Again, it depends on the towers in the area, but just to ballpark it, I would say 2.5 miles.
Okay, and if you get one, and I don't want to turn this into a math test, but if you look at the area that's covered, it's like 1/3 pi r squared, something like that, in a 120-degree arc. So if you've got about a 3-mile distance, you're talking about roughly a 10 square mile area that's covered by that sector, correct?
You're talking about the total area covered?
The total area covered by that sector, if you have a 2 or 3 mile radius on that antenna.
Yeah, potentially. Again, I'm not a math person for sure.
Oh, I don't want you to have to do math. I promise.
So again, yeah, if you go out 2 to 2.5 miles plus the arc, that could include 8 to 9 miles. Again, I don't
Square
know.
miles.
Yeah, I'd have to review it, but that doesn't seem too off.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Okay, none? Okay, all right. We'll break right here and give this witness time to review whatever records you needed for those
Yes, Your Honor.
names.
Okay, so just 2 defense
Hopefully
attorneys.
only like 10 minutes for the break.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, luckily for us, we have some TiVo time. And shout out to Swamp Living. I think that Doug actually did a good job in highlighting the point that although there are cell phone records, although there are locations for it, Brian hinted at this in some of his line of questioning, but really what Doug was able to get out there was this, right? When one cell phone tower is down or it doesn't connect to a phone, there's a secondary cell phone tower. Now, here's why that's important to point out to the jury. It's because basically the network has a choice of which one it's going to connect to. A lot of people didn't pick up on that, but what that actually does is show that is it always going to be 100% accurate as far as location? The answer is it can't be. Right? So if we're putting people in specific locations, you have to think about that. Now, with his particular client, I don't remember seeing Yacht Gotti's name up there, but it is important for the jury to hear that there isn't 100% accuracy as far as placing people in specific places. Here's why that's ironic. Fonnie Willis had the same argument a few months ago with the whole Nathan Wade thing. So we'll see what happens. They are taking a short break. We have enough TiVo time to zoom through it. I just want to see if they say anything after the witness and jury leave. Let's skip ahead here.
Restroom and that comes this room.
All right, so they did take their bathroom break. We are going to skip ahead for when they return, right around here. They're probably going to do.
I can show you what I have.
No, don't do that yet. Just.
I can see it.
What it looks like. I can show you what I have.
Reviewed.
Did you
Is it
review all
enough?
of
I
this?
reviewed the call.
No, don't do that.
I can tally up. If you give me like just 1 minute, I'll tally them up just in case. I reviewed all the calls, man.
He's
All
a
right.
fucking creep. I know it.
Okay.
I told you guys he's a creep.
And then will you have
Show me.
redirect?
I want to see it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then you'll have your next witness ready. Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I left out just 1 or 2 questions, less than a minute, if I could just do that.
Come on.
Thank you.
All right, so Doug has a few more questions.
Is fair. And also, I think I asked this, but just say who initiated.
Well, your question was, did Mr. Williams' cell phone ever initiate any calls to any of those? So.
Mr. Steele, yes, sir.
I want to refuse
Okay, so it looks like Doug has 2 more questions for this witness. The witness had, during the break, had to review some items that Steele had asked him about. He didn't want him to do it there on the stand.
Calls that he was requested to look at from 7. Mr. Steele's asking about the entire call.
Yeah, I know. I think he knows that.
The entire call record?
He does not understand. He is not, it takes a lot of
That
time.
is
to
not
go
what he
through
looked up.
12 phone records, CDRs. I don't think Agent Bernie has done that in 10 minutes.
Okay, what did you look at?
So what we have there is the calls from January 10th at 7.
Yeah, quiet, please.
7:29 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. So the only period that I did toll analysis is the only ones that I have the ability to do right now. The other stuff is in my computer, which
Okay.
I do not have in court.
So what time periods are you looking at?
From January 10th of 7:29 p.m. until the 11th at 6:30 a.m.
Okay. Is that the question that you asked, Mr. Steele?
No, but, to be fair, Your Honor, with the agent's permission, with the court's permission, I'll ask that, and then Agent Bernie, I believe, is coming back, and if it's not too much of a
Is
task,
he?
otherwise the records are in. It's very easy to sort them.
You're coming back some other time?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. That's the way we're doing this case, apparently. Okay, that's fine.
He's plotted records.
Okay, all right, that's fine. And, okay, we'll just do what he's figured out for now, and then
And we'll make it clear.
you can ask him. Yeah, and, it may be that it just occurred to you while you were asking it, but if you knew ahead of time, y'all can talk to these witnesses ahead of time and say, I'll probably ask you this, so go ahead and look at it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, you let me know when you're ready, and then we'll.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, let's get the jury in.
All right, final questions for this witness.
You, Ms. Weinstein, turns out you had a couple more questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the court's indulgence.
Go ahead.
Agent Bernie, I'm sorry. I think my eagerness for recess overcame my need to ask you 2 more questions.
No problem, sir.
My first question is, we're talking about drive tests. You were not asked to do a drive test in 2016, correct?
I was not. I was not involved in the case until, again, at the earliest 2022, I think.
And you haven't seen any drive tests that may have been performed back at that time, correct?
I do not. No.
Okay. Also, you were not asked to consider any cell phone records of my client, Diamante Kendrick, correct?
Not during this time period, no.
Not, let me clarify to make sure we're clear. For in that January 10, January 11 timeframe of 2015, you were not asked to consider any of the cell phone records.
I did not. No.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, and now Mr. Steele.
I knew it. I knew it. Why? The question is why? Why wasn't he asked? Interesting.
Agent, I asked you some questions. Were you given enough time to review your notes?
I was.
Or the records, I guess. Okay, and tell us what you did, if you don't mind. Tell the jurors.
Yep. So what I did was review the cell phone records, the toll analysis, who called who at what date and what time, that I had already prepared from 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th.
And to be fair, and you weren't asked to do it, but to be fair, the records, let's say, for Mr. Jeffrey Williams really go from January 4th, 2015 to January 15th, 2015. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right. But for purposes of timing, just today, and you're going to come back, can you answer the question, and we'll just go in person order, if that's okay, and you could designate the order if it's easier. Did Mr. Williams contact Mr. Copeland? When I say Mr. Williams, let me change it. Did Mr. Williams, according to the records, did the phone associated with Mr. Williams initiate the contact with Mr. Copeland's phone that's associated with him?
Initiate contact. So you're only
Thank you,
asking
Gary.
about did the device associated with Mr. Williams 3904 initiate or place an outgoing
Yes.
call to any of these names?
Yes.
Yeah, or a
We
text
already know.
message.
Okay.
We already know
We would
Portfully
only
did, you know,
have
over the
calls
weekend,
in
last
this
week.
case, I believe, and
Nobody cares.
there were no outgoing calls on the 3904 to Mr. Copeland's 5991.
Good job, Brian.
Where'd
If you
find
haven't
that
done
one?
already, it would be great. This Mr. Copeland's
Not in the
cell phone
logbook, I
records
guess.
associated with him. Does that ever call
what I
Mr.
mean.
Jeffrey
This is so
Williams during
crazy.
this time period that you have?
Yeah, so again, the
it's
time
sad.
period of 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th. There's no contact between those two devices at all.
What's the next one
Wow.
if we want to go in your order? Otherwise, I could give you more.
Wow.
I have the device associated with Mr. Treadwell.
And that's Kelvin Treadwell, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And did you know him to be working for Mr. Williams at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Well, he can say, I have no idea.
Foundation.
Sit down.
Yeah, sit your ass down. Foundation. What?
Again, I just was
Foundation.
providing the phone numbers and
It's
who
a
was
fucking
associated
case.
with those numbers.
The
So I
whole
have no
question
idea
is about the case.
whether
Did
they
you know
work
he was
for each
working
other
for him?
or
So that
what.
would mean that
Okay.
he was near him.
Mr.
Not too far around
Treadwell
him.
and Mr. Williams.
So how are you putting him in
You
this,
could
that,
give them, but
in the third
clearly we
location?
saw in your charts that there is communication between those two devices according to the records. Fair to say?
There's 10.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, so there's 10 calls between those two, and there's calls that go both ways, initiated by the 3904 device associated with Mr. Williams, and calls that are initiated by Mr. Treadwell to the 3904.
Okay.
So during that time period, 10 calls.
Next name, if you don't mind.
I have a device associated with McMullen.
Okay, Mr. Demise McMullen. And just go, same way in order both ways. First, Mr. Williams initiating communication according to the records, Mr. Williams number associated with Mr. Williams, and then initiating it to the number associated with Mr. McMullen.
So there's only 2 contacts again during this time period, 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th. Only 2 contacts. Both of those contacts were the device associated with Mr. McMullen calling the device associated with Mr. Williams, the 3904.
So Mr. Williams, according to the records, the phone associated with Mr. Williams never initiated contact with the phone associated with Mr. McMullen, according to records.
Wow.
That's correct.
All right, next name, if you don't mind.
Is the device associated to Dora Greer?
Okay, do you know that? And if you don't know it, just
Relevance,
say I
Your
don't know
Honor?
it. Do you know that to be Jeffrey Williams' sister?
I do not know
This
that.
is sad.
Okay,
It's funny,
that's
but
fine.
it's sad.
There
These
are
boys are paying a
communications
lot of
that you
money
showed
for
us
these
already, fair to
lawyers.
say?
There are
Mr.
4
Steele's probably getting
communications.
fought
All
maybe
right.
10 million.
If you need to give more detail, I'm not
out
trying
of
to cut
this?
you off, but I was going to go to the next phone, but
Yeah, there's 4 communications, and it looks like
Doug could be on tour. They could be
all
doing whatever.
all those communications were initiated by the 3904 calling the 9596 associated with Dora Greer.
To mention
Okay,
they're risking
next name,
their
if you don't mind.
the majority of their
Is
life behind
Dolly
bars
Greer, the device associated to Dolly
for an
Greer.
do you
assumption.
know that individual to be the sister of Mr. Jeffrey Williams? If you don't, just say I don't know.
I do not know that.
Okay, go ahead with those contacts, fair to say?
Yep, and it's 1 contact, and that is the device associated with Dolly Greer, the 1990 device calling the device associated with Mr. Williams, the 3904.
Okay, next one.
Those are the only individuals that contact or are contacted by the 3904 number during the time period of 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th.
And that includes your search for that limited time period, Mr. Cobb.
It does.
And when I say Mr. Cobb, the device associated with Mr. Cobb or the records associated with Mr. Cobb, correct?
It does.
Mr. Zachary
Correct.
and Mr. Treadwell.
Correct.
Okay.
All the known devices, those are the only ones.
Okay, I want to thank you for doing that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Atkins. Redirect.
Now, Agent Bernie, Do you recall being asked a number of questions about if the district attorney's office ever asked you to plot X or check Y on cross-examination?
Yes.
If any defense counsel had asked you before testifying here today to look into or plot any of those matters they addressed, would you have looked into it before testifying today?
I would have, yes.
Now, Agent Bernie, with the phone.
Before we go to his redirect, what Brian and Doug did was actually really important, because what this agent did is he was in front of the jury and went through a lot of technical information, had to explain how it works. And of course, that's going to gloss over to some of the jury members, because they need to remember this information when it's time to deliberate. Now, what Steele and Weinstein actually did is they talked about the accuracy of the data that is shared. They asked about the accuracy of the information that's included in these reports, right? Because you have to poke holes in it. Is it always 100% accurate? Does it place certain people on, on the locations, things of the like? And it seems that it's relatively accurate. Doug and Brian got some good questions out to show, where there are holes in that accuracy. But the most important part is for Doug, it was, hey, did you even look at my client's records? Answer, no. All right. Now we look at Brian's. Hey, did Young Thug call any of the people that are included in your report? He said no. There were some calls, I think, with one person. And then here's the other two. If you guys notice, the two women's names that were mentioned, those are Young Thug's sisters. He's going to have records with them. So he needed to clarify that too. But the biggest win that Brian Steele was just able to get is that the calls between Little Woody and Young Thug himself. Asked if those calls were initiated on either end, and the expert witness said no. So let's go back in, free the Thugger, and we have Atkins standing up here for redirect, and we will probably have time for one or two more witnesses today. So let's see what happens.
Toll analysis that you did, if records did not, or let me ask you this, what was the time frame again, or the time window of that toll analysis that you conducted?
Yeah, so it's on the 10th from 7:29 p.m. until the 11th at 6:30 p.m.
And in the investigations you work, do you typically analyze 12 to 10 phone numbers like you did in this case?
No, this is one of the larger number of phones for a specific case.
So with toll analysis
That's ridiculous. Yeah, because not many people have a team and are actually doing something with their life. That's why.
These numbers for times or dates other than the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas, would you be familiar or have looked through the entirety of records on dates you were not requested to?
No.
And Agent Bernie, do you recall on cross-examination you were asked a number of questions about factors that go into cell towers and location?
By the phone, yes.
And things such as terrain and wave frequency, things of that nature. Do you recall that on cross?
I do.
Now, how long has the Federal Bureau of Investigation used call detail records in investigations?
CAS started up in 2009 because, we started using them. So 16, 15 years.
And since that was started from the FBI in 2009, would any of those factors related to physics or weather or terrain, would those have applied in 2009 just as they do in 2024 or not?
They would.
And have you either directly or as part of an investigation physically located someone based off call detail records in a non-criminal case?
Overruled.
In a non-criminal case?
Such as a natural disaster, something like that.
I have.
And did you, in those cases, rely on call detail records like the nature you used for the murder of Donovan Thomas on January 10, 2015?
I have, yes. And the most recent being the Bureau just used.
Your Honor, the state feels given some of the cross-examination, it is relevant.
What?
Questioning the
Come on, Atkins.
science
The
behind
what?
it.
Over, sustained.
Ada Bernie, are historical cell site tower analysis reliable?
They are.
We just proved they weren't.
Overruled.
Agent Bernie, can you explain to the jury how you're able to state that historical cell site analysis to include tower information is a reliable method to use?
Yeah,
Objection vague.
Overruled.
You may answer, Agent Bernie.
Yeah, again, these records, you got to remember they're business records associated with the company. So they use them every day to optimize their network, right? Where are there dropped calls? Where are lots of people placing calls? Do I need to use more towers? But as far as law enforcement's use, I mean, we use them every single day to locate kidnapped kids, missing kids, runaways, both in the criminal context and
remember, that's in reference to 2024. All right. What is it? Whatever we are on now, 5 LTE, whatever. We haven't talked about it in a while, so I forget what it's called. But it used to be 3 and 4. So yeah, you may use it now, but 2010 is not the same as 2024.
and the non-criminal context.
They should be having a rebuttal to this. They should be objecting, right? Objection on the basis of 2024 when we're talking about 2010, not 2024.
The last time that we used it the last time I used them in a non-criminal context was the hurricane relief.
Just last week, right? That's completely different than what was going on back then. Come on, fucking play, please.
Or the Excel spreadsheet you created.
View the records based on the caller and put that in as the duration.
And Agent Bernie, do you recall on cross-examination the question was asked about if the phone had fallen and hung up accidentally or something of that nature?
I do.
After this call, when is the device associated with defendant Williams show movement? As in, how many minutes after this call is there a separate tower from this device after this incoming call from the phone associated with Demise McMullen?
So the next activity where we can definitely see that there was movement was at 7:33, so approximately 4 minutes later.
And Agent Bernie, you were asked on cross-examination about toll analysis or who was contacting who. Do you recall?
I do.
Now, Agent Bernie, I am going to publish what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit your State's Exhibit one brief moment, Your Honor. The toll analysis you conducted in this case as State's Exhibit 533, Yankee.
Exactly.
It will come up on the screen, Agent Bernie. Now, when was, in this toll analysis you conducted, when is the first call that the phone number associated with Mr. Copeland interacted with any of these 12 numbers you looked at?
I'd have to scroll down. I don't recall. It's not right away for sure.
If is the device associated with Mr. Copeland end in 5991?
Does. Yes, it does. There it is right there. So the first time it shows in the total analysis, again, of known numbers, calling known numbers, is at 8:22 p.m. So it shows in here as 2022, which again is 8:22 p.m.
How long after the 911 call is this 8:22 p.m. call?
Approximately an hour.
And Agent Bernie, I'm going to Control F 5991. Do you see this on the screen?
I do.
And I want you to let me know each time the phone associated with Kenneth Copeland speaks with someone new, either outgoing or incoming. Are you following?
I am.
The first time this appears, what device associated with a person's name that you analyzed does defendant Copeland's phone interact with?
8935 is the device associated with Mr. Sledge.
I'm going to keep going, and when you see another number, just let me know.
Okay, the 5726 is the one associated with Mr. Zachary. Then the 8935 again. Then the 5726 again.
I just did it. I just fucking exited out of my stuff. God damn it. This is what I hate about Thinkorswim. God.
At 5726. 5726.
The bell's about to ring, guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'm just going to sit here and get my options chain and stuff back up. Good luck to you guys. I'm not going to hold anything overnight. One trade today, SMCI, and I'm good. I got my money. I pulled money out of the markets. Did you? If you didn't, we need to find out why. Reach out. Thank you guys for joining us. We got halfway to our 10 like goal. We don't have anybody here because the live streams fucking blow. I got to figure out how I'm going to change that. It may be this trial, it may be a lot of the things that I do, maybe some of the things that I say. I don't know, but I got to fix it. I might be here with you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure if I will or if I won't be. Maybe I will, just to record my trades. But there may not be audio. I don't know. You guys have a great rest of your day. I love you guys. Have a great night. Again, reach out, stream donations, all that fun stuff. If you want to get a hold of me, links in the description. Follow me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter.
And speak with anyone else in this toll analysis other than the phone associated with Mr. Zachary or Mr. Sledge?
No, those are the only two devices.
5726.
And do you recall being asked on cross-examination if Mr. Copeland had, or if you had ever been requested to analyze another phone?
I do.
Now, Agent Bernie, do you recall on direct examination being asked about a phone number that ended in 7604? I'm going to show you something, Agent Bernie. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 532 Yankee. And Agent Bernie, do you recall me asking you about contact with Mr. Copeland's phone in relation to 4090 and 7604?
I do.
Now, does the phone associated with Kenneth Copeland at 5991 communicate with this 7604 or have calls either incoming or outgoing?
Several. You can see them listed both on this side and this side, both incoming and outgoing.
And without counting them up, I'm going to publish slide 11 as well and ask you if that number appears, or my apologies, let me go back. And then I'm going to publish slide 12. Do you see that 7604 on this slide?
I do. You can see it right here, 7604 incoming call.
And is there more than one?
There's 2 of them.
Now,
or 3 of them, my apologies.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 518 Yankee Alpha. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute. Let me know when you can see this, Agent Bernie.
I have it up.
And what is the last 4? Is this the same phone number you see that is associated with, or that I've been asked you about on the records in Mr. Copeland's phone?
It is.
And what is the account name associated with that phone?
Trez Brock.
If you were to try to determine if someone had a physical device on them, would you look at frequently called numbers in the time frame that you were analyzing?
That is a way you could do it, yes.
And would, if you knew associated relatives or friends that a phone you were trying to place a device to a specific person were calling, would that be relevant for you if you were ever asked to do that?
It would be.
Now, Agent Bernie, on cross-examination, or let me ask you this too, with the slides we just depicted, does the phone associated with Mr. Copeland, does it have a small, average, or high amount of phone calls in those slides that you analyzed?
That's subjective. Is that what you said?
I'll ask another question.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, with the 3 slides you plotted, pages 10, 11, and 12, related to Copeland, do you have those before you?
I do.
Does the phone associated with Mr. Copeland, does it between those 3 slides have either incoming or outgoing calls from similar numbers, as in the same numbers?
It does.
And is there 1 call? Is there 2 calls? Is there 10 calls? On average, between those 3 slides, how much calls, either incoming or outgoing, ballpark, is there from the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
There's several. Maybe around 10. The second slide has maybe 8. The third slide probably has 10, and the fourth slide has probably close to 20.
Does it appear from that, what you just articulated, that that phone is being utilized in that window of time plotted on those 3 calls?
Yeah, there's a series of both incoming and outgoing activities.
Now, do you recall also on cross-examination being asked about if Mr. Copeland's phone was hit near the crime scene?
Correct.
And do you recall discussing a call at 7:28 p.m. in his records?
I do.
Was that 7:28 p.m. before or after the 7:22 911 call of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It's after.
And Agent Bernie, do you also, or let me ask you this, as a FBI cast agent?
So it looks like Brian is up there right now. So it looks like this guy is going to be wrapping up soon. I mean, it's about freaking time. But Brian is on the stand, at least at the podium. So it looks like he's going to recross. Interesting. I'm really looking forward to that one.
When you review cases, are you, you've been asked a lot of questions about hypotheticals. Do you recall that on cross?
I have.
Are you, is it difficult for you to speak in absolute terms when reviewing call detail records?
Yes.
So if someone asks you a question, if a hypothesis is feasible or possible, how do you answer that question with your training and experience?
Yeah, obviously I look at, I take what they asked and obviously look at all the pieces we have, pieces of evidence or information that we have in order to formulate my opinion to answer the question. So, you know, based on time, locations, distances, all of those things, I take all of those things into account when formulating my opinion in response.
Now, Agent Bernie, I am publishing 532 Yankee page 10